Chapter 51 Shocked by a Look. As Gamehiro's words fell, Gamabunta and Gamaken also looked at Jiraiya. If the covetous expression did not get a reasonable answer, it would probably backfire. Jiraiya woke up from his trance, looked around, and said with a wry smile, "Can I say that the person who summoned you was not me?" "Not you." Gamabunta raised his eyebrows, exhaled a puff of smoke, and said, "Is it that Minato guy? Why didn't I see him?" In modern times, perhaps there are other people who have signed a contract with the Toad. But there are very few people who can really support the huge chakra consumption and are qualified to summon their three big toads. Except Jiraiya and Namikaze Minato, they really can't think of anyone else. "It's him." Jiraiya looked at Chinyu and said with a wry smile, "Boy, you can do it yourself. It's already miserable to baptize a giant. Now you summon three at once. You can do it yourself." After leaving this sentence, Jiraiya directly started the mode of running away and quickly opened a safe distance. Uzuki Yujao and Uchiha Itaki also had a sullen face. However, facing these three toads like a small mountain, they still gritted their teeth and wanted to walk to Chinyu's side. "You retreat, leave this to me." Chinyu looked up at Gamabunta and said, "It's our first meeting. I'm very happy to reach a spiritual contract with you. Hey, it turns out to be a mere boy. I thought it was someone who dared to summon us at once." Gamabunta snorted coldly. "But don't think that you can just pat us on the butt and send us back after you summoned us out." Gamagwang and Gamajian obviously followed Gamabunta's lead. Although they didn't say anything, their meaning was very clear. "Is there any solution?" Chinyu smiled even more. Of course he knew that the more powerful the summoned beast, the more personality it had. Before they were tamed, they were all thorns. "Humph, of course there is. As long as you defeat the three of us, this time will be fine. Otherwise, you have to help us catch insects for a month." Gamabunta's eyes narrowed slightly. When he thought of those delicious insects, someone took the initiative to deliver them to his mouth. "This life is the most beautiful. I like this solution too." Chinyu smiled warmly. Gamabunta was startled at first, and then he met Chinyu's scarlet eyes like blood. 9 Megatama Sharingan. As soon as the blood moon-like eyes opened, Chinyu's aura underwent a drastic change, and the huge pupil power rolled back like a frenzy. The faces of the three Gamabunta changed drastically. "It's the eye of disaster that the great immortal mentioned. I didn't expect to see it here." Gamabunta's face changed. "Be careful, this pupil technique is not simple." Gamabunta shouted repeatedly, and when he reached for the short knife at his waist, he saw Chinyu move. No. It should be said that he saw Chinyu's eyes widened. Tsukuyomi. For Chinyu, performing Tsukuyomi on the three big toads at once was also very consuming. Perhaps it can only be limited to a short moment. But in this situation of a duel between strong men, everything is enough. Jiraiya and others only saw a pause in the movements of the three Gamabunta. The next moment, Chinyu was covered with lightning, and the ground instantly cracked. The whole person turned into a stream of light that crossed the sky and the earth, and fell on the head of Gamabunta in the blink of an eye. When the three big toads woke up, Chinyu's figure was no longer there. "Looking for me, Wentai? I'm on your head." Chinyu smiled and patted Gamabuntai's head. The sudden scene made Gamabuntai's face stiff. However, in this situation, he would definitely go berserk. But this time, he didn't dare to act rashly. Whether it was Gamabuntai, Gamajian, or even Gamagwang, they didn't make any more moves. They knew very well that they were trapped in the illusion just now. Since the opponent was able to climb on their heads, it proved that he had the ability to kill them with one blow. In this case, the winner has been decided. "Boy, I didn't expect you to be very good. I am convinced." Gamabuntai retracted his right hand that was holding the knife, took the pipe and took a deep breath. "Forget it this time. The next time you summon us, I hope it's something urgent. We don't want to come out every time to reunite. Jian, Guang, let's go back." After leaving these words, the three of Gamabuntai turned into a white mist and disappeared out of thin air. So easy to solve. Jiraiya was stunned. When I think about it, when I first entered Myaboku Mountain, Jiraiya was bullied by the toad. Especially the insect feast, in order to keep it fresh, it will still wriggle in the bowl. This situation makes people feel a little uneasy when they think about it. Chinyu fell in the air and looked at Uchiha Itaki, and Uzuki Yuyan hurriedly came forward and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Brother, was that the Sharingan you just used? Uchiha Itachi couldn't help asking. In the eyes of others, the reason why Uchiha Itachi was called a genius was that he opened the single Megatama Sharingan before he was 7 years old. This has always been an honor. However, when seeing the 3 summoned beasts, Chinyu just glared at them slightly and directly pulled them into the illusion. This method turned his so-called single Megatama Sharingan into slag in seconds. This is the main Jakaya Sharingan, which is the limit of the Sharingan. Itachi, you will have it in the future. Chinyu rubbed Itachi's head. It can be said that the Amaterasu, Tsukuyomi and Suzanahi has now are all the eye techniques transformed by the system with Chinyu's thinking when they are at full level. It can also be regarded as stealing Uchiha Itachi's eye techniques. Really? Uchiha Itachi rarely showed a little innocence at his age. Chinyu patted his head and said, of course. It's getting late, you guys go back first, Jiraiya, and I still have something to talk about. After Uzuki Ujio and Uchiha Itachi looked at Chinyu hesitantly, they finally turned around and left. For a moment, Chinyu and Jiraiya were the only ones left in the huge open space. Boy, your tricks just now are really amazing. Even I didn't expect that your pupil technique would be so powerful that the 3 big toads of Myaboku Mountain would be directly trapped in the illusion. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. Jiraiya was not on guard at all. Instead, he relaxed a little. In his eyes, Chinyu could show his strength in front of him without any scruples. This was enough. Haha, they are just some small tricks. Compared with your sage mode, they are still far behind. Chinyu laughed dryly, took out 2 bottles of wine from his backpack, and threw 1 bottle to Jiraiya. It's easier to talk while drinking. This is table etiquette. Chapter 52 The Goal of Cooperation. Jiraiya took the sake, hesitated, and sat down cross-legged first. Boy, I didn't expect you to know so much. Looking at Chinyu, he also took out a lot of dried meat snacks, etc. Jiraiya was not polite. He raised his head and drank a sip of sake, and said, you didn't want to use the psychic technique from the beginning, but the sage mode, right? Sage mode, as one of the most powerful fighting methods after the collapse of the combat power of the late Hokage. Even Orochimaru has always been salivating. Chinyu once thought that Orochimaru had also searched for the location of the Ryokai cave. He also wanted to obtain the sage mode, but unfortunately he didn't get recognition. As for why Orochimaru knew the existence of the sage mode, it was probably because he had a battle with Jiraiya. He was beaten up by the sage mode. Just like Orochimaru wanted to obtain Itachi's Sharingan, but was killed instantly by the illusion. Instead, he attacked Uchiha Sasuke. Almost. Chinyu did not hide it and sat aside with a smile. This is the world of the strong. Whoever has the bigger fist can have the say, don't you think? Jiraiya was stunned and said, didn't you say you wanted to be a salted fish? This seems to go against your will. According to Chinyu's explanation, salted fish is lying in the sun, and the front and back should be exposed after drying. Hehe, in this world of power struggle, if you don't have absolute strength, even the desire to experiment with being a salted fish is difficult. Chinyu also took a sip of sake. Don't worry, I will definitely get this sage mode, but I don't like to use violence, everything will go with the flow. However, I advise you not to always stare at Orochimaru when you have time. Remember to go to the Rain Village. That place will change the pattern of the entire ninja world. Chinyu thought of Yahiko and the other 2. According to the development in the original work, Danzo is about to take action against Akatsuki led by Yahiko. Once Yahiko is killed, Nagato will go berserk, and the nature and meaning of Akatsuki will undergo earth-shaking changes. Jiraiya was stunned, and there was a hint of uncertainty in his eyes when he looked at Chinyu. Boy, you seem to know a lot of things. It seems that you have never been blind in the past 10 years of lurking. Jiraiya exhaled a breath of turbid air and said, Minato mentioned to me that your talent for learning ninjutsu is unparalleled in the world. Just now, I saw you perform the summoning technique for the first time and summoned the 3 Gamabunta. I realized that I don't want to be your enemy. I hope you won't pose a threat to Konoha in the future, otherwise I will find it very troublesome. I will go to the Rain Village. I have often heard about the deeds of the 3 little guys, and I don't know what they are like now. Jiraiya patted the dust on his body, and turned and left while speaking. Watching this back figure leave, Chinyu instead set his eyes on the woods on the left. When the 3 big toads were summoned just now, Chinyu found that someone had come and was still monitoring. Although the distance was about 600 to 700 meters, Chinyu still could not escape his perception. As for who it was, he could figure it out even with his toes. I really don't know what Danzo will do next. This boring life really needs some fearless guys to change it up, otherwise it will be too boring. Chinyu smiled and stretched his waist. He did not rush to leave and drank alone. On the other hand, the route. Danzo stood on the roof, squinting his eyes in the wind. Behind him stood a slender, pale man. That light smile made people feel inexplicably cold. Danzo-sama, emergency. The ninja of the route appeared beside Danzo and couldn't help looking at the pale man. After recognizing his identity, his face changed drastically. Don't be surprised, next, he is our ally, just tell me if you have anything to say. Danzo said lightly with a cane. This time, he didn't expect that the person he was looking for just happened to sneak into the Konoha ninja village. It saved Danzo a lot of effort. Yes. The ninja of the route responded and said, according to the intelligence report, Uchiha Kainu and Jiraiya left the village together and summoned 3 big toads at the same time. As for who summoned, we just arrived and didn't have time to see clearly. Hehe, I don't believe there is anyone else who can summon 3 toads at the same time except Jiraiya. A feminine voice suddenly sounded. The scarlet tongue swallowed and spit out, as slender as a snake, which was shocking to watch. I didn't expect that after I left Konoha, Jiraiya's strength has increased a lot. For this man who is as scary as a snake, the ninjas of the route couldn't help but take a step back and opened up what they thought was a safe distance. Facing Orochimaru, who was also one of the 3 ninjas and was expelled from the village because of his quirks and human experiments. That is a more terrifying existence than the other 3 ninjas. However, the ninjas of the route were in awe, but still said with a stiff upper lip, no, we finally speculated that these 3 toads were summoned by Uchiha Kainu. There was also a gambling war between them. However, this gambling war was resolved by a look from Uchiha Kainu. At this point, the ninjas of the route showed a trace of surprise on their faces. The expressions of Danzo and Orochimaru also changed. In their eyes, only Jiraiya could summon the 3 summoned beasts at the same time. However, now they are told that the person who did such a thing was actually Uchiha Kainu. This gap is a bit too big. As the root ninja narrated, Danzo and Orochimaru's faces became more solemn. However, there was more heat and urgency in their pupils. You mean, Uchiha Kainu pulled the 3 big toads into the illusion with a glance? Orochimaru continued to reiterate. When he saw the root ninja nod affirmatively, his face became more hot. Legend has it that only Uchiha Madara has the Mangekyo. But it actually appeared on a 14 or 15-year-old kid. No wonder he is so arrogant. Orochimaru smiled grimly and said, Danzo, I didn't expect that this time, you contacted me, it turned out to be such a great thing. If you can take this skin for yourself, it would feel so good. Under Orochimaru's immortal reincarnation technique, a good body is a fatal temptation for him. Moreover, only Uchiha Madara, who is praised as being able to compete with the first-generation Hokage, has the Mangekyo. Sharingan. For Orochimaru, who loves human experiments, this is the best experiment. Humph, Orochimaru, have you forgotten the premise of our cooperation? Danzo snorted coldly. When Orochimaru defected, he helped. At the same time, they colluded with each other in private. Including his right arm and right eye. Although he has not obtained Shisui's Mangekyo. Now. But during this period of time, he also secretly collected a lot of Sharingan. What Danzo has to do is to seize the wood release cells of the first-generation Hokage, who is praised as the strongest in the ninja world, and the Sharingan of Uchiha Madara. Only by obtaining these 2 most powerful foundations, Danzo believes that one day he will definitely be able to overpower Sarutobi Hiruzen. Chapter 53 The Psychologically Distorted Kakashi. The morning sun, like broken gold, enveloped the entire Konoha village. In front of the sealed gate, Chinyu yawned and stretched. The Battle of Konokan Bridge can be said to determine the direction of the entire Naruto plot. Whether it is to promise Jiraiya or to solve the problem of insufficient chakra, he needs to find the whereabouts of the 3-tailed beast. In addition to making up for the weakness of lack of blue, Chinyu must go there in person. Hello. A pretty female voice suddenly sounded. Chinyu looked in the direction of the voice and saw Lin. 14 or 15 years old Lin is also a unique beauty in Konoha. Moreover, she is gentle and kind, and is the object of the secret love of the future big boss Obito. Are you here to participate in the mission? Lin couldn't help asking. In her mission scroll, this time going to Konokan Bridge, only she, Kakashi and Obito. Their teacher, Konoha Golden Flash Namikaze Minato should lead the team. Now, a person suddenly appeared at the gathering point, which made Lin couldn't help asking. It should be considered as a temporary conscription to join the team. Chinyu said with a faint smile. Conscription? Lin was stunned, then smiled and said, don't worry, with Minato teacher and Kakashi here, we will be safe. Let me tell you a secret, today Kakashi has become a Jonin, which is a symbol of strength. While talking, Lin did not forget to look at Chinyu. So, you are also a Chunin like me. Is this your first mission? No wonder you came so early, you are too nervous. Don't worry, I am a medical ninja. If anything happens, I will treat you well. Looking at Lin with an enthusiastic face, Chinyu couldn't help but turn over, rolling his eyes. This is just a fool. No wonder so many people like him. As soon as they met, they were very familiar with each other, and they kept cursing about being injured. If they were in a bad mood, they would probably slap him twice. By the way, when did you graduate? Kakashi is awesome. Lin continued to talk to herself. Chinyu looked helplessly at the bushes next to him and said, Kakashi, come out when you come. If it's later, my ears will be calloused. Kakashi? Lin was stunned for a moment, and soon saw a black shadow flashing out of the bushes next to him, and he rushed straight towards Chinyu. The speed was so fast that it took only a blink of an eye to reach a short distance of more than 10 meters. Before Lin could react, the chakra short knife in Kakashi's hand was instantly unsheathed. It turned into a white light and rushed towards Chinyu. Kakashi, don't! Lin exclaimed. However, the next moment, his expression could not help but stagnate. The crackling arc of lightning flashed across Chinyu's body, and then disappeared out of thin air. The chakra short knife in Kakashi's hand instantly missed. As soon as he stood firm, a hint of danger emerged behind him. A blade with a chill directly stopped on his neck. Don't move, my knife is very sharp. Chinyu smiled warmly. However, this smile fell into the eyes of Lin and Kakashi, and made their pupils shrink suddenly. This speed is too fast. Chinyu, can't you show some mercy? I'm just a step late, and you are rude to my students. Namikaze Minato appeared beside Chinyu like a ghost, performing the Flying Thunder God technique. Looking at Namikaze Minato, he looked like an equal to Chinyu. The confusion on Kakashi and Lin's faces became even worse. Minato, you are so embarrassed to be late. If you had come earlier, I wouldn't have been misunderstood and I wouldn't have bothered to take action. Chinyu took back the thunder blade and deposited it in the scroll. Looking at the confused Kakashi and Lin, he touched his nose and said, Minato, I think you should explain first. Chinyu didn't take Kakashi's hostility to heart. It's normal to be a little twisted inside after his father died. Moreover, in this almost invincible and boring life, it's also very good to have these fearless little ones to adjust life. As soon as these words fell, Kakashi and Lin couldn't help but look at Minato Namikaze. Yes, sorry, I'm not late. A hurried shout came from a distance. Then he saw Uchiha Obito wearing an eye mask quickly jumping in front of Kakashi. You're already late. Kakashi said coldly, but now we are in the mood to pay attention to you. Teacher Minato, the completion rate of the mission is based on rules. When we accepted the mission, it was clearly marked as a 4-person team. Why is there a person of unknown origin now? Looking at Kakashi in front of him, who had only one brain circuit and dared to confront even Minato Namikaze, Chinyu couldn't help but laugh. Only the Konoha high-level and some high-level Uchiha clan knew that he repelled the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja. For Kakashi and others, this is still a secret. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? As a member of the Uchiha clan, Obito is still the last one in the clan. He still knows a little about the brothers of the same clan who have opened the Sharingan in the clan. Weren't you sent to guard the Northwest Pass? Why are you here? Chinyu collected the remaining memories in his mind and found that Chinyu and Obito had a little friendship. So it was not surprising to know that he accepted the mission. However, now suddenly, such a big change has occurred, and it is really difficult for Chinyu to explain to Obito. Ahem, Obito must not be rude. Namikaze Minato coughed dryly. He also didn't know how to explain. He couldn't tell them that the Uchiha Chinyu in front of him was a salted fish genius who had been lurking for more than 10 years. Not only did he come back from the Northwest Pass, but he also used the Manjakaya Sharingan, which could kill everything in a second. Teacher Minato, did I say something wrong? Obito couldn't help rubbing his eyes and said, just now I just saw an old woman crossing the road, so I went to do a good deed, so I wasted time. Then, there was sand in my eyes. Looking at Obito wearing goggles and opening his mouth to let sand in, Chinyu couldn't help but roll his eyes. This excuse should also be a bit more concise. Okay, now the time is just right. It's rare that Kakashi didn't argue with you this time. We should set off. We can talk about it on the way. Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu, paused and said, there are 3 things to announce today. The first is to welcome Elite Jonin Chinyu to join our team. Chapter 54 I don't want this captain anymore. Elite Jonin? Kakashi and others were stunned, especially Lin, who couldn't help but say, Teacher Minato, isn't the symbol on his body a Chunin forehead protector? How can he be an Elite Jonin? In the ninja level, there are Genin, Chunin, Special Jonin, Jonin, and Elite Jonin. Among them, Special Jonin refers to those who have strength beyond Chunin, but cannot reach Jonin, but have special personal strengths and comprehensive strengths, and can barely reach the assessment of Jonin, and are called Special Jonin. For example, in the original work, Moonlight Gale, who knows Konoha Style's 3-day moon dance sword technique, is good at some illusions, and may have extraordinary abilities in a certain field. As for the Elite Jonin, they are the elite among the Jonin. He was specially evaluated as an Elite Jonin by the 3rd Hokage yesterday, and the notice has not been issued yet, so he has not had time to replace the forehead protector. Namikaze Minato looked helpless. He is really not good at explaining. If the 3rd Hokage had not issued a gag order, Chinyu's affairs must not be disclosed casually. Namikaze Minato was really willing to say everything in one go. The 3rd Hokage personally promoted him. Uchiha Obito couldn't hold back. Chinyu, you didn't open the double Megatama Sharingan, did you, or did you open the 3 Megatama like the clan leader? Kakashi, look at this, this is the genius of our Uchiha clan, much better than your Chunin. Looking at Uchiha Obito, who was full of arrogance and didn't forget to show off his power. Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, Kakashi was promoted to Jonin today. The low voice made Uchiha Obito confused. He had always regarded Kakashi as a competitor, and thought that after opening the Sharingan, he would be able to surpass Kakashi. However, now he was told that Kakashi had already become a Jonin before the Sharingan was opened. However, this was originally great news, but it seemed a little inferior in the face of Chinyu's title of Elite Jonin. Obito, you won't forget it, right? Lin quickly spoke to ease the atmosphere and said, we are talking about preparing a gift for Kakashi. This is my gift. Although it is a bit ugly, it is very useful at a critical moment. Namikaze Minato took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao first. Lin on the side also quickly took out her special medical kit and said, Kakashi, this is made by me, I hope you can use it. Listening to this alternative blessing, Chinyu really wanted to pinch Lin's nose hard. However, before Chinyu could get angry, Minato Namikaze on the side had already blinked at him. Chinyu, as a senior, shouldn't you show some appreciation? Kakashi was startled, and after taking the Flying Thunder God Kunao and the medical kit, he said, Teacher Minato, I don't need his stuff. Looking at the somewhat stubborn Kakashi, Minato Namikaze couldn't help but have a headache. Kakashi, this is a rare opportunity. If I didn't have some friendship with Chinyu, I'm afraid no one could get any benefit from him. Benefits? Kakashi frowned and said, Teacher Minato, will his stuff be better than the Flying Thunder God Kunao? If there is, I just want to broaden my horizons, I won't take it. In Kakashi's eyes, Chinyu is about the same age as him. On the most festive day, he was not only subdued by Chinyu in one move. He was also suppressed by his Elite Jonin. Now it's harder than climbing to the sky to make him happy. Well, since you have made up your mind, I beg Chinyu to let him open your eyes. Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu helplessly. Minato, can't you be more mature? Chinyu was helpless. However, a seal scroll fell into his hand. Bang! Under the white mist, the ferocious Samehada and Thunder Blade fell into Chinyu's hands. Hehe, the Samehada and Thunder Blade of the 7 ninja swordsmen are used in one move. Chinyu, you are really generous. Namikaze Minato's eyes lit up and said, why don't you forgive the villain and give Kakashi a gift? No way. Chinyu put the same hata and thunder blade into the scroll again. I'll keep it for collection. Seeing the duck at his mouth flew away directly, Namikaze Minato was helpless, and there was a trace of regret on his face. However, compared with him, Kakashi and others couldn't hold their temper. The reputation of the 7 ninja swordsmen is also a well-known existence in the ninja world. The 7 ninja swords are their lifeblood, and it has always been rumored that the swords are there as long as the person is there. However, now, same hata and thunder blade, one of the 7 swords, have fallen into Chinyu's hands, which means that 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen have fallen. Moreover, they fell into the hands of the young man in front of him. Teacher Kakashi. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his temper. Before he finished speaking, he saw Namikaze Minato nodded with a bitter smile. Kakashi, you are unlucky this time. I was going to snatch food from you. However, you guessed it right. One of the reasons why Chinyu can become an elite jonin is that he killed 2 of the 7 mist ninjas. At this point, Namikaze Minato looked at Chinyu and said, this time, due to the urgent situation of the battle at Konokan Bridge, we will be divided into 2 teams to carry out the mission. I will be alone, and the 3 of you will be led by Chinyu. What? Uchiha Obito and others were stunned. Kakashi couldn't hold back any longer and said, Minato-sensei, team building requires cooperation. Chinyu may be very strong, but it's not right to force him to team up with us. Looking at Kakashi, who usually always retorted to Uchiha Obito, after saying this, Namikaze Minato knew that Kakashi didn't want to stay with Chinyu at all. He sighed helplessly and said, Kakashi, this is the order of the 3rd Hokage, and it is an emergency dispatch during wartime. Order? Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and then said expressionlessly, since it is the order of the 3rd Hokage, I will definitely obey it, but I want to remind you that no matter who it is, you must not break the rules, otherwise you will be despised. Looking at Kakashi with a dead father look on his face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, don't worry, I never follow the rules, and the orders of the 3rd Hokage are no exception. I don't want this captain anymore. You will decide the next action. We will form a group of 3, led by Kakashi, and I will act alone. You are alone? Uchiha Obito was confused and said anxiously, Chinyu, this is the order of the 3rd Hokage. You disrupt the rules without authorization. I am afraid that you will be scorned when you return to the village. Scorned? Chinyu smiled lightly and waved his hand, saying, so what, why should I look at their faces to be a man? Don't say scorned, even if the sky falls, I will not take it seriously. Minato, it's getting late, let's go, facing these little brats, I have a headache, you are a good boss, otherwise we can switch, you lead the team, and I will go to kill people. Chapter 55 You will die if you rush out. Looking at Chinyu who looked like he didn't care at all, Kakashi and others were confused and had no way to reply. Minato Namikaze was also helpless. Looking around at all the Konoha ninjas, I'm afraid only Chinyu dared to say such words. After all, not long ago, another legend in Konoha, Hatake Sakumo, died of depression because he violated the rules. Lord Orochimaru, they have already set off. Yamanaka Feng flashed out in the dark. Really? It's really exciting. Orochimaru, who changed his skin, walked out of the Konoha village with a swagger. After licking his dry lips with a scarlet tongue, he said, I thought it would take some effort to get Minato Namikaze away, but now it seems that God is helping me. You keep following him, I will catch up soon, the Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to belong to me. After saying this, Orochimaru disappeared from the spot. After Yamanaka Feng and the late Abermaitagen looked at each other, they said, let's take action too. Don't forget to leak the information to the Rock Ninja. It would be best if we can kill Chinyu with the help of the Rock Ninja. Danzo said that Orochimaru is a double-edged sword. If it is not used properly, it may hurt us. Abermaitagen nodded and said, everything is for the root. Let's go. After half a day, Chinyu and his party finally arrived at the periphery of the target. Okay, let's rest here now and explain the current situation. Namikaze Minato took out a topographic map. This time, our opponent is the Rock Ninja. We are separated from the Uegakuer by the Kyuzagakuer village. The Kyuzagakuer village is a buffer for Konoha. Once the Uegakuer village attacks, the Kyuzagakuer village will also play a role in resisting and provide Konoha with time to defend. However, this time, when we found out, the Iwagakure village's large army of more than 1,000 people had already crossed the Kyuzagakure village's defense line and was only 3 kilometers away from Konoha's defense line. What? Kakashi and the others couldn't help but change their faces. The biggest reason why Kyuzagakure was able to survive between the two great powers was the tacit consent of the two great powers. After all, if the borders of the two countries were connected, there would probably be no peace of mind at night. In order to ease the relationship between Rock Village and Konoha, Kyuzagakure became a necessary existence. However, now that the Rock Ninja has unknowingly passed through the defense line of Kyuzagakure, there are only two results. First, Kyuzagakure didn't even resist and was instantly destroyed by the Rock Ninja. Second, Kyuzagakure turned against the Rock Ninja and gave up resistance. These two choices, in Chinyu's eyes, are undoubtedly the second one. After all, letting a small country act as a buffer is basically to have a balanced combat power. Now Konoha village has opened 3 battlefields at the same time, and the back will also encounter the covetous eyes of the Cloud Ninja village. As long as you are not a fool, in this situation, you will think that Konoha village will definitely lose. Compared with the thousands of troops in Rock Village, the dozens of people in Konoha are undoubtedly very shabby. Opening the door wide for future winners is the way for a small country to survive. I think you all understand the current situation. Since Chinyu doesn't want to be the captain next, let Kakashi take over. Namikaze Minato glanced at Chinyu and said helplessly. The teacher has only one hope, that is, after this war, I can still see you standing in front of me. If there is nothing else important, let's go. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito and the other two entered a battlefield of this level for the first time. But now, they had no choice but to set off. The 4 of them swayed and jumped into the woods. Chinyu stretched his waist, looked at the forest behind him, and smiled playfully. This time, I really hope to catch a big fish. I am almost suffocated by the small shrimps that always run out. After saying this, Chinyu did not stop for long and followed him. Kakashi rushed out hundreds of meters away, and seeing Qinfeng who was late, he frowned and said, "Follow the team closely, I am the captain now." Looking at Kakashi with a proud face, Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "I gave you your captain position, don't forget, I am a person who does not care about the rules." You. Kakashi was furious. Minato Namikaze looked at this scene and couldn't help but have a headache. He really regretted letting Chinyu and Kakashi team up. Even he couldn't get Chinyu to cooperate well, let alone Kakashi. Stop. Kakashi suddenly stopped and gestured with his hand. Minato Namikaze nodded with satisfaction and looked at the big tree in the distance. In his perception, there was an enemy hiding here. Kakashi, let's discuss tactics first, the enemy has a lot of people. Namikaze Minato suggested. Kakashi glanced at Chinyu and said, "Teacher, we don't need it. We are in a hurry now. If we discuss it again, I am afraid that the enemy will escape. I just developed a new technique, the same name as the teacher." As soon as the voice fell, Kakashi's hands flew up quickly. With the last seal of the technique falling, the crackling arc condensed instantly. Chidori. Being able to develop A-level ninjutsu in his teens, looking at the same age, is definitely a leader. Feeling this huge and raging power, Obito and Lin's face changed. Kakashi, the number of enemies is unknown. This ninjutsu is very strong, but you will suffer a lot of unknown changes. Namikaze Minato reminded in a deep voice. Chinyu, you also helped to persuade. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "Minato, you really like to throw dirty water on me. I can honestly tell you that this Chidori is very fast, but your experience and nerve reaction speed cannot be taken into account at all. If you go out now, you will only die." Listening to this ruthless attack, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly, a little regretful that he let Chinyu interrupt. "Humph, this is the ninjutsu I developed, I know it best." Kakashi snorted coldly and said, "If there are any disadvantages, you don't need to make random comments. Minato teacher, you cover me, in just a moment, I can kill them all." Looking at Kakashi who had made up his mind, Namikaze Minato nodded helplessly. Bang! Kakashi's right hand suddenly stabbed into the ground, and the violent arc of electricity crushed the ground. The next moment, the whole person shot out like a cannonball. With the activation of cells by lightning escape, the speed of his surprise attack was obviously getting faster and faster. "Chinyu, you watch, this is my strength." The voice was mixed with thunder. Seeing Kakashi rushing out so arrogantly, even the rock ninja hiding behind the tree was surprised. Damn kid, you underestimate me like this and dare to attack me head-on. The rock ninja's face was ferocious, and he quickly threw out a large number of shurikens with his backhand. However, these shurikens were knocked away by Minato Namikaze with shurikens as soon as they approached Kakashi. Chapter 56 Flower-Patterned Chidori 1, 10, 15, your attacks have exposed your whereabouts. Kakashi's figure quickly passed by. Instantly, he tore the 15 shadow clones into pieces. His eyes suddenly turned and locked onto the back of the tree. The scene like a thunderbolt shocked Lin and Uchiha Obito. This was completely beyond their cognition. Someone is coming. Chinyu suddenly spoke, tensing all his nerves. Uchiha Obito's face suddenly changed, and soon he saw a figure emerging from the ground. 4. The rock ninja's expression froze, and he hadn't seen the faces of the people clearly yet. Aku now broke through the air and attacked. Puff! The rock ninja turned into white mist and dissipated between heaven and earth. Namikaze Minato's expression suddenly changed, and he shouted in a hurry, Chinyu, they are left to you. As soon as the words fell, Minato Namikaze disappeared like a ghost. The next moment, he appeared again and had come to Kakashi. The bright blade quickly enlarged in Kakashi's pupils. Under this high-speed impact, he had no way to dodge. Puff! As soon as Minato Namikaze appeared, he instantly pressed against Kakashi's chest and directly blocked his high speed. However, the bright blade also scraped Kakashi's shoulder, and the blood splattered, which was shocking. The next moment, Minato Namikaze disappeared like a ghost with Kakashi. Kakashi, are you okay? Lin's face turned pale. Just after taking half a step, she saw Chinyu stretching and standing up. It's my turn. As soon as the words fell, the crackling sound of lightning arcs spread, and Chinyu disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Disappeared? The rock ninja missed his attack, and the memory of his clone flooded into his mind. The next moment, his expression suddenly changed. In the memory of the return, he saw two chilling faces. The Golden Flash and the Bloody Ashura. However, compared with the Golden Flash, the Bloody Ashura, who has recently become famous in the ninja world, is more frightening. He lay dormant for more than 10 years and killed nearly 200 ninjas in 2 battles. This record, looking at the Third Ninja World War, can definitely be called brilliant. Escape. A thought flashed through the rock ninja's mind, and the moment he turned around, the face he saw made his pupils shrink directly. Chidori. Chinyu's right hand was wrapped in lightning, without any fancy moves, and he went straight to the neck of the rock ninja. Puff! The huge head flew directly, and the tree with a diameter of half a meter was cut in half by the flow of lightning. Chinyu's figure was clearly visible under the collapsed tree. He grabbed the head that fell in the air and disappeared again. Disappeared again? This lightning escape instant body technique is too fast, not much different from Minato teacher. Uchiha Obito couldn't hold his breath. Are you looking for him? Chinyu's voice suddenly sounded. The head with round eyes was thrown out by Chinyu casually, and the blood splashed, dyeing the grass red. At the same time, it also filled the air with an inexplicable stench. Looking at the horror on the face of this rock ninja, at the moment of death, the horror afraid of seeing something extremely horrible. Did you use Chidori just now? Kakashi suddenly spoke. Uchiha Obito and Lin were also startled. Only Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly. In the eyes of outsiders, the Chidori developed by Kakashi seems to be of A-level difficulty. However, Chinyu can learn even S-level ninjutsu in an instant. Moreover, from Jiraiya's mouth, Chinyu summoned the 3 major forces of Myaboku Mountain when he performed the summoning technique for the first time. It can be said that the Chidori is really not difficult for Chinyu. Good eyesight. Chinyu smiled warmly. At the same time as the crackling sound came from his right hand, the violent lightning quickly surged. The lightning raged, giving people a feeling of tearing everything around him to pieces. Chidori. Looking at this scene in front of him, even Uchiha Obito, who was at the bottom of the list, knew that this was Kakashi, who was very arrogant just now and kept talking about it. It is said to be the latest A-level ninjutsu developed. The next moment, the electric arc wrapped around his hand stagnated for a moment, and then quickly spread to his whole body. For a moment, Chinyu gave people the feeling that he was bathed in lightning. This is Chidori style. This is Chidori spear. This is Chidori sword technique. Watching Chinyu demonstrating one by one, Minato Namikaze's cheeks stiffened and twitched without rhythm. Enough! Kakashi finally lost his temper. A moment ago, he was still full of pride, boasting about Chidori to the sky. He also talked about speed and the name of the teacher. Now, watching Chinyu's fancy changes of Chidori style. This invisible slap made a snapping sound. Kakashi, don't mind it, Chinyu just means well. Minato Namikaze said with a wry smile. Chinyu patted Minato on the shoulder and said, sorry, I did it on purpose. As a ninja, you don't know what caution is, which puts your teammates to death. Now, do you still want to be the captain? The expressions of everyone present could not help but stagnate. Lin quickly said, Chinyu, Kakashi didn't mean it, he would have succeeded. Lin is right, Kakashi failed this time, but you shouldn't deprive Kakashi of the position of captain, not to mention, I made a mistake just now. Uchiha Obito hurriedly echoed. Looking at this rare scene, Chinyu and Namikaze Minato also felt surprised. On weekdays, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are incompatible. The minority obeys the majority, I have always been fair, you help Kakashi plead, then forget it this time. Chinyu said indifferently. In his eyes, the position of captain is completely useless and dispensable. After all, he will not accept any orders. Nohara Lin and Uchiha Obito secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Kakashi, you are injured, let me treat you, okay? Lin looked at Kakashi's wound that almost broke his bones, her face full of urgency. Kakashi reacted in his trance, his eyes passed over everyone and locked on Chinyu. I don't want this captain anymore, but I will soon surpass you and master a more powerful Chidori. At that time, I hope you can give me the captain position. Listening to this determined speech, Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. I was considering whether to tell him the truth. I also have a lightning kirin that can kill the sky, the earth, and the air in seconds. Chapter 57 This is a game. Looking at Kakashi with a determined face, Namikaze Minato was full of helplessness. I just hope Chinyu will not stimulate Kakashi's weak heart again. Okay, Lin, you treat Kakashi now, and we will go our separate ways next. Namikaze Minato said. Originally, I was quite worried about you, but with Chinyu here, I believe nothing will happen. After saying this, Namikaze Minato picked up his backpack and disappeared like a ghost. Hey! Uchiha Obito breathed a sigh of relief, sat down next to Chinyu, and said nervously, Chinyu, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply. Sharingan, powerful lightning escape, no wonder you can become an elite jonin with this strength, it's really better than some people. At this point, Uchiha Obito couldn't help but look at Kakashi. His intention was obviously to use Chinyu to pretend to be powerful. I don't know who it was just now, who was directly shocked by the enemy's surprise attack, who usually says that he wants to protect Linear. Kakashi was obviously full of anger and vented it to Uchiha Obito. You. Uchiha Obito was angry and said anxiously, I just had sand in my eyes just now. It was Chinyu who stole my limelight. Looking at the two people who were on the verge of a fight, Chinyu was helpless. Children really don't need a reason to talk nonsense. Lin, has Kakashi's wound stopped bleeding? Chinyu looked at Kakashi's wound. Lin is the medical ninja of this team. However, medical ninjutsu is obviously just the beginning. To learn medical ninjutsu, the prerequisite is to have accurate chakra control ability. This threshold alone is 1 in 100. Lin is already very good to be able to reach this level. Kakashi's wound is a bit deep, it will take some time. Lin wiped the hot sweat from her forehead. Kakashi frowned slightly and said, Lin, if you are tired, take a rest first. Don't worry about this injury for the time being. I'm fine. As he spoke, Kakashi put the bandage on the take-it. However, as soon as he moved, he saw Chinyu's hand on his shoulder. Let me do it. I'm already a burden. If you get hurt, I'll have to take care of you. Chinyu's right hand chakra rotated. The palm fairy technique was activated instantly. Feeling the pain on the shoulder fade away quickly, the wound healed even faster. Not to mention Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, even Lin, a medical ninja, couldn't help but be stunned. Chinyu, are you also a medical ninja? Lin couldn't hold back. As a medical ninja, she knew the difficulty very well. Now Chinyu can make the wound heal quickly, which at least requires reaching the level of advanced medical ninja. Count it as half. Seeing Kakashi's shoulder wound healed, Chinyu dispersed the chakra in his hand and said, Next, we're going to catch a big fish. 30 minutes later, Chinyu and his group entered the bamboo forest. Feeling the silence around him, Kakashi suddenly reached out and stopped everyone. Earth escape, earth stab. Earth stab, stab out from under the feet, and the dense posture can easily pierce people into a hornet's nest. Disperse. Chinyu pursed his lips slightly, and everything was not much different from the original. This made Chinyu seem to have a kind of foresight. The four people moved instantly and quickly dispersed in all directions. However, everyone's eyes fell on Nohara-rin intentionally or unintentionally. Nohara-rin landed on the water surface and just stood firm. The water surface behind her immediately stirred up circles of ripples. The rock ninja who performed the camouflage invisibility technique appeared like a ghost and immediately grabbed Nohara-rin. Haha, 3 young men can't even protect a woman. Don't worry, we will treat her well. After leaving these words, Dashi quickly withdrew and retreated. The firelight that was secretly performing earth escape was no exception. For a moment, the huge bamboo forest fell into a dead silence. There really is an ambush. Chinyu is right. If that rock ninja doesn't go back, the other party will definitely try to move out. At the same time, when they see that we are too young, they will not be able to resist taking action. Nohara-rin flashed out from the dark. If they knew that it was Chinyu's shadow clone that was captured, I wonder how they would feel. At this point, even Kakashi looked at Chinyu with a hint of silence. Kakashi considered himself a genius of Konoha and had an excellent mind. He asked himself that 8 or 9 out of 10 people in the younger generation could see through it. However, facing Chinyu in front of him, Kakashi felt that he couldn't figure it out. Chinyu is indeed a god of prediction. What should we do now? Should we chase him immediately? Uchiha Obito seemed a little excited. As long as he could see Kakashi being defeated, it would be enough. No, we should capture the king first and catch them all in one fell swoop. Chinyu smiled playfully. On the other hand, the fire and the big stone, carrying Chinyu's clone, fell into a rock cave not far away. This girl is really quiet. It seems that she knows that we can't save those 3 guys from us. Dashi said with a joking smile. Now, what we have to do is to cast illusion on her and collect information as soon as possible. As long as we find out the number and layout of Konoha, we will be the heroes of this battle. Huiguang placed Chinyu's clone in front of the wall and signaled Dashi to cast illusion. As the double surgical seals quickly flew down, Dashi shouted coldly. Illusion hypnosis. A mental wave spread over Dashi's body. Soon, the quiet Chinyu was seen to become dull in an instant. Dashi and Huiguang were stunned when they saw this. This hypnosis was too smooth. Dashi, it seems that we are lucky. We should be able to dig out the information before the arrival of the large army. Huiguang's face was more excited. As he spoke, he walked towards Chinyu. At the same time, he stretched out his right hand and gently lifted Chinyu's chin. The next moment, the smile in front of him made his expression stiff. What's wrong? Did I do it well? A small voice swept out like a hurricane at this moment. Dashi and Huiguang's faces changed drastically in an instant. Who are you? Facing the girl in front of him. No. It should be said that this male voice made them understand instantly that this was a trap. Hehe, you will know if you go out and take a look. Chinyu smiled jokingly. The next moment, his body banged and turned into white mist all over the sky, dissipating between heaven and earth. The sudden scene made Dashi and Huiguang's nerves tense to the extreme. Without time to think about it, they quickly pulled away and fled out. However, as soon as they stepped into the cave entrance, they felt the blazing fire coming towards them. Chapter 58 Blood Ashura. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Lightning Style, Chidori. Uchiha Obito's hands flew quickly, and the moment the hot chakra gathered in his mouth, he swallowed and spit out directly. The fireball with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters rushed towards the cave entrance with a crushing posture. Earth Style, Earth Crack Technique. Huiguang's face changed suddenly. However, as the senior ninjas in the rock village, their strength should not be underestimated. What's more, their rich combat experience is not comparable to that of ordinary people. He flew his hands and formed a series of seals, and then slapped the ground with his backhand. Bang! The solid rock layer cracked with a sound, and then the rock layer rose up and formed an earth wall, directly confronting the great fire. The balls collided. The fireball was smashed, and the hot flames splashed, forming a rain of fire. Seeing the incoming attack blocked, Huguang and Dashi instantly dispersed and fled. However, compared with Dashi who had camouflage and invisibility, Huguang's escape method was obviously a bit insufficient. As soon as he jumped out of the cave, he saw the lightning rapidly enlarged in his pupils. Kakashi attacked head-on with a Chidori attack posture. "Little ghost, you are looking for death." Huguang's face changed drastically, and he roared in a hurry. The ninja sword hidden in his sleeve chopped Kakashi head-on. This means of attack is undoubtedly to risk his life. In Huguang's eyes, facing this life and death battle, the little ghost in front of him looks different. But compared with these experienced ninjas, this kind of life and death battle is simply not comparable in terms of psychological quality. However, just as this thought came to mind, two black shadows came into his eyes. Lightning style, Chidori Shuriken. Two shurikens, wrapped in a thread of violent lightning arcs, instantly cut through the sky and hit the ninja swords in Huguang's hands first. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly sounded, and the huge impact force caused the ninja sword in Huguang's hand to bounce directly into the air. Looking at this sudden scene, when Huguang's expression changed drastically, Kakashi's eyes lit up. The close distance and the extreme speed brought by the Chidori activated cells made Kakashi appear in front of Huguang in an instant. Chidori. Without any fancy moves, the right hand wrapped in lightning, like lightning, directly pierced Huguang's chest. Puff! The blood splattered, giving people a shocking feeling. Under the blood flowers all over the sky, there was even a sense of horror. Watching Chidori's first kill, Kakashi's face showed a rare smile. "Yes, it's you." The intermittent sound of the firelight suddenly sounded. Looking at Chinyu who was helping not far away, his expression was a little more crazy. "Daishi, run away quickly, go back and tell Lord Huangta that the bloody Ashura is coming, let them run away quickly." The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. Dashi, who had used the secret technique to enter invisibility, originally planned to let the firelight attract everyone's attention. Then, wait for an opportunity to kill Chinyu and others. But now, hearing this name, he turned around and ran away without any hesitation. Bloody Ashura. That was a battle from the Cloud Ninja Village, personally described by the next Reikage. Bloody Ashura combines powerful attack ninjutsu, defense ninjutsu, and illusion. Anyone below the level of Kage, if you encounter him, you must run away. From the beginning, many ninja villages did not believe this information. But after learning that the Mist Village was also interested in the pass behind Konoha, they went to attack alone. After paying the price of two monsters who came out of the blood mist and were hailed as the 7 ninja swordsmen, the reputation of Blood Ashura was completely established in the ninja world. What happened? Uchiha Obito originally planned to protect Nohara Rin. However, the sudden scene at the moment shook their nerves. "What were you talking about just now? Who is Blood Ashura?" Kakashi's expression also changed, and he grabbed the collar of Huguang and asked anxiously. However, before he could get the result, a sound of breaking through the air came from behind. "Kakashi, be careful!" Nohara Rin shouted anxiously. Uchiha Obito also rushed out in a hurry. Unfortunately, facing the big stone hiding the figure, all this seemed pale and powerless. Looking at Kakashi, who didn't even know where the enemy was, Oishi had a playful smile on his face. This was his secret technique that never failed, and it was completely comparable to the silent killing technique of the Mist Ninja. In his eyes, Kakashi's attack power had just dissipated, and it was impossible to continue defending now. The only thing he could do was to become a hostage in his hands. "I saw you." The small voice swept away like a hurricane at this moment. Oishi's nerves were tense to the extreme. He hurriedly looked behind him, and a figure wrapped in lightning appeared behind him like a ghost. When the four eyes met, the scarlet eyes like blood moons made people feel like falling into an ice cellar. This is the Sharingan." Oishi's expression froze. He finally understood why the other party saw him. However, at this close distance, everything seemed pale and powerless. Chinyu turned his hand, and under the flow of lightning, Chidori instantly bloomed and turned into a lightning, piercing Dashi's chest first. Puff! Blood splattered and turned into a huge blood mist. Dashi's eyes were wide open, his face full of disbelief. When they went to the battlefield, they also thought about many endings of death. But they never thought that they would fall in the hands of a kid who was only 13 or 14 years old. Bang! The body fell heavily to the ground, and the blood splattered, which was shocking. After Chinyu wiped the blood on his hands on Dashi's body, he said, Okay, in the rock village, 3 people form a team. Now that all 3 have been killed by us, the other side should have contacted the main force, and the next will be a tough battle. Uchiha Obito and the other 2 looked stiff. They just won. But except for Kakashi killing an enemy, Nohara Lin only used medical ninjutsu slightly. Uchiha Obito also performed a fire escape. If the other side really came with a large force, then what awaits them is probably a dead end. Chinyu, it's going to rain today, do we need to retreat temporarily? Kakashi said after hesitation. Compared with Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin, what he cares about most now is the fire and the bloody Ashura in Oishi's mouth. To be able to make the Jonin tremble with fear, it must be at the same level as Namikaze Minato. Most importantly, there are only 6 people present. Except for the 2 dead rock ninjas, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito are incompatible, and Kakashi certainly knows how much he weighs. As for Nohara Rin, except for being good at medical ninjutsu, her combat skills and ninjutsu are not as good as the elite Chunin, not to mention making the 2 rock ninjas tremble with fear. After elimination, the only one left is Uchiha Chinyu. This man who claimed to have been a salted fish for more than 10 years suddenly appeared, not only became an elite Jonin. Even the Golden Flash Namikaze Minato, who was praised as the most likely to become the next Hokage, was in awe. It gave people the feeling that they were completely on the same level. This made Kakashi think that the bloody Ashura that made the rock ninja tremble in fear was definitely related to Chinyu. Chapter 59 Explosion-Style Ninja Hunting. Chinyu, I want to know if you are the bloody Ashura they are talking about. Kakashi was the first to lose his temper. Uchiha Obito and Nohara Rin were also startled and looked at Chinyu. The exclamation just now also made them suspicious. At the same time, they also wanted to know urgently whether Chinyu was the bloody Ashura that made the 2 rock ninjas tremble in fear. Can I say no? Chinyu was helpless. Now that I think about it, I really want to beat Uai to death. I don't choose any name, I choose a bloody Ashura that is so earthy. The most important thing. The speed of this one spread is too fast. In just 7 or 8 days, the news spread throughout the ninja world, making Chinyu wonder if there was a paparazzi undercover around him. Kakashi and others were stunned. Faced with Chinyu's vague answer, they really felt confused. However, before they could ask again, a series of air-breaking sounds came from all directions. Be careful, it's an enemy attack. Kakashi shouted anxiously and took the lead in drawing out the chakra short knife behind him. Under the infusion of chakra, the short knife exuded a white light, like a flying butterfly. Dang dang dang. The crisp sound of metal collision echoed between heaven and earth, and there were sparks. The sudden scene made Uchiha Obito lose his composure again. However, in this panic, Uchiha Obito was obviously determined to protect Nohara Rin. His figure shook and appeared in front of Nohara Rin. His hands flew quickly, accompanied by a series of seals. The blazing fireball spewed out, directly deflecting the oncoming kunai. As for Chinyu, he was the most relaxed one among the 4. Under the raging lightning arc on his body, the kunai slightly closer to his body were directly blown away by the lightning arc. The first wave of attacks passed quickly. When Kakashi and others stood firm, the entire basin was full of dense figures in all directions. 10, 50, 100, 200, 300. Uchiha Obito looked at the dense figures around him and his face turned pale. This number is at least 100 times theirs. Kakashi, this can't be the backup force of the entire rock ninja, so many people. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but move his steps in the direction of Kakashi. Nohara Rin on the side was no exception. Facing such a fierce and large-scale scene, the presence of the 3 of them seemed pale and powerless. Haha, I didn't expect that the 4 of you could actually defeat Huoguang and Dashi's team. It seems that you are indeed the blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu who has been making a lot of noise recently. A masked ninja jumped down from the tree. As soon as he stood firm, a high-temperature steam rose from his body. Chinyu frowned and quickly searched for his knowledge of the rock ninja in his mind. During this process, Kakashi and the other 2 froze. If they were just guessing, then now they have been confirmed by the other party. What's wrong? Looking at your expressions, you don't even know the blood Ashura who has become famous on the battlefield recently. The steam man laughed jokingly. No wonder. It is said that the new genius of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Kainu, overwhelmed his predecessor Uchiha Shisui. In the Battle of the Northwest Pass, he killed hundreds of people in seconds with lightning escape, shocked the tailed beasts with illusion, shook people's hearts with black flames, and killed 2 of the 7 ninja swordsmen. What a magnificent and shocking record! At this point, the steam man said with disdain, "Tell me, is this kind of thing credible? I just don't believe it. This is just a so-called genius and strong man created by you, Konoha, in this desperate situation, just to make up for the disadvantage on the battlefield." The hysterical voice was a little crazy. Qin Yu finally remembered the origin of the rock ninja in front of him. "I thought that the ninja leading the team this time would be Huang Tu, the cheap son of the 2 ninjas Onoki. I didn't expect that there would be a ninja named Carry with blood limit and explosive escape. Explosion is a very special bloodline limit. Once the attack touches the enemy, it can cause a huge explosion. The power of the explosion depends on the chakra dot size is used as the measure. According to the description in the original work, this Shao has the strength of a cage. Otherwise, he would not be targeted by Bai Luhu. Boy, it seems that you have also seen my identity." Shao smiled grimly. "You are not mistaken, I am the explosion ninja Shao. I don't care if you are a bloody Ashura or a white Ashura. If you don't want to suffer, I hope you can surrender obediently and don't let me waste too much energy." As soon as the voice fell, the atmosphere in the field changed instantly. Hundreds of rock ninjas locked onto Qin Yu in unison. It was similar to the explosion ninja Shao. In their eyes, Qin Yu was just a genius and strong man fabricated by Konoha, which was desperate. Qin Yu. Kakashi lost his temper. They didn't believe Shao's words. However, they were both from Konoha, but they had never heard of Uchiha Qin Yu's deeds. At this juncture, it was inevitable to have doubts. There are 365 people in total, half of them are shadow clones. I wonder if you, the Rock Ninja Village, like to act like a big shot. Qin Yu suddenly laughed. "Didn't you say you weren't afraid? You need to mobilize so many troops to fight against me and 3 little brats." The small voice swept like a hurricane at this moment. The look of Shao, who was in the lead, could not help but stagnate. This basin covers at least several thousand meters of open space. They, the Rock Ninja, surrounded the entire basin in a posture of encirclement, blocking the entire basin. Moreover, when they came, Shao had already issued an order for everyone to split at least 1 shadow clone. Although it would weaken their own strength, it would also increase the sense of number, giving people a sense of lineup pressure. However, the current dispersed lineup was seen through by the opponent at a glance. The number of people and the strategy were all revealed in one word. This would be absolutely impossible for any enemy to do. Is it the Sharingan? Shao met Qin Yu's eyes. However, he soon thought of an important thing, and quickly looked away. His expression sank, and said, "The blood-colored 9 Magatama Sharingan is completely different from the eyes of the ordinary Uchiha clan. You are really special." Chapter 60. Take care of yourself first. It is a little special, otherwise how can it be different? Qin Yu smiled warmly. His eyes turned past Shao and fell outside the encirclement. "Are you all here to cut? It seems that it will start." "Start?" Shao was stunned, and then laughed unscrupulously. "Boy, do you mean to start dying? Even if you can see that half of these people are shadow clones, we are all elites among the rock ninjas, but we are not as good as you, the famous dog thieves." At this point, Shao raised his hand and made a gesture of wiping his neck. "Boy, wait for your death." Kakashi and the others turned pale, and the 3 of them turned their backs subconsciously, but their eyes were fixed on Uchiha Qin Yu. Facing such a deadly situation, anyone would lose confidence, only Uchiha Qin Yu could still look normal. "It's almost time to end." Qin Yu suddenly spoke. Everyone present couldn't help but stagnate. The leader, Shao, laughed unscrupulously. "Boy, are you really kidding? What will you do in this situation? Do you think someone can save you?" Facing these words, the figure of Minato Namikaze flashed in Kakashi and others' minds. In their eyes, they didn't know Qin Yu. But the deeds and reputation of Minato Namikaze, the golden flash of Konoha, were clear. If he could get his support, it might not be difficult to escape. "I'm sorry, it seems that I'm too low-key and it's easy to be ignored." Qin Yu smiled playfully and raised his hand to point to the sky. "Look carefully, who is surrounded?" The inexplicable words made even Kakashi and others lose their patience and hurriedly looked up at the sky. The moment they saw it, their pupils suddenly shrank and their eye sockets almost split. Boom! The violent thunder suddenly sounded, giving people a deafening feeling. The sky was filled with dark clouds, forming a huge vortex, and arcs of lightning were moving like electric snakes. The vortex was renewed, and the illusory figure of the unicorn was even more shocking. At this moment, everyone present suddenly woke up. What Xiao said just now was absolutely true. The accumulated lightning in the sky exuded a destructive atmosphere. I'm afraid it was the rumored super lightning escape that killed hundreds of cloud ninjas in seconds. Boy, are you crazy? If this attack really falls, you will die too. Xiao's face changed drastically. As soon as they arrived, they were attracted by the name of Qinyu Blood Shura. Completely ignoring the changes in the sky, Kakashi and others' nerves were also stretched to the extreme like strings. The scene before their eyes was beyond their expectations. If it really fell, as Xiao said, they would definitely die. Haha, you don't have to worry about our safety. What you need to do is to care about how to survive this attack. Qinyu smiled playfully, flipped his right hand, and the thunder blade was summoned directly. In the backhand, the thunder blade, under the infusion of Qinyu's chakra, directly pierced through the void. Boom! The accumulated thunder in the sky was instantly pulled. Roar! A thunder roared like the roar of a prehistoric beast, tearing the sky and earth apart. The next moment, the Kirin lurking in the lightning instantly broke through the clouds and swooped down. It was so fast that it arrived in the blink of an eye, making it impossible for people to escape. Kakashi and the other two turned pale. At the moment when the lightning struck, all they could see was thunder all over the sky. The eardrums also roared directly. The only thought was to close their eyes and wait for death. Boom! The lightning shot up into the sky, bursting like a raging tide. The raging posture swept across everything within a radius of 10,000 meters. Whether it was trees or the rock ninjas who were thinking about escaping on the periphery. Unfortunately, facing the blow in front of them, everything seemed pale and powerless. The overwhelming lightning instantly submerged everyone. The Rocky Mountains were also directly shattered by the violent lightning. It took 1 or 2 minutes for everything to calm down. The accumulated leaden clouds in the sky dissipated, and the wandering lightning disappeared. Only a scorched basin and a messy forest remained. The center hit by the Kylin sank like a funnel. A huge illusory figure stood in the ruins. In addition to Qin Feng, there were Kakashi and 3 others. Okay, if you are not scared to death, open your eyes. Qinyu said lightly. Kakashi and others couldn't help but twitch their muscles. The next moment, they found that there was no pain in their bodies. We are not dead? The attack just now was devastating. Uchiha Obito opened his eyes in a hurry. Looking at the Susanoo that enveloped them, his expression was stiff, and his eye sockets were almost cracked. This scene was too shocking for him. It was it that blocked the attack for us at the critical moment. Nohara Lin's face was also ashen. Looking at the blood-colored Susanoo that enveloped them, they finally understood why Qinyu was called the Blood Ashura. The power of the lightning escape just now was probably Super S level, but this Ashura was unscathed and had a stronger defense. Kakashi's face was livid, and he thought of the fact that he had shown off his so-called Chidori in front of Qinyu not long ago. His cheeks were a little embarrassed. If there was a crack in the ground here, he would have wanted to get into it directly. This is Susanoo, one of the pupil techniques of the Mangekyo. Sharingan. Qinyu said lightly. However, his brows quickly frowned, revealing a look of surprise. Qinyu, are you saying that if I open the Sharingan, I will also get this method? Uchiha Obito said excitedly with a happy face. Kakashi, did you hear that? Our Uchiha clan is like a genius. I will catch up with you soon. Kakashi's expression darkened slightly, and he couldn't help looking into Qinyu's eyes. The moment his eyes met, his whole soul seemed to be pulled by an invisible big hand. It seemed that as long as Qinyu looked at him, his soul would be sucked in. Kakashi, are you okay? Are you scared by my potential? Uchiha Obito patted Kakashi's shoulder and said. It's a rare opportunity to pretend to be powerful, but he didn't want to let it go. Forget it. Kakashi woke up from his trance, glanced at Qinyu, and said, his is not an ordinary Sharingan. If anyone can do it, your Uchiha clan will not be the first to have the title of Blood Shura. I think it takes a very powerful means to reach this point. I'm afraid you won't have the chance to achieve it in your lifetime. You. Uchiha Obito was suddenly angry. But he had no way to refute it. He was not stupid. After Kakashi's words, he clearly understood the key. Chapter 61 Uchiha Madara's Hiding Place. Okay, you wait here for Minato Namikaze to arrive. I'm going to do something else. Chinyu dispersed Susanoo. Kakashi and others froze and asked anxiously, what happened to Chinyu? Did he slip through the net? Chinyu was originally planning to find an excuse, but now Kakashi helped him think about it, and he saved his thoughts. That's right, there were other ninjas just now, watching from a distance, and they didn't enter the attack range. Chinyu nodded and said, however, he should have been hit by the aftermath of the attack and should have been injured. Chinyu, let's go together. Uchiha Obito was the first to lose his temper. Seeing the eagerness on his face, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, are you afraid? Don't you want to open your Sharingan? You have been avoiding fighting, but you will never be able to open it. Facing difficulties and your opponents is the only shortcut to your victory. Chinyu patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder, then looked at Kakashi and said, you are the next captain. I can't use this thunder sword, so I'll give it to you as a gift for your promotion to Jonin. Don't forget Konoha White Fang, but he is above the three ninjas of Konoha. You should have a yardstick in your heart about what is right and what is wrong. Don't forget White Fang's swordsmanship. If you don't want to learn it, you can give it to me. After saying this, the lightning on Chinyu's body surged. The next moment, he disappeared from the spot. He's really gone. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but say. Will Chinyu come back? Facing this, Kakashi and others couldn't help but stiffen their expressions. Chinyu's words just now sounded like he was telling us what to do after his death. Should we go to support them? Nohara Lin couldn't help but ask, White's a team, maybe not as strong as Chinyu, but we can't just leave it alone. Lin is right, let's go and support Chinyu. Uchiha Obito agreed quickly. However, he was stopped by Kakashi as soon as he took a step. Obito, do you think we can handle an opponent that even Chinyu considers difficult? Don't forget, we were completely useless just now. The only thing we can do now is to wait for Minato teacher to come and tell him what happened here. On the other hand, a charred figure emerged from the ground near where Chinyu and the rock ninja fought. His face was full of fear. Almost died. If I hadn't reproduced spores in advance and kept a backup, I would have died under the Kirin just now. Heizetsu's face turned pale. This time, he was staying in the body of an Uegakure ninja, and originally planned to wait for an opportunity to get a descendant of the Uchiha clan to Uchiha Madara. Carry out the next plan. According to the intelligence, he found that 2 members of the Uchiha clan appeared on the battlefield this time. Originally, in his eyes, almost 200 people, to capture just 2 members of the Uchiha clan, is just a piece of cake. So along the way, he kept bewitching the hunters, no matter what the cost, he must catch the enemy. However, what Heizetsu never expected was that this time he not only encountered the recently famous Blood Ashura. With such powerful strength, he killed them all in seconds with just one thunder release ninjutsu. If Heizetsu had not kept a watchful eye in advance, he would probably be dead now. No, you must tell Uchiha Madara to let him know that a terrifying existence has appeared in the Uchiha clan. Black Zetsu looked around, chose the right direction, and fled quickly. In his opinion, Chinyu's strange eyes were probably not much different from Uchiha Madara's. It's really this indestructible cockroach. Chinyu walked out of the dark. Looking at the figure going away, his face showed a playful look. In the original work, after Uchiha Obito was buried by Huoshi's earth split palm, Kakashi counterattacked and encountered a large group of rock ninjas, and then Namikaze Minato rushed to rescue him with the Thunder God technique. Unfortunately, when the battlefield was cleaned up afterwards, Uchiha Obito's body was not found. This made Chinyu guess that Black Zetsu must have been lurking in the basin from the beginning. Perhaps he was possessed by the rock ninja. So, from the beginning, Chinyu was preparing. He was going to give Black Zetsu a big gift, so he used the Thunder Release Kirin. Now he is saving his life, all for the meeting with Uchiha Madara. According to the timeline of the original work, the current Uchiha Madara has already transplanted the Samsara Eye to Nagato. And because of his lifespan and the old injuries left by the battle with the first generation of Hokage that day, his strength is now only 1/10 of what it was. However, this time he was facing a legendary ninja, so Chinyu still planned to be cautious. Otherwise, he would capsize in the ditch, which was not like Chinyu's style of doing things. At the last moment, he would say such words to Kakashi and the others. Half a day later, Chinyu looked at the silent Kyuzagakuer village in front of him, and his expression could not help but stagnate. He finally understood why Kyuzagakuer village did not stop the Uegakuer from borrowing the passage at all. Now that Black Zetsu has fled to this place, I am afraid that this is the hiding place of Uchiha Madara. At the same time, Kyuzagakuer village is still under their control. You guys keep a close eye on it. Now is a critical time. The village chief said that no Konoha ninja or Uegakuer ninja should be allowed to enter the village. A small leader appeared at the entrance of the village and ordered in a deep voice. The two grass ninjas hiding in the dark immediately became alert. However, the next moment, their pupils suddenly shrank. A figure wrapped in lightning appeared in front of the small leader. With a flash of lightning in his right hand, the huge head flew up. Enemy attack! This thought flashed through the minds of the two secret sentries. Just as they were about to send an emergency signal, the figure wrapped in lightning appeared beside them like a ghost. You should also get some sleep. Chinyu's hands turned into hand knives and chopped them directly on the back of their necks. The two of them didn't even have time to scream and fainted directly. After dealing with the ninjas outside, Chinyu didn't stop at all. With a flash of his body, he sneaked into the Kyuzagakuer village like a ghost. Compared with the Konoha village, the Kyuzagakuer village can be a cottage. There should be only more than 1,000 people in the village, and there are only more than 100 people who can be called ninjas. Among them, there are probably less than 1/3 who can stand on their own and become chunin, and it is already very good to have 10 jonin. Therefore, all along, the Kyuzagakuer village has only existed as a buffer zone between Konoha and Uegakuer. This time, they actually did something that allowed the Uegakuer to march straight in, which was completely beyond Konoha's cognition. According to the hypnosis just now, the cave in front is a forbidden area of the Kyuzagakuer village. I'm afraid Uchiha Madara is hiding here. Chinyu said to himself. With his current strength, he can enter and exit Konoha village freely, not to mention Kyuzagakuer. If he was not worried about alerting the enemy and letting Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu escape, he would definitely fight his way in. Let Kyuzagakuer village hand over the people directly. There is a sound, it seems to be Black Zetsu's voice. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and showed a hint of joy. Chapter 62SORRY, I'm too excited. In the dark cave, an old figure sat upright on a chair, his face full of wrinkles, like tree bark, giving people a feeling of dying and dying at any time. It's bad, our plan has been ruined. Black Zetsu rushed in from outside the cave. Uchiha Madara opened his heavy eyelids and frowned. In his memory and settings, Black Zetsu is a replica of his spiritual will, so he should be calm. Now his frightened posture is beyond his control. What happened? Why didn't you bring the person back to me according to the plan? What's the use of you? Uchiha Madara shouted. Black Zetsu's expression froze, and he realized that after walking through the gates of hell, he had completely forgotten his identity. Looking at Uchiha Madara with a slightly angry face, he felt unhappy, but when he thought of resurrecting his old mother, Kagaya Otoji, he clenched his fists a little and calmed down. Lord Madara, I just lost my temper. The plan went wrong. A young man with the same straight-toed Sharingan as you appeared in the Uchiha clan. He not only rescued our target, but also used a powerful lightning escape to kill all the people in the rock village in seconds. If I hadn't kept a backup plan, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to come back to see you. Straight-toed Sharingan? Uchiha Madara's expression changed. The so-called straight-toed Sharingan is just a name for Uchiha Madara, and it also means Mangekyo. However, during this period of lurking, he has been monitoring the Uchiha clan. Except for Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Fugaku, no one has been found to have the potential to have the Mangekyo Sharingan. Moreover, only Uchiha Madara knows the method to open the Mangekyo Sharingan. In the face of the control of the clan, Uchiha Madara has always been selfish and did not leak the method. Otherwise, if everyone has a pair of Mangekyo, then he, Madara, will be worthless. Lord Madara, I just know that the man is called Uchiha Kainu. After I infiltrated the Rock Ninja, I learned that he had shown his true strength for the first time when he fought against the Cloud Ninja and the Mist Ninja at the battlefield of the Northwest Pass of Konoha not long ago. Black Zetsu paused and continued, it seems that he has such a powerful strength because he has opened the Mangekyo Sharingan. He also used Susanoo. Susanoo? Uchiha Madara's face sank and said, I didn't expect him to reach this level. I thought it would take a lot of effort to cultivate a chess piece, but now one has grown up. Black Zetsu, you have to find a way to catch him back for me. Catch him back. Black Zetsu's face changed. This is different from our plan. He has the Manjakaya Sharingan and has opened Susanoo. He has already exerted his Manjakaya Sharingan to the extreme. It is probably difficult to let him use it for us. In Black Zetsu's eyes, the original target Uchiha Obito, but he hasn't even opened his Sharingan yet. Uchiha Chinyu, who suddenly appeared now, is the owner of the Manjakaya Sharingan. Moreover, he also knows the most profound Susanoo, and his record is awesome. At present, with Uchiha Madara and his situation, it is hard to predict the outcome of the fight against Chinyu. Black Zetsu, I find that you seem to be less and less like me. Uchiha Madara said coldly. I am the big black hand behind the scenes over the years. Wars, extermination of clans, killing and looting, that thing escaped my control. As long as you bring Uchiha Chinyu back, I am 100% sure that I can make him kneel here and use him. At this point, Uchiha Madara looked at Black Zetsu, flipped his Sharingan, and said sternly, do you understand? Black Zetsu's expression changed. He knew clearly that if he made abnormal actions again now, with Uchiha Madara's suspicious character, he would definitely suspect him. Once Uchiha Madara knew that he was not his so-called spiritual product at all, I am afraid that the next plan would fail completely. When he thought of this, Black Zetsu's expression changed, and he nodded and said in a deep voice, I will go now. After saying this, Black Zetsu turned around and walked out of the cave. However, as soon as he took a step, the scene he saw shook his nerves. Fire style, great fireball technique. The blazing flames came towards him. The fireball with a diameter of tens of meters rolled up a large heat wave, causing the temperature of the air to surge. The sudden scene shook the nerves of Black Zetsu and Uchiha Madara. In their eyes, there was only one person who could perform the mere fire-style great fireball to this extent. Uchiha Chinyu. Lord Madara. Black Zetsu's face changed, and he only had time to shout urgently, and the huge fireball that was coming towards him quickly enlarged in his pupils. The scorching heat even burned his clothes. Just as he was about to withdraw and retreat, a figure appeared in front of him first. Uchiha Madara looked old, but his movements were still fast. He held the fan of the Uchiha clan in his hand and hit the blazing fireball head-on. Uchiha rebound. The blazing fireball paused for a moment. The next moment, it was bounced out like a cannonball. The speed was even faster than when it attacked, and it directly hit the rocky mountain wall in the distance. Boom! The flames shot up into the sky, shaking the dark valley violently. The ground was directly scorched wherever the fireball passed, and some buildings were burned to ashes. The smell of burning filled the air. In the cave, black scorched earth and smoke rose. Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu stood together, looking at the figure falling outside the cave, their faces darkened. Hehe, sorry, I was too excited. I just heard that you wanted to catch me, so I came here uninvited. Chinyu smiled warmly. I was a little excited, my hand was shaking, and I threw a ball directly. I hope I didn't hurt you by mistake. You. Black Zetsu's face was extremely gloomy. This was the second time that he was almost killed by Chinyu. The first time might be an accident, but the second time was undoubtedly serious. If Uchiha Madara hadn't acted in time, even if he used the substitute spores, he would probably end up seriously injured. What's wrong? Are you angry? Chinyu looked at Black Zetsu with interest and said, you are really lucky. You didn't die in the basin. Now you are attacked head-on and you are saved. You are worthy of being a monster who has lived for 1,000 years. Chapter 63 Why don't you be my little brother? 1,000-year monster? Uchiha Madara's expression changed slightly. Black Zetsu is no exception. This is his secret. If Uchiha Madara is the mastermind behind all the wars, genocide, and killings in the past few decades, then he is the mastermind behind the changes in the ninja world for thousands of years. Whether it is the former opposing Senju clan and Uchiha clan, they are all his masterpieces. It can be said that all this is under his control and is carried out in an orderly manner. No one can detect his existence. However, now Chinyu pointed out this secret as soon as he opened his mouth, which made Black Zetsu a little confused. Is this really known or fake? Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Uchiha Madara said coldly, the Black Zetsu you mentioned is my clone. I am very happy to see you come to me in person. This proves that I did not make a mistake. Child, you should know clearly who I am. I am the Uchiha clan, the greatest and strongest Uchiha Madara, and also your ancestor. I have the strength to rival the god of ninja. Even if Hashirama Senju died, I am still alive. This means that I am the most powerful existence. No one in the ninja world can reach me. At this point, Uchiha Madara's face showed a trace of ferocity. If Hashirama Senju had not died long ago, I, who have a stronger eye technique, would completely defeat him and become the most powerful existence in the entire ninja world. Child, do you want to gain more powerful power than now? As long as you are willing to be my revenge tool, I will tell you the way. The long voice was filled with inexplicable temptation between the lines. If it were placed on any Uchiha clan member, it might work. However, as a time traveler, he is very familiar with Naruto and has a one-click full-level system. To be a younger brother to Uchiha Madara is simply a joke. What's wrong? What are you still considering? Uchiha Madara's face was teasing. In his eyes, the Samsara Eye was superior to the Sharingan. If he hadn't taken the cells of Senju Hashirama by chance, he would never have discovered it. Now using this as a bargaining chip to seduce a junior is enough. Sorry, I'm not interested in the Samsara Eye. Chinyu suddenly spoke. The expressions of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu instantly became stiff, and there was a hint of disbelief in their eyes when they looked at Chinyu. It can be said that the Sharingan can be transformed into the Samsara Eye, which is the biggest secret hidden in the Uchiha clan and the Senju clan. If Uchiha Madara hadn't been lucky, he would have died in the battle that day. Now Chinyu has revealed Uchiha Madara's bargaining chip in one sentence. How can it not make people feel shocked? Boy, what are you talking about? Uchiha Madara's expression became a little more ferocious, and he said, where did you get the news about the Samsara Eye? Is it the information left by Senju Hashirama? In Uchiha Madara's eyes, the only person who can be worthy of his attention is Senju Hashirama. He would not believe that a mere Uchiha clan descendant could know the existence of the Samsara Eye. Guess. Chinyu smiled playfully. Or, if you become my little brother, I might consider restoring you. The small voice made Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's faces change drastically. From the beginning to now, the boy in front of them has completely directly revealed the secrets in their hearts. There is no dragging of the mud, as if he knows everything. If the boy in front of them is an old monster who has lived for decades or even hundreds of years, they may believe that the boy in front of them has been monitoring them for a long time. But the boy in front of them, judging from his bone age, is obviously only 15 or 16 years old, and there is no possibility of monitoring at all. Why does he know so much? What's wrong? Don't you want to? Chinyu smiled playfully, I came here with sincerity. If you don't want to, it will be difficult for me to deal with it. The only way is to kill you. As soon as the voice fell, Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu's expressions sank, and they shouted in unison. Do it! One after another, the figures of White Zetsu appeared behind Chinyu, and there were as many as 30 or 40 of them. As soon as they appeared, they rushed directly to Chinyu. It seems that the negotiation has failed. Chinyu's body crackled with lightning. He stepped down suddenly, and the ground collapsed. Under the violent electric current, the White Zetsu lurking underground was instantly shattered in an instant. At the same time, Uchiha Chinyu disappeared like a ghost, and appeared again in front of Uchiha Madara. Heavy current. He suddenly clasped his fists together, and under the lightning, a burst of electric current of tens of millions of volts burst out. Without any fancy moves, he smashed down Uchiha Madara head-on. What a fast speed! Uchiha Madara's face changed drastically. If it weren't for the Mangekyo Sharingan, he probably wouldn't be able to see Chinyu's movements clearly. This was the Samsara Eye he took from a member of the Uchiha clan after handing it over to Nagato. The power may not be as strong as it was at its peak, but it can still use pupil techniques. Susanoo. The blue pupil power surged wildly, and instantly condensed into ribs on the surface of Uchiha Madara's body to protect him and Black Zetsu. Bang! The lightning hammer fell down with a huge impact force and splashing lightning, like a rumbling thunder. The ground collapsed, and the newly condensed Susanoo instantly sank several dozen centimeters. Cough cough! A violent cough sounded in the dust. Through the translucent Susanoo, Uchiha Madara was clearly seen spitting blood. Hold him! Black Zetsu's face changed drastically. Uchiha Madara is now on his deathbed, and it is good enough that he can survive until now. A large part of the credit is due to the cells of Senju Hashirama, which barely sustain his vitality. If facing an ordinary opponent, with Uchiha Madara's current state, it is not a problem to crush the entire Kusagakuer village. But the one in front of him is a mysterious little devil who has opened the Mangekaya Sharingan and seems to be able to see through everything. It means that this battle is full of variables. Black Zetsu, give me strength. Uchiha Madara wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and roared with a twisted expression. A mere junior dares to be so rude to the ancestors. I want to let you know that there is still a huge gap between the same Mangekaya Sharingan. The hysterical roar made Black Zetsu's nerves suddenly tense. In a sense, it can indeed resonate with Uchiha Madara's cells. It can reach the level of power sharing. However, once this method is used, it means that Uchiha Madara will burn his life and even the final plan cannot be implemented. This will mess up his plan. Chapter 64 Now talking about Mao. Black Zetsu, what are you thinking about? Give me the power quickly. As long as I kill him, the plan can continue. Uchiha Madara roared repeatedly. As an existence that even Senju Hashirama dared not look down on. In such a twilight age, being despised by a junior is simply a huge shame for Uchiha Madara. Hey Zetsu, if this old man kills me, I will kill you too. Think carefully. Chinyu smiled playfully. No, it should be said that whether he kills me or not, you will definitely die. The first half of the speech made Heizetsu seem to have caught a life-saving straw. The second half of the speech made his expression twisted all of a sudden. Just like Uchiha Madara, he has lived for a long time, and when has he ever been despised like this? Most importantly, the secret of his thousands of years of life was not even known to Uchiha Madara, but was revealed by the young man in front of him. This made Heizetsu want to kill. Looking at Chinyu with a playful look on his face, Heizetsu's face became ferocious. Okay, since you want to die, Lord Madara will let you see what despair is. Tree roots shot out from Heizetsu's body and immediately plunged into Uchiha Madara's body. Along with the creeping of the rhizome, a large amount of power, like a tidal wave, poured into Uchiha Madara's body. Ah! Uchiha Madara roared, and his old body gradually regained its youth. The wrinkled skin also became tight. A huge breath swept out with him as the center. Now Uchiha Madara, burning the last of his life, is obviously 10 times stronger than before. Although it is not as strong as the heyday, compared with the pseudo level of hunting, one hand can kill 10 people. Power, this is the feeling of power. Uchiha Madara felt the crazy power in his body, and the murderous intent on his face became even worse. He knew clearly that this was a battle of burning life. The result must be decided as soon as possible. Fire style, great fireball technique. The hot chakra gathered in Uchiha Madara's mouth. The next moment, it was swallowed and spit out in an instant. The hot fireball with a diameter of tens of meters gathered together and rolled towards Chinyu. Good momentum. Chinyu smiled playfully. Is your current strength 1/10 or 1/20th of your peak strength? Can I say that this strength can't defeat me? The small voice almost made Uchiha Madara explode. While his expression was ferocious, he saw the madly spinning chakra ball in Chinyu's hand. Buzz buzz buzz. The sharp and piercing roar made people's eardrums hurt. Is this a madman? He actually honed the form change to the extreme, and then injected the wind escape chakra, and madly mixed the attribute change and form change together. The speed of the rotation and cutting may tear the rock mountain into pieces in an instant. Black Zetsu's face changed drastically. However, as the energy carrier of Uchiha Madara, he could not get away at all. The only thing he could do was to watch the battle obediently. Puff! The wind escape rays Nan in Chinyu's hand suddenly threw it came out and collided with the oncoming fireball instantly. Wind can help fire grow. But if the wind is strong and the fire is weak, the dominant position has obviously changed. The moment the two touched slightly, the hot fireball was instantly cut in half. The flames that collapsed were instantly pulled up by the wind escape rays Nan. Fire is born with wind, and wind helps fire grow. With the two complementing each other, the hot flames instantly rose to the sky. Like a flaming comet falling from the sky, it hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo head-on. Boom! The firestorm rose to the sky, and the violent air waves, mixed with flames and wind blades, crushed everything around. Under this wave of impact, the cave collapsed and was razed to the ground. The surrounding valleys and cliffs seemed to be left with claw marks by a pair of sharp claws, which was shocking. The trees in the entire valley were not spared and were directly broken in half. The surging air wave even pierced through the accumulated clouds in the air. The sudden scene shook the entire Kyuzagakure village. The few remaining jonin in the village, led by an elderly man, hurried over. Looking at the Susanoo that rushed out of the sea of fire. The figure shrouded in it made their expressions change drastically. "Elder, it's Madara-sama." A jonin couldn't hold his breath, and said with a drastic change of expression, "Who is fighting with Madara-sama?" They had already been controlled by Uchiha Madara using the Mangekyou Sharingan. According to Uchiha Madara's plan, as long as he died, this controlled illusion would automatically make these controlled Kyuzagakure village commit suicide. In this way, all the plans can be seamless, and Konoha or Rock Village will have no way to investigate afterwards. However, Chinyu's sudden appearance completely destroyed his overall plan. It's a young man, and he actually used the same eye technique as Madara-sama. A grass ninja's expression changed. Looking at Chinyu who was facing Uchiha Madara from a distance, he was surprised and fanatical. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara was an omnipotent god. The fundamental existence that made them stronger. However, compared with their fanaticism, Uchiha Madara's pupils shrank silently. Resisting the wind-style Raise Nan just now had consumed a lot of his pupil power. I thought this was Chinyu's killer move, but looking at the completely different balls in his left and right hands, his cheeks twitched slightly. As Chinyu said, he temporarily recovered 1/10 of his strength with the help of Black Zetsu's power. At the beginning, Uchiha Madara thought that with Susanoo, he was invincible against a mere junior. With his superb combat experience and various means, it was not a problem to kill this junior. However, after witnessing the power of the wind-style Raise Nan, seeing the water-style Raise Nan and the lightning-style Raise Nan in Chinyu's left and right hands now, his spine felt a chill. "Why aren't you moving?" Chinyu smiled playfully, "If one ball can't solve the problem, then use 2. If that doesn't work, use 3. My good ancestor, do you think this is right?" The small voice gave Uchiha Madara an inexplicable feeling of death urging his life at this moment. Looking at the warm smile on his face, Uchiha Madara had an inexplicable illusion. Compared with him, Chinyu looked more like an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. "Boy, maybe we can talk." Uchiha Madara suddenly spoke. Heiju was startled. He never thought that the dignified Uchiha Madara would say such a thing. However, the next moment, the words that fell into his ears were like thunder and shocked his nerves. "What are you talking about now? I just asked you to be my younger brother. Now let's go to the underworld and keep each other company." As soon as the voice fell, Chinyu threw out the water-style Raise Nan and the wind-style Raise Nan in his hand. If wind and fire complement each other, then water and thunder are no exception. 2 attacks with different attributes, based on the change of the nature of the Raise Nan, launched an attack instantly. The power of the collision was so great that even Chinyu couldn't imagine it. Chapter 65 Heavenly Obstacles and Shocking Stars. In the ruined battlefield, 2 huge illusory bodies faced each other from a distance. Under the shocked eyes of the Kusanagi and Uchiha Madara, Chinyu threw out the water-style Raise Nan and the lightning-style Raise Nan in his hand. The short distance of 100 meters was just a blink of an eye. The 2 Raise Nans instantly hit Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. Perhaps, because it was not in its heyday, the Susanoo summoned by Uchiha Madara only had one head in the 3-faced Shura posture in the original work. Facing the incoming Raise Nan, he only had time to raise his hands to block it. Boom! The explosion sounded like thunder. The 2 forces of thunder and water were exerted to the extreme at this moment. Under the violent force, the water force was compressed by the Raise Nan and turned into countless high-pressure water knives. The thunder attribute chakra turned into countless lightning needles like cow hair. The saturated attack formed by the 2 directly enveloped Uchiha Madara's Susanoo. The power of thunder and water superimposed on each other even crushed everything within a radius of 500 or 600 meters. The oncoming strong wind was more or less mixed with the thunder and water blades. Among them, some grass ninjas who were watching the battle from a distance screamed in surprise, and blood instantly splashed on their bodies. What's more, the whole arm was cut in half. Cut off. Seeing this scene, the face of the old man in the lead changed drastically. The people here are all the elites of their Kyuzagakure village. One less person will die. Everyone retreat. The old man looked at Uchiha Madara who was still in the explosion, a trace of struggle flashed on his face, and he gave an order. As soon as the voice fell, regardless of whether they were injured or not, the Kyuzagaku ninjas withdrew and retreated violently. However, just as they retreated a few steps, the whole person was like a demon, and the whole body suddenly shook violently. In the depths of a pair of eyes, the mark of the Manjakaya Sharingan flashed. Qin Yu also noticed this scene. It seems that all these people were deeply hypnotized by Uchiha Madara. At this critical moment, they were directly used by him. Fire style, Great Fireball. Fire style, Phoenix Flower. Lightning style, Earth Walk. A series of attacks broke out in an instant. Even those seriously injured Kyuzagaku ninjas were no exception, and they didn't care about their injuries at all. In their minds, there was only one voice that kept tempting them to attack. Even if they died, they must not stop. Boom! The sky-high attacks instantly poured down on Susanoo. Unfortunately, the so-called Jounin of Kyuzagaku village were not of high quality, and were forcibly promoted to serve as a facade. At the same time, there was no systematic ninjutsu in Kyuzagaku village. All ninjutsu were copied back, which was half-baked, and the power they could exert was far from the complete version. Qin Yu remembered that in the original work, there was a group of wandering Kyuzagaku ninjas who specialized in stealing other ninjutsu and then adding some miscellaneous experience. In the end, they were all defeated by Kakashi's team. It was a bomber among the miscellaneous troops. When the explosions faded and the flames rolled back, the group of Kyuzagaku ninjas obviously wanted to launch a second wave of attacks. Qin Yu moved as the seals in his hands flew. No. Or rather, he moved his eyelids. The moment his eyes widened, the 9 Megatama Samsara eye spun wildly. The dark flames, like the dark flames from the underworld, suddenly burst out. Amaterasu. Dozens of grass ninjas, including the elder, were instantly swallowed by the black flames. The sudden scene even changed the expression of Uchiha Madara, who was in the explosion. He had never expected that Qin Yu was so cruel at such a young age. Moreover, this opened Manjakaya Sharingan not only possessed Susanoo, but also this ominous black flame, which served as a means of physical attack. Originally, Uchiha Madara was planning to use this group of people to harass Qin Yu. Now it seems that there is no way to use it. Seeing that the last trump card was easily broken by Qin Yu, a trace of madness flashed across Uchiha Madara's face, and he roared ferociously. Boy, you forced me to do this. Since you want me to die, let's go together. Uchiha Madara suddenly put his hands together, and the few chakras in his body were instantly poured into Susanoo. Susanoo, which originally had only one head, suddenly surged in aura. Under the crazy wriggling, 2 other heads appeared in an instant. Roar! A roar like a beast came out of Susanoo's mouth. 6 hands suddenly opened, and the power of the explosion of the thunder water rays Nan that enveloped them was instantly torn apart. Accompanied by Uchiha Madara's hands suddenly put together. The 6 hands of Susanoo also flew up. A series of seals were quickly formed, which made Qin Yu raise his eyebrows and smile helplessly. You old man, even if you die, you won't let me have an easy time. This is the heavenly star. Uchiha Madara's expression froze, and his eyes looking at Qin Yu were a little more surprised. I never thought that Qin Yu knew what ninjutsu he was going to use. However, now that he had used this killing move, Uchiha Madara had already exhausted his last bit of vitality. He could not continue to ask. When he suddenly put his hands together, he was already exhausted, and he closed his eyes and died completely. Boom! In the sky, a low sonic boom suddenly sounded. The huge rock fell from the sky, giving people an inexplicable feeling of oppression. The friction between the meteorite and the air even ignited a blazing flame, which was like covering the sky and the sun for a while. Even tens of thousands of meters away, it could be seen clearly. Damn Uchiha Madara, I must kill him next time we meet. Qin Yu looked at the Tianai Zhensing that was crushing down, and many thoughts flashed through his mind. With his current ninjutsu, there was no way to smash this rock. As for escaping, not to mention that there are hundreds of Kusanagi here, just the diameter of the sky-killing star and the range of the shock wave, it would be very difficult for him to escape unscathed. Shadow Clone Technique. Qin Yu quickly formed 2 surgical seals and instantly split into 10 shadow clones. It's not that Qin Yu doesn't want to split into 2,000 clones in an instant like Uzumaki Naruto. It's just embarrassing, it's a fatal lack of mana. According to Qin Yu's calculation, with his current chakra, he can split into about 200 or 300 clones. However, this will greatly weaken his chakra and he will not be able to perform the next big killer move. looking at the whistling sky-killing star and the noisy escape sounds in the village outside. Qin Yu moved instantly. Chapter 66 Super Wind Style Raise Nan. Qin Yu opened his right hand and the wind style Raise Nan quickly condensed. At the same time, the 10 clones also moved synchronously, frantically pouring wind style chakra into the Raise Nan in Qin Yu's hand. Originally, this was a trick that Qin Yu had assumed, but unfortunately he had not had enough mana and his enemies were not up to par, so he did not develop it and used the system to reach the maximum level with one click. But now facing Uchiha Madara's heavenly star, Qin Yu could only sacrifice his life to accompany the gentleman. With the infusion of wind chakra, the volume of the Raise Nan was rapidly increasing, and in the blink of an eye it became a huge 7 or 8 meters in diameter. The crazy compression and rolling of chakra even stung the skin in Qin Yu's hand. Buzz. With a slight buzzing sound, Qin Yu understood that not only the form change had reached the limit, but also the chakra in his body was almost exhausted. Looking at the flaming meteorite less than 5 kilometers away, Qin Yu threw the super wind shurikens in his hand. Puff. The sound of cloth tearing suddenly sounded. The super wind shurikens, thrown with all Qin Yu's strength, turned into a stream of light and rushed head-on. The distance of 5,000 meters only took a few seconds when the meteorite fell from the sky. The two attacks collided with each other. Boom! The explosion sounded like thunder, tearing the sky and earth apart. The super wind escape Raise Nan instantly turned into hundreds of millions of blades and rushed into the meteorite. The flames and hurricanes rolled back, and the whole world was plunged into a dazzling sea of fire under the flying debris. From a distance, it looked like a fire burning the sky. Qin Yu, who was under the attack, also felt that he couldn't open his eyes. The crushing air waves swept like waves of madness. Boom! When the last roar came from the sky, the stalemate that lasted for more than a minute was broken. The huge meteorite from outer space collapsed and disintegrated, turning into fragments and meteors all over the sky, falling in all directions. Qin Yu, who was under the attack, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The 10 shadow clones beside him had no chakra to support them and dispersed directly. Even the last Susanoo completely dissipated after resisting the flying debris. When everything returned to calm, let alone the canyon was razed to the ground. Even the village outside was devastated. There were cries and shouts rising to the sky, although it could not be called hell on earth. But under this wave of indiscriminate attacks, the damage to the Kusagakure village was undoubtedly greater than that of Qin Yu. 10,000 meters away, Black Zetsu emerged from the darkness and was shocked when he saw the huge meteorite in the sky being smashed by Qin Yu and turned into meteors. He had never expected that the killing move that Uchiha Madara used before his death would be so easily broken. When Qin Yu used the Thunder Water Raise Nan, Uchiha Madara knew that he was no match for Qin Yu with this body alone. So he took the opportunity to let Black Zetsu escape from the battlefield through the underground, and then launched the strongest attack at the moment, intending to kill Qin Yu together. In his eyes, Qin Yu's strength is very good, but he lacks a large-scale and powerful attack method. He should not be able to fight against Tianai Zhenxing, but unfortunately, man's plan is not as good as God's plan. In the end, Qin Yu took a risk and developed a super wind escape Raise Nan shuriken. Uchiha Madara said that if that kid is not dead, he hopes that I will go back to finish him off. Should I go back and take a look now? Black Zetsu couldn't help but mutter to himself. After a slight hesitation, he quickly rejected this idea. Black Zetsu would not be so arrogant as to think that he could fight against an opponent that even Uchiha Madara could not solve. After looking back at the basin where Qin Yu was, Black Zetsu turned around and sneaked underground and left quickly. In the ruins, Qin Yu stayed for a while and sighed helplessly. It seems that Black Zetsu is really timid. He ran away without even looking at the result. From the beginning, Qin Yu had already expected that Black Zetsu would never live and die with Uchiha Madara. Moreover, Uchiha Madara would never miss the opportunity to let Black Zetsu die. He would definitely try to escape from the battlefield. After Qin Yu solved the Tianai Zhenxing, he lifted Susanoo, but he did not really exhaust his pupil power. It was just to induce Black Zetsu. Unfortunately, he failed in the end. However, Black Zetsu was able to live for thousands of years, probably because of his cowardice. By the way, we have to recover Uchiha Madara's body. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. In the future, he will need to transplant the cells of Hashirama Senju to obtain the Samsara Eye. If he can find it on Uchiha Madara's body, it will save him a lot of effort. Unfortunately, no matter how Qin Yu looked for it, Uchiha Madara's body seemed to disappear out of thin air, leaving only some black ashes. There was also a basin flattened by rock fragments. It seems that when Uchiha Madara died, he was still worried that his body would fall into Chinyu's hands, so he destroyed himself in advance. He is indeed a hero. Chinyu gave up the idea of looking for him. Looking at the fragments of daily necessities scattered around, Chinyu's hands flew quickly, and he used the remaining chakra to cast a huge fireball. Added fuel to the fire of the entire ruins. Since Uchiha Madara didn't want him to get something, Chinyu didn't plan to leave some cells for others. He had some ashes that might be Uchiha Madara's burned bones. If a pervert like Kabuto Yakushi or Orochimaru appeared, it would be disgusting to have a reincarnation. After finishing all this, Chinyu did not stay any longer, but turned around and left. A few minutes later, a figure who came in a hurry landed in front of the raging fire, and his pale cheeks had a hint of cyanosis. "Asshole, you are still a step late, otherwise you would know what happened here. Orochimaru has been following Chinyu. Unfortunately, I found some good human specimens, so I went to collect them. I thought that it would only take half a day to leave Chinyu, and I could track him perfectly with the help of the venomous snake. I never thought that I would miss a shocking battle. Although he had arrived 10 minutes ago. But seeing the appearance of Tianai Zhenxing, Orochimaru instantly lost the courage to approach, but instead pulled away. After everything was calm, he dared to take the risk to approach. The meteorite just now, it couldn't be from Uchiha Chinyu's hands. If it was really him, then the next action might have to be changed. Orochimaru's face was livid. After looking around, it was even more ugly. This kid, he didn't even leave a bit of the other party's body, and he deliberately set a fire before leaving. Could it be that he found my trace? In fact, Chinyu did not find the whereabouts of Orochimaru. He had a Mangekyou Sharingan. But he was not a real perception ninja, nor did he have a white eye, so his insight and perception coverage could not reach too far. Not to mention the venomous snakes sent by Orochimaru to track him. He did this purely to be on the safe side. He didn't expect that he really guessed it right. Chapter 68 Namikaze Minato Who Doubts His Life. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for learning the Super Wind style Raise Nan. May I ask if it can be maxed out with one click? The voice of the system sounded in Chinyu's mind, which slowed down his pace. It was the first time that the Super Wind style Raise Nan was cast, so Chinyu needed 10 shadow clones to assist. Now that the first time has been completed, with the help of the one-click max level system. After learning the key to condensing the Super Wind style Raise Nan, then, the next time it is cast, one person will be enough. Maximize it immediately. Chinyu gave the order directly. Ding dang, congratulations to the host, the Super Wind style Raise Nan can be maxed out with one click. Listening to the dissipated system voice, Chinyu exited in the consciousness space. After leaving the Kyuzagakuer village, Chinyu quickly rushed to the Shinryuken bridge. He defeated the large army of hunters, but the task of destroying the Shinryuken bridge has not been completed. According to the inference, Kakashi and his party have now penetrated deep into the enemy's rear and are working to destroy the Shinryuken bridge. Minato, why are you here? Chinyu raised his eyebrows and looked at the sudden appearance of Minato Namikaze, a little surprised. Minato Namikaze's expression stagnated, glanced at the direction of Kyuzagakuer village, and Chinyu, who seemed a little tired in front of him, and his cheek twitched, and he couldn't help but say, Chinyu, don't tell me that the big commotion in the direction of Kyuzagakuer village just now was caused by you. For Minato Namikaze's speculation, Chinyu cursed Uchiha Madara in his heart helplessly. What big move is not released? Such an obvious Tianai Zhenxing. Such a huge posture can be clearly seen from several kilometers away. Now even Minato Namikaze has been provoked, this is not clear even if it is washed away. Can I say it's not? Chinyu touched the tip of his nose helplessly. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes and said, you say that, I am even more suspicious. In this broken place, I can't think of anyone else who can smash such a huge meteorite except you. I'm just curious about who your opponent is. Chinyu was too lazy to refute Namikaze Minato's insistence. Moreover, he also wanted to see how Namikaze Minato would react, so he patted Namikaze Minato's shoulder playfully and said, I'm afraid you won't believe it if I say it. Don't believe it. Namikaze Minato was stunned and said, you have now admitted in disguise that the battle just now was related to you. What else can I not believe? I'm just curious about who can cast that huge meteorite. When Namikaze Minato saw the huge meteorite falling from the sky, he also imagined whether he could fight against it if he was against it. In the end, he just came to a conclusion. Unless the Flying Thunder God barrier is used to transfer this Tianjia Zhenxing, no attack method can destroy it. Moreover, after pondering, Minato Namikaze realized that, apart from the cage who would not easily go on the battlefield, only Uchiha Kainu had the greatest possibility of fighting with such a strong man. So Minato Namikaze decided not to join Kakashi and the others for the time being and come to investigate clearly. After seeing Chinyu, Minato Namikaze became more certain of his guess. All this is definitely related to Uchiha Kainu. But there was one thing that Minato Namikaze did not expect, that is, Chinyu would so easily admit that he was a party to the war. Uchiha Madara. Chinyu smiled warmly. Minato Namikaze's nerves were tense all of a sudden, and his eyes looking at Chinyu had a hint of iron. Chinyu, can't you stop joking? In the notes of the first generation Hokage, Uchiha Madara had already died, how could he fight with you? Minato Namikaze had certainly heard of this legendary ninja. Even the second generation Hokage confirmed his death again and wrote it into Konoha's secret files. Now Chinyu told him that Uchiha Madara was not dead. That was totally unacceptable. If he is still alive. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, forget it, if you don't believe it, forget it. Apart from him, who else has the ability to almost take my life? But let me tell you, the Tianai Zhenxing just now was not the heyday of Uchiha Madara, otherwise you would have to come to collect my body. Looking at Chinyu who seemed to be talking nonsense, Namikaze Minato felt that his brain seemed to be unable to turn. But Chinyu was right. If Uchiha Madara was still alive, it was not impossible for him to fight Chinyu. However, no matter whether it was Uchiha Madara or Uchiha Chinyu, they were from the same clan. Why did they fight? A series of questions flashed through Minato Namikaze's mind, and he began to find that because of this question, his head was fuzzy and he couldn't turn it around at all. Finally, Minato Namikaze smiled bitterly and said, Chinyu, since you said that the opponent is Uchiha Madara, where is he now? In Minato Namikaze's eyes, if Uchiha Madara was really still alive, with his past resentment for Konoha, it would be a huge disaster. Of course I killed the old man. Chinyu patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Even the slag was burned, you don't have to look, the old man is very cunning. Uchiha Madara died? Looking at Chinyu's indifferent look, Minato Namikaze's brain short-circuited. No. It should be said that Minato Namikaze was doubting his life. Uchiha Madara was a figure who could rival the first generation of Hokage. He was a figure that made the 5 major ninja villages tremble in fear. Now Chinyu told him calmly that the old man was dead without even a trace left. This was too hard to accept. Don't believe it. Chinyu rolled his eyes, then forget it, don't ask me again. After a big battle, the chakra in my body has been consumed. I will recover first. When you go back, how you like to report is your business. Whether they believe it or not depends on your explanation. Minato Namikaze was helpless. Even he was doubting his life about this matter. How could he report it without any real evidence? He took a look at Chinyu, who was sitting cross-legged and meditating to recover his chakra. Minato Namikaze sighed secretly, but his expression froze. It's Kakashi and the others who are in trouble. Minato Namikaze quickly fired a Flying Thunder God Kunao. The Flying Thunder God technique engraved on it was red all over and felt hot. This was a pair of special Flying Thunder God Kunao that Minato Namikaze made to protect Kakashi and others. This technique would only be activated when Kakashi took it out to fight the enemy and it was stained with blood and chakra, and he sensed danger. Now this Flying Thunder God Kunao, which was used as a connection, was so hot that it seemed that he was still facing a life and death catastrophe. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and said helplessly, do you need me to go with you? Of course, I would rather consume a little more chakra and keep you under my nose. What if you tell me next time that you fought with the first generation of Hokage, I would doubt my life. How can I report it when I go back? Minato Namikaze grabbed Chinyu's shoulder. The next moment, the Flying Thunder God technique seal on his left hand was formed, and he disappeared from the spot with Chinyu. Perhaps because of the reason of carrying people, the jumping distance of this Flying Thunder God technique is only 20 kilometers at most. After performing 5 or 6 jumps in succession, Minato Namikaze and Chinyu found something wrong as soon as they appeared. Chapter 68 Accidentally Killed 2 Mist Ninjas. Minato-sensei. Kakashi's voice suddenly rang out. Soon, Chinyu had a full view of the whole situation. In addition to the rock ninjas, there were also mist ninjas in the surrounding posture. The leader was Biwajozo, one of the 7 mist ninjas. On the contrary, among the rock ninjas, perhaps because they were deep in the hinterland, there were only a few not-so-famous jonins leading the team. Seeing Chinyu and Minato Namikaze suddenly appear, the faces of the ninjas in the field changed drastically. It's a big deal. It's the Golden Flash Minato Namikaze and the notorious Blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu. Why are they here? It's space ninjutsu. It's rumored that Minato Namikaze is best at space ninjutsu, so he arrived in time. An elder in the village once said that once you encounter Minato Namikaze, who is known as the Golden Flash in Konoha, no matter what mission you are performing, the first thing to do is to run away. The scene was instantly detonated, and all the ninjas' nerves were tense. Looking at the 2 uninvited guests in front of them, the atmosphere in the field became extremely depressing, as if an invisible big hand was tightly grasping their hearts. Run! Someone shouted. The rock ninja and mist ninja, who were watching from all sides, instantly shot out like cannonballs. As the leader of this time, Biwajozo had already taken the lead in fleeing this place after taking another look at Chinyu. At the same time, a mist rolled back and instantly covered the entire forest. Minato, go after the mist ninja quickly, they took Lin away. Uchiha Obito's face was half covered with blood. A hideous wound cut his cheek. However, what attracted Chinyu the most was that Uchiha Obito finally opened the Sharingan. Although it was only the weakest single Megatama, it was already very good. It seems that this time you have turned a disaster into a blessing, and even the Sharingan has been opened. Chinyu patted Uchiha Obito's shoulder and said, don't worry, Lin is not in danger for the time being. Her physique is very special. If I am not mistaken, the Mist Ninja is planning to kidnap Lin and make her the Three Tails Jinchuriki. Jinchuriki? Namikaze Minato is not unfamiliar with this statement. At least, among the people he knows, there is Uzumaki Kushina, who is the Nine Tails Jinchuriki. Now the Mist Ninja plans to kidnap Nohara Lin and make her a Jinchuriki. That ambition is definitely not small. Chinyu, is this true? Go and save Lin quickly, I beg you. Uchiha Obito was anxious. Compared with Kakashi, Nohara Rin is more important in his eyes. Otherwise, he would not have opened the Sharingan. Don't worry, leave the Mist Village to me, Minato, you are responsible for blowing up the Shinryuken Bridge. Chinyu left these words. The arc on his body crackled and echoed, and the next moment his legs kicked suddenly, and the whole person shot out like a cannonball. The speed was so fast that the fog around him rolled back and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Chinyu. Namikaze Minato looked anxious. It sounded ridiculous when he thought of Chinyu mentioning Uchiha Madara just now. However, now he knew that the Mist Village might be a trap. Why did Chinyu still know that the other party wanted to take Nohara Rin away? Moreover, when he mentioned the three-tailed beast, Namikaze Minato's heart suddenly tightened. An even more ridiculous thought flashed through his mind. Chinyu would not plan to attack the tailed beast, right? If Chinyu's opponent just now was really Uchiha Madara, then it might be possible that he would really attack the tailed beast. Thinking of this, Namikaze Minato completely lost his patience. Hurry up, let's blow up the Shinryuken Bridge, and then chase Chinyu. I'm worried about what he will do. Namikaze Minato hurriedly ordered. Teacher Minato, isn't Chinyu going to save Lin? Kakashi couldn't help asking. After seeing Chinyu's methods many times, Kakashi was indeed impressed. It was for this reason that he would let Chinyu chase Nohara Lin and stay to complete the task. Moreover, in Kakashi's mind, the death of his father Hatake Sakumo still affected him. If it was just to save people, I wouldn't worry. Namikaze Minato looked solemn and said, I'm just worried that he will attack the tailed beast of the Mist Village. Once that time comes, the conflict between the two countries will be completely triggered. Attack the tailed beast? Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were stunned. Tailed beasts and Jinchuriki are too far away for them. Most importantly, in their eyes, tailed beasts represent disasters. Jinchuriki have always been hostile and alienated by outsiders. However, now Chinyu actually took the initiative to attack the tailed beasts. If he hadn't heard it with his own ears, he would never believe it. Okay, now is not the time for us to speculate. Destroy the bridge quickly and stop Chinyu immediately. Namikaze Minato shouted urgently. Thousands of meters away from the Konokan bridge. One after another, figures quickly swept out in the mist. The leader was Biwajozo, who was carrying a beheading sword. There were 12 or 13 mist ninjas following closely behind him. Master Jozo, what should we do now? A mist ninja lost his temper. The third generation, but he ordered us to cut the grass and root it out. Now letting the people of Konoha go back alive may affect the plan. Shut up! Biwajozo shouted angrily. The people we are facing now are the Golden Flash and the Bloody Azura. If we face one of them, we can escape unconditionally. If you want to die, you can stay behind. Let's continue to flee separately. After saying this, Biwajozang quickly flipped his hands and formed a series of seals. Mist hiding technique. The mist spread again, occupying the entire forest. Listening to the footsteps scattered around him, Biwajozang secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment, the breath of death that swept through his body from his spine made his muscles tense up. Without time to think about it, he quickly pulled away and dodged. Boom! A flash of lightning suddenly flashed, like a thunder across the sky. Biwajozang only felt a stinging pain on his cheek skin, and then vaguely felt that the big tree in the distance collapsed. Two screams resounded through the world. However, the two screams disappeared in the blink of an eye, causing the mist ninjas who were originally dispersing to stop in their tracks. Facing the mist that filled the entire forest, it seemed as if an invisible big hand had been clenching my heart tightly. I'm sorry, I was on the phone just now and accidentally killed two mist ninjas. Do you mind? Chapter 69, Even if you surrender, you still have to cut two knives. The small voice made people feel an inexplicable chill in this misty forest, rushing straight from the soles of their feet to their foreheads. Biwajozo's face also darkened. Bloody Ashura, don't go too far, otherwise the dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate. 10 days ago, when the vanguard attacked the northwest pass of Konoha and was completely annihilated, Biwajozo was also shocked when the news came back to the Mist Ninja village. He knew clearly that the puffer ghost Zigwashin and Kurokurega, who led the team this time, were not inferior to him in strength among the 7 ninja swordsmen. In some places, they even surpassed him. After all, the masters of the beheading swords of all generations were best at silent assassination. In a head-on confrontation, Biwajozo asked himself that he was indeed not as good as the puffer ghost Zigwashin and Kurokurega. However, even the two of them joined forces and were killed by the Bloody Azura. If it was not necessary, Biwajozo really didn't want to fight Chinyu. Haha, sorry, I just like to close the door and beat the dog. Chinyu smiled warmly and said, besides, I just lack blue. If you don't mind, let me cut it. Wind-style wind breakthrough. Chinyu grabbed it with his backhand, and Same Hada was summoned instantly. Without any fancy moves, he slashed at the foggy forest in front of him. Boom! A knife fell, and the raging wind exploded like a tide, turning into wind blades all over the sky, sweeping out violently. The fog covering the entire world quickly dispersed like a veil that faded away. Some trees were even cut in half by the wind blades. Scatter quickly! Biwajozo roared angrily. In the past, in the vast ninja world, facing the 7 ninja swordsmen, the silent killer Biwa Ghost was notorious. The ninjas of the 5 major countries all fled at the first sign of trouble. However, the current situation has been completely overturned. Seeing the fog dissipate, Biwajozo didn't have time to think about it. He grabbed the mist ninja beside him, threw him behind him, and quickly ran away. Sorry, it's not good to throw garbage casually. The playful voice suddenly came from behind. Chinyu's body was full of lightning, and the whole person turned into a thunder across the sky. The Same Hada in his hand squirmed hideously, and a huge head was thrown into the air. The next moment, the head was caught by Chinyu, and most of the chakra in the body was swallowed by Same Hada before it dissipated between heaven and earth. Hearing the screams from behind, Biwajozo's face suddenly changed. He quickly quickened his pace, intending to escape, but unfortunately his eyes blurred. The figure he least wanted to see blocked him in front of him, and the head in his hand was his subordinate who had just thrown behind him. Please take back your garbage. Chinyu threw the head directly to Biwajozo. Blood, as the world splattered, made Biwajozo's cheeks twitch uncontrollably. The next moment, with a hideous face, he roared angrily. Boy, since you want to force me, then go to hell. Water style, water wave. Biwajozo's hands were flying quickly, and the moment when chakra gathered madly in his hands. A figure wrapped in lightning, like a ghost, appeared in front of him one step ahead. I said, when there is more land, let me cut it first. Qin Yu smiled playfully. The same hata in his hand chopped towards Biwajozo. The sudden scene made Biwajozo's cheek change drastically. Without time to think, he quickly dispersed the gathered chakra, raised the beheading sword in his hand, and blocked it head-on. Bang! A dull collision sound suddenly echoed. Under the impact of the huge force, Biwajozo flew backwards. Finally, he hit a big tree 7 or 8 meters away, and barely stopped his body. What a great strength, what a superb swordsmanship! At the moment of the collision just now, the position of the same hata in Qin Yu's hand was obviously a beheading sword, and the power was the weakest, near the handle. He was able to change the target of attack in an instant. This was completely beyond Biwajozo's understanding of Qin Yu. In his eyes, Qin Yu's strength was very strong. But it was obviously very difficult to control a large weapon like same hata. After all, in the original work, there was only one person who could control 7 ninja swords at the same time. That was Hojiki Gengetsu. So even if Biwajozo got the same hata in Qin Yu's hand, he would definitely not be able to exert such power in Qin Yu's hands. Haha, thank you for your chakra. Qin Yu did not rush to chase. The previous knife was a change slash with the help of Konoha-style Sanriku dance. Not only did he use the weakness of the beheading sword to repel Biwajozo, but he also gave Same Hata enough time to plunder half of Biwajozo's condensed chakra. Listening to Same Hata's biting sound and the chakra transmitted through the handle, the dry cells in Qin Yu's body gradually filled up with chakra. It felt like a long drought and finally a sweet dew. Although the amount was not much, the quality was good. Biwajozo's face turned pale, and he couldn't help but clench the beheading sword in his hand when he saw Qin Yu. He felt more directly about the plunder of chakra. According to the calculation of the previous knife, if he was hit by about 10 more knives, I'm afraid Biwajozo's chakra would also be plundered. Master Jozo, what should we do now? Standing behind him, the mist ninja who dared not move for a long time watched Biwajozo, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, being suppressed by him. Completely overturned their cognition. Originally, they had doubts about the so-called blood Ashura. But now it was obviously swept away, and completely replaced by fear. Shut up! Feeling the urgent eyes around him, a trace of ferocity flashed across Biwajozo's face. The next moment, he instantly performed the body flickering technique and disappeared from the spot. Watching this scene, Qin Yu's nerves were slightly tense, but soon he showed an interested smile. Biwajozo, who disappeared from the air, not only did not sneak attack. Instead, he appeared in front of the 3 mist ninjas behind him in a flash. The beheading sword in his hand was suddenly raised, and the 3 heads were thrown directly into the air with an expression of disbelief on their faces. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. The remaining 7 or 8 mist ninjas lost their patience and turned to flee. However, Biwajozang obviously had no intention of giving up. As soon as he took a step, the instant god technique was launched again, turning into a residual shadow and chasing out. After just 2 or 3 minutes, Qin Yu saw Biwajozang coming back with 7 heads. I am willing to surrender. Biwajozang said gloomily. Surrender. Qin Yu smiled warmly. You killed all of them without saying a word. Before surrendering, let me cut them twice. Chapter 70 The Most Mysterious Third Mizu Cage. I have to cut him twice even if I surrender? Biwajozo's face suddenly turned pale. He was a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen after all. In order to save his life, he took the initiative to kill all his men and made a pledge of surrender. However, now Qin Yu actually cut him twice, which was simply a shame. However, when he thought of the pufferfish ghost Watermelon Mountain and Black Ho Thunder Fang who died at the hands of Qin Yu, Biwajozo's face changed and he gritted his teeth and said, Okay, I'll let you cut me twice and give you some chakra. But, you must keep your promise. As soon as the words fell, a trace of determination flashed across Biwajozo's face, and he thrust the beheading sword into the ground with his backhand. He looked like a fish on a chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. Haha, it's just a joke, you don't have to take it too seriously, but if you choose to surrender, I still have to leave something for you. Qin Yu smiled playfully, and the blood-red light quickly spread in his pupils. Biwajozang's expression froze, and the moment he met Qin Yu's gaze, he immediately cried out that it was not good. Unfortunately, before he could react at all, his entire soul seemed to be pulled out. It was directly sucked into the 9 Megatama Sharingan. However, this strange feeling soon dissipated. After the world was spinning, Biwajo Zhang barely woke up. The whole person seemed to fall into the water, and his whole body was wet. Even the clothes on his back were soaked. Looking at Qin Yu's blood-red eyes, his nerves were tense, and he quickly lowered his head. Don't worry, I just left a hypnotic suggestion in your deep consciousness. Unless you can meet someone with stronger illusion than me, don't think you can solve it. Qin Yu smiled and patted Biwajo Zhang's shoulder. However, I am a good person. As long as you don't betray me casually, I won't kill you. Hearing this, Biwajo Zhang's face froze, but he remained silent. Giving people this kind of illusion hypnotic suggestion can still be considered a good person. Then there are probably no bad people in this world. What's more, in his personal experience, Qin Yu's eyes almost made him fall in the illusion hypnosis space. Biwajo Zhang finally understood why Ziguishan Pufferfish Ghost and Hei Chu Leia were killed. This kind of existence is not something they can fight against. When he thought that Qin Yu had hypnotized him in the deep level of his consciousness, Biwajo Zhang gritted his teeth and finally gave up even the last bit of pride. Sir, Biwajo Zhang will never betray you. If you want to find the girl who was taken away, I can lead you. Qin Yu didn't care when he saw Biwajo Zhang, who had become a shaking grass in an instant. In a world where the strong prey on the weak and the bigger the fist, the more reasonable it is. If you can't win, there are only two choices. One is death. The other is to become someone else's appendage. It can be said that Biwajo Zhang is a smart person who knows how to judge the situation. Otherwise, Qin Yu doesn't mind beating him half crippled and then asking about the matter clearly. I want to know where the three-tailed beast is. Qin Yu went straight to the point. Biwajo Zhang's face changed. I thought Qin Yu was just going to save people, and didn't expect that he would plan to attack the three-tailed beast. However, thinking of Qin Yu's powerful illusion just now and his rumored strength, it is not impossible for him to covet the existence of the tailed beast. Sir, the 3 tails and the 6 tails do exist in our mist village, but except for Yujao, who has always left the village, the whereabouts of the 3 tails have never appeared. Biwajo Zhang said in a deep voice. Never appeared? Qin Yu raised his eyebrows. The timeline of Naruto he was in was more than 10 years different from the original. He only knew that Nohara-rin was abducted and then became the Jinchuriki of the 3 tails. Originally, the Mist Village planned to remove the seal in Nohara-rin's body after she returned to Konoha village, and release the 3 tails to cause great damage, so as to attract Konoha's rear. Draw a heavy stroke for this war. Unfortunately, Nohara-rin was killed by Kakashi in the middle of the war, causing the plan to fail. The 3 tails was eventually sealed in the body of the 4th Mizukage Yagura. As for what happened before this, Qin Yu didn't know. Now that Biwajo Zhang mentioned it, Qin Yu noticed something wrong. In the original work, the 1st generation Mizukage, the 2nd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Mizukage all appeared. Only the 3rd generation Mizukage only appeared for a short while and then disappeared directly. He didn't even have a name. Qin Yu once suspected that the 3rd generation Mizukage might be the 3-tailed Jinchuriki. If the 3rd generation Mizukage is the Jinchuriki, due to special reasons, like Uzumaki Mito, he needs to change the Jinchuriki container. So the target was transferred to Nohara-rin and the rear attack plan was implemented. This process led to the death of the 3rd generation Mizukage, and the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura naturally came to the stage. It was precisely because of the absence of the 3rd generation Mizukage that the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura was easily controlled by Uchiha Obito. Then the Blood Mist Village was intensified and the tyranny was implemented, so no one took action to stop it. Juzo, do you know where the 3rd generation Mizukage is? Take me to see it. Qin Yu said lightly. Loquat Juzo couldn't help but be startled. Sir, the 3 Mizukages are also very mysterious in the Mist Village and rarely appear. But now that you mention it, I also suspect that the 3rd Mizukage is the Jinchuriki. He is now in the East Lake in the Mist Village. I will take you there now. Biwajozo did not hesitate at all. He was worried that if he was half a beat slower, Qin Yu would directly cut him in the back. Let's go. Qin Yu did not hesitate. If the 3rd Mizukage was really the 3 tails Jinchuriki, then Nohara-rin would definitely appear. Where is it? We can rescue them when the time comes. Qin Yu's first priority now is to solve the problem of lack of mana. In the land of water, Donjol Lake. This is a huge lake that you can't see the end of. Dozens of figures rushed out of the woods and soon landed on a rock cliff similar to an altar. Looking down, it was a cliff hit by waves. 3 huge stone pillars, 20 to 30 meters high. The rocky ground around was engraved with strange sealing techniques. A man in a cloak was sitting cross-legged here. 3rd generation Mizukage, we brought the people back. A man with a fancy mask said in a deep voice. It's good to bring them back. The voice of the 3rd generation Mizukage was unusually hoarse, giving people an inexplicable harsh feeling. The moment he suddenly raised his head, he revealed a face full of terrifying scales, and even the ninjas present couldn't help but retreat half a step. Don't be afraid, this is the backlash of the tailed beast, the seal in my body can no longer suppress it. The hoarse voice of the 3rd Mizukage sounded again. I originally planned to transfer the tailed beast directly into Yagura's body, but I didn't expect that the battle at the Northwest Pass would cause our mist village to suffer heavy losses. The daimyo is furious. If our plan fails this time, our mist village will lose the daimyo's trust. The faces of the ninjas present couldn't help but change, and the leading mist ninja couldn't help but say, 3rd generation, is the battle at the Northwest Pass true? Is there really such a terrifying existence in Konoha? What if he appears on the battlefield, do we have a good chance of winning? Even the most notorious 7 mist ninjas in the mist village were killed. For these ninjas without titles, Chinyu is a complete nightmare. Chapter 71 Lend me your chakra. Humph, you really ruined the reputation of our mist village. A masked ninja walked out from the dark. It's Lord Kurisan Kushimaru of the 7. The leading mist ninja showed joy on his face. In the battle at the Northwest Pass, Zigwashin Pufferfish Ghost and Kurakurega were killed. However, the appearance of Kurisan Kushimaru, one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, was still a shot in the arm for them. Humph, there are also differences in strength among the 7. Zigwashin and Rega can only be regarded as inferior. How can they compare with me? Kurisan Kushimaru said coldly. Biwajozo, who is on a mission this time, is even more skilled in silent killing. If he and I join forces, even if that person comes, he will die. Listening to this boasting, everyone did not dare to act rashly. Biwajozo is good at beheading swords, and with the silent killing technique of the mist hidden art, he can kill people without being seen. However, this method, if combined with Kurishan Kushimaru's long sword and sewing needle, will be even more powerful. Who would find the steel wire as big as a hair under the ground spider suture performed by the long sword and sewing needle in the mist? If he is discovered, it is probably time to separate his head from his body. Kurihan Kushimaru, you are bragging about me again. Biwajozo's voice suddenly came. While the nerves of the mist ninjas were tense, they soon saw a figure rushing out of the woods. It's Master Jozo. The leading senior ninja flashed with joy in his eyes. Just now, during the capture, Biwajozo was the rear guard, and they were worried about encountering some danger. Now Biwajozo can come back alive to join them, which means that the mission is perfectly completed. Jozo, you are still dilly-dallying. It takes so much time to deal with a few little devils from Konoha. Kurisan Kushimaru said unhappily, you left no one alive. If you owe me something, maybe I can help you clean up the mess. In the eyes of the outside world, the 7 ninja swordsmen seem to be a group. However, the Mist Village advocates that the strong are respected, and there is also the title of Blood Mist Village, so there are still many open and secret struggles among the 7 ninja swordsmen. It is indeed owed something. Biwajozo landed on the side of Kurisan Kushimaru, and his 5 fingers suddenly clenched the beheading sword. He chopped directly at Kurisan Kushimaru. I still owe you this head. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. At such a close distance, even Kurisan Kushimaru couldn't react for a while. He could only hastily raise the long sword and sewing needle in his hand to block. However, facing the powerful beheading sword, this defense was obviously insufficient. With one strike, half of his neck might be scrapped. 3 tails. The 3rd Mizukage shouted angrily. A scarlet tail rushed out of his body and directly hit the beheading sword. Bang! A crisp metal collision sound suddenly rang out. The power of the tailed beast was so great that the beheading sword in Biwajozo's hand almost flew out of his hand. After a missed strike, Biwajozo had no time to think about it, and quickly performed the mist hidden technique, pulling away and retreating quickly. Jozo, who gave you the confidence to assassinate me? It's too late to leave now. Kurishan Kushimaru shouted in shame and anger. A moment ago, he was still boasting that he could easily assassinate the enemy by joining forces with Biwajozo. He never thought that the slap in the face would be so fast, and there was a snapping sound directly. Ninjutsu Earth Spider Stitch. The long sword stitch in Kurishan Kushimaru's hand flew out of his hand instantly. Steel wires were like spider webs, wrapping around Biwajozo's body. Wind style, wind breakthrough. The third Mizukage also attacked, and the flying seals fell. The sky was covered with the mist was blown away in an instant. Seeing the figure of Biwajozo, he rushed out 7 or 8 steps, his face showed joy, but his pupils suddenly shrank. A ghostly figure appeared in front of Kurishan Kushimaru. The ferocious blade in his hand was Samehada. "Lend me your chakra, my friend." Chinyu smiled playfully, and his right hand muscles bulged, and his strength suddenly surged. The Samehada in his hand chopped towards Kurishan Kushimaru. Puff! Blood splattered, and the huge head flew directly. He just shot out the long knife and sewing needle in his hand, and he didn't think that there would be a figure hidden in the mist. Moreover, the sword Samehada of the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Demon was held by this person. Does this mean that the person in front of him is the rumored bloody Ajura Uchiha Chinyu? Too young. This was the last thought that flashed through Kurishan Kushimaru's mind. Looking at the young man in front of him, the sky and the earth kept turning, and Kurisan Kushimaru's head fell heavily to the ground. Dead. The faces of the mist ninja present changed drastically. The moment before, Kurisan Kushimaru, who was still boasting that he was fearless, was killed in one encounter. This is too shocking. Chinyu, you are here. Nohara Lin was awakened from her coma. The moment she saw the figure in front of her clearly, tears filled her eyes. When she went to the battlefield, Nohara Lin had made up her mind to die. When she was caught, she had already been aware of death. But at the critical moment, she was rescued by someone, and this feeling cannot be described in words. At least at this moment, Nohara Lin's heart seemed to be urged by an invisible big hand. Yes, it's the blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu. Oh my god, how did he appear here? Is he the killer god at the Northwest Pass? The scene suddenly became chaotic. The surrounding mist ninjas pulled back one after another. At this moment, in their eyes, only by the side of the third Mizukage can they feel a sense of security. Crack! The sound of chewing came from Samehada. Chakra was transported into Chinyu's body by Samehada, feeling the chakra gradually filling up. Chinyu did not continue to chase, but looked at the third Mizukage not far away. In the Mist Ninja village, the third Mizukage is the most mysterious, but he was chosen to become the third Mizukage when the second Mizukage and the second Tsuchikage died together. His strength is definitely the best among the cage level. However, looking at that face full of scales, Chinyu finally understood why the third Mizukage has always remained mysterious. So, you are a failed Jinchuriki. Chinyu said lightly. As soon as these words fell, many people's nerves were tense. Even Biwajozang was no exception. Chapter 72. Do you want me to be the Mizukage? Boss, why do you say that? Biwajozang lost his temper. He surrendered to Chinyu as a younger brother. However, he is still one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, Biwajozang is also very interested in the third Mizukage who has always maintained a sense of mystery. After all, in the Mist Village, the strong are respected, and each of the 7 ninja swordsmen has an unruly heart. They also feel dissatisfied with the third Mizukage who always maintains a so-called sense of mystery. Now Chinyu suddenly told them that the third Mizukage was a failed Jinchuriki, which obviously touched their brains. I didn't expect that even the always unruly Biwajozo surrendered. It seems that I really underestimated you. The hoarse voice of the third Mizukage sounded. When he looked up suddenly, his cloak was lifted by the wind, revealing a face covered with scales. It gave people the feeling of a fish man. Is this the true face of the third Mizukage? The expressions of the mist ninjas present changed drastically, and some of them couldn't hold back and took a half step back. Seeing this scene, even Biwajozo's pupils couldn't help shrinking. Hehe, no wonder you are so anxious to kidnap Nohara Lin and take such a big risk to sneak into the hinterland of the land of earth. Chinyu didn't feel surprised and said, it seems that the seal in your body can't hold for long, and it will soon be backfired by the tailed beast. There is also a small country between the land of water and the land of earth. It is enough to prove the seriousness of the situation to sneak in to catch people. Moreover, in the original work, after Nohara Rin failed as a weapon of the tailed beast, the 4th generation Mizukage Yagura directly inherited it. Chinyu guessed that something was wrong. Now it seems that Meng was probably right. Are you the hidden genius of Konoha, the blood Ashura Uchiha Chinyu? The third-generation Mizukage did not care about his appearance, raised his green eyes, and said, "Among the young people, you are really good. You can see that there is a problem with my seal. If you are from our mist village, how great it would be." The inexplicable words made the people in the field startled. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, "Lord Mizukage, are you planning to recruit me to the Kirigakure and give me the position of the fourth Mizukage? That's a good offer. Haha, you are indeed a smart person, but you are not from our village after all, and your Uchiha clan has a lot of scandals and is also a difficult role in Konoha. If I give you the position of Mizukage, I'm afraid the Kirigakure will have to change to another village." The third Mizukage shook his head and said, "Although, the position of Mizukage cannot be given to you, but as long as you join our mist village, I can make you the Grand Elder and exercise the greatest power under the Mizukage, including the power of life and death." As soon as these words fell, the faces of the mist ninjas in the field suddenly changed. Even among the 7 ninja swordsmen, Zigwashan Pufferfish Ghost, Kurikurega, and Kurishan Kushimaru were killed by Qin Yu easily. The unruly Biwajozo also surrendered willingly. There are only 3 people left in the 7 ninja swordsmen. Now let Qin Yu become the Grand Elder of the Water Country and exercise the power of life and death. This is simply a nightmare for them. Boy, have you thought about it? The third Mizukage spoke again. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, "It seems that I am still underestimated. A mere broken village can't satisfy my ambitions at all. My goal is the entire ninja world. No, it should be said that my goal is not limited to this world." Crazy. Hearing this, the only thought flashed through everyone's mind. He refused even such a good thing, and at the same time openly said such crazy words. That would challenge the authority of the entire ninja world. The expression of the third Mizukage also changed slightly, his face sank, and he said, "Boy, you are too arrogant, it seems that we can't talk." "Yes, we can't talk, so should we do something?" Qin Yu said playfully. Such a provocative move made the third Mizukage's face gloomy to the extreme, murderous intent flashed in his pupils, and he roared angrily. "Well, since we can't talk, then you will die with me." Roar! A deafening roar suddenly came from the body of the third Mizukage. The next moment, 3 tails like long whips shot out from behind and whipped Qin Yu directly. With one move, he completely transformed into a tailed beast. No. It should be said that the third Mizukage obviously intended to give up suppressing the tailed beast and let it run wild. The sudden attack was so powerful. And during the whipping process, the tail was still expanding. "Boss, be careful." Biwajozo's face changed drastically. Facing the liberation of the 3 tails, he had the urge to support, but facing the fierce power of the tailed beast, it was obviously not something he could fight against. "Back off, this tailed beast is interesting, you can play with it." Qin Yu smiled playfully. The 9 Megatama Sharingan suddenly turned, and the blood-colored pupil power surged out like a raging tide, instantly turning into Susanoo. Bang! 3 thick tails, like iron whips, hit Susanoo hard. The huge impact force rolled up a gust of wind, and even the surrounding trees were shaken. However, facing this attack, not to mention Qin Yu who was in Susanoo, even Susanoo could not be shaken. Black Flame Blade, Garuda. Qin Yu's thoughts moved, and the 9 Megatama Sharingan spun wildly. The black flames on Susanoo's right hand surged, and a blade burning with blazing flames instantly condensed. Without any fancy moves, he slashed at the 3 tails directly. The sudden attack made the pupils of the third Mizukage flash a trace of surprise. He didn't have time to think about it, and quickly pulled the tail back. At the same time, his mouth opened, and the huge chakra infused it like a tidal wave. Water escape great waterfall technique. Endless water, like a raging tide, rushed towards the black flames. However, with a slight touch, the endless river water was instantly evaporated, and the black flame blade chased one of the tails. Puff! The sound of cloth tearing sounded silently. The sharpness of the black flame blade surprised even Qin Yu. Although he had seen Uchiha Sasuke use Amaterasu as an arrow in the original work, he did not expect the power to be so strong. No. It should be said that the power now is stronger than that of Uchiha Sasuke. The huge tail was cut in half. The black flames spread quickly to both sides like maggots on the toe bones. Roar! The scorching heat and the piercing pain made the 3-tailed Isabu roar like crazy. Just now he occupied the entire will of the third Mizukage. However, he only showed the state of half Jinchuriki. In the eyes of the three-tailed Isabu, facing a mere brat, this was enough. It never thought that the slap in the face would come so quickly. Chapter 73. Even the tailed beasts are not taken seriously. On the cliff, 2.5 tails are rolling wildly, under the impact of endless sea water. The jumping black flames have no signs of extinguishing. Under the impact of a large number of water waves, the speed of spread has slowed down, but if it continues, I am afraid that not only the tail will be lost, but even his life will be no exception. Ahem, I advise you to cut off the tail like a gecko. As a tailed beast, you will be able to recover soon. Qin Yu coughed dryly and acted like a good guy. Of course, if the two-tailed cat doesn't mind, you can also make a guest appearance. The voice was not loud, as if it was infused with magic sound, echoing throughout the world. The mist ninjas who hurriedly fled to a distance and even Biwajozo were stunned. All along, in their cognition, every riot of the tailed beasts was like destroying the world. Even many elders and elite ninjas in the village paid their lives to barely suppress it. However, now Qin Yu teased the tailed beasts in full view of the public. That kind of nonchalant attitude made them feel like they were in a dream. If they hadn't taken into account the seriousness of the occasion, I'm afraid they couldn't help but lead a slap on the face to see if he is dreaming. Boy, you are looking for death. The three-tailed Isabu roared repeatedly. Like a thunder explosion, the entire lake surface was shaken by endless ripples. Under the sound waves, it hurts the eardrums. However, this kind of backbone can't last for more than 3 seconds. Under the chakra infusion in the mouth of the three-tailed Isabu, a high-pressure water knife spewed out, instantly cutting off the tail wrapped in black flames. The blood was dripping, dyeing the entire lake red. Looking at the three-tailed Isabu who really chose the gecko tail, the people in the field were confused. Is this still a tailed beast? Where is the dignity of the tailed beast? No. It should be said that where did the fierceness of the tailed beast go? Feeling the changes in the eyes around him, the three-tailed Isabu's cheeks were also twitching. Looking at Qin Yu who was close at hand, he completely ran away. Roar! The roar that seemed like crazy suddenly echoed. As the three tails grew rapidly, the figure of the third Mizu cage was squeezed and exploded, turning into a blood mist that dissipated between heaven and earth. The ferocious body of dozens of meters quickly appeared in everyone's eyes. The blood-red eyes stared at Qin Yu. The bloody mouth opened and started with a big move to express the resentment in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. 3 water bombs shot out instantly. At a close distance, the speed was so fast that people could not hide. Come on! Qin Yu smiled playfully, but behind Susanoo, a pair of wings instantly spread out, and directly blocked in front. Boom! 3 earth-shaking explosions suddenly echoed. The splashing water waves rushed to the world, ravaging the whole world like a rainstorm. The Mist Ninja and Biwajozo in the distance were the first to bear the brunt of the impact of these water flows, and they all used ninjutsu to block them. However, at this life-threatening moment, they were still unwilling to let their eyes leave the battlefield for a moment, fearing that they would miss this amazing battle. They were eager to see what confidence Qin Yu had to say such a teasing remark in the face of the legendary tailed beast. The water splashed down from the sky, and the figure of Susanoo appeared again. Facing such a bombardment, Susanoo's defense was obviously not so easy to break. However, Qin Yu had just fought with Uchiha Madara, and his pupil power and chakra were also consumed a lot. If he continued to fight a protracted war, it would obviously be disadvantageous. If his brain was not filled with water, he would never fight with the tailed beast with more chakra. Boy, if you have the guts, don't hide in the tortoise shell. The three-tailed Isabu roared like thunder. Ahem, do you have cognitive impairment? You seem to be the cuckold. Qin Yu coughed dryly and said, but don't say I bullied you. As long as you defeat my men, I will stand there and let you beat me. The inexplicable words made Biwajozo's spine suddenly cold. The Mist Ninja standing not far from him also pulled away. In their eyes, looking around the whole place, only Biwajozo was Qin Yu's subordinate. Looking at the ninja world, the 7 ninja swordsmen may be a bit awesome. But in front of the three-tailed beast, they are just scum. Now being pushed out to fight, there is only one result. Being cannon fodder. Jozo, don't look so sad, you can't get into this situation. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. He put his right index finger in his mouth and bit it. At the moment when blood gushed out, he drew a line on his palm and his hands turned over and sealed like wheels. Is it the summoning technique? Biwajozo breathed a sigh of relief, but was also secretly surprised. In his eyes, many people can summon the spirit. But there are probably very few spirit beasts that can summon spirits to fight against the tailed beasts, right? Sanwei Isabu was stunned at first, and then laughed unscrupulously. Boy, you are going to use this little trick to deal with me. This is too much of a contempt for me. If you can really summon something, I will give you a pair of hands. The huge voice echoed between heaven and earth. Qin Yu smiled playfully and said, I'm only afraid of you. I will hate that my tail is not enough later. The summoning technique. As soon as the voice fell, Qin Yu slapped the ground with his right hand. Boom! The mysterious summoning seal quickly spread to the surroundings, and the next moment the smoke that soared into the sky was stirred. 3 huge bodies, like iron towers, are shocking. Seeing the summoned beast whose size was no less than that of the 3-tailed beast, not to mention that the beheading sword in Biwachozo's hand fell to the ground in shock. Even the 3-tailed Isabu almost bit his tongue. Boy, you summoned us again so quickly, this is not a game. If there is nothing important, don't blame us for turning against each other. Gamabunta exhaled a puff of smoke and stared at Qin Yu with narrowed eyes. However, compared with it, Gamaken and Gamahiro's pupils suddenly shrank. Hehe, I like what you said, Bunta. You don't even take the tailed beast seriously. This courage is worthy of the boss of Mayaboku Mountain. The rest of the things, you 3 will solve it. Don't beat it to death. Leave some breath for me. I want to capture it alive. Qin Yu coughed dryly and said with a smile. Gamabunta was confused. It only now felt that there was a dead silence in the air just now. He hurriedly turned back to follow the gazes of Gamaken and Gamahiro, and the confused look of Sanwei Isabu caught his eye first. At this moment, they felt a sense of sympathy. They were all tricked. At this moment, Sanwei Isabu wanted to swallow back what he had just said, because he was slapped in the face too quickly. It might not be afraid of the ugly toad in front of it in a one-on-one fight. But now it summoned 3 of them at once, and this strength should not be underestimated. And the leader of the team, Gamabunta, in the original work even the one-tailed Shikaku was beaten. When it appeared, both sides recognized it. It seems that in the original work, Gamabunta fought many tailed beasts. Perhaps, during the Second World War of the Ninja World, Jiraiya had it fight against the tailed beasts. However, compared with the past, Gamabunta felt a little sympathy for the 3-tailed Isabu. It is already very good for ordinary people to summon one of them at a time. Now Qin Yu summoned the 3 major forces of Mayaboku Mountain to help, and the next step is inevitable to team up and beat the lone. The action of beating the tailed beast. Chapter 74. The tailed beast is also afraid of being beaten up. On the huge rock cliff. The huge body of the 3-tailed beasts, which is not inferior to the 3-tailed beasts, is staring at the pitiful tailed beast in front of him. The Mist Ninja and Biwachozo in the distance are also confused. At this moment, they finally understood a truth. It is better to offend the Golden Flash than the Bloody Ashura. Facing the tailed beasts, Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God technique may not be of much use. But facing Qin Yu's endless means. Summoning the 3 summoned beasts at once, how can this tailed beast live? Boy, are you trying to trick us? Gamabunta didn't even have the mood to smoke a pipe. He just boasted and was hit by the boast. Looking at the confused face of the 3-tailed beast, he was not at ease. After all, this is a real tailed beast. Bunta, you have boasted, even if you kneel, you have to take up the matter, otherwise you will lose the face of the 2 adults, Fukasaku and Shima. Qin Yu said with a smile. The 3 toads' faces changed, and their eyes looking at Qin Yu were a little more shocked. You actually know the existence of the 2 adults? Gamabunta said anxiously. In Mayaboku Mountain, the 3 great immortals are mysterious existences, and ordinary people can hardly know them. Among the many summoning contract holders, only Jiraiya knew. This led to the fact that in the original work, after Jiraiya died, if Fukasaku had not come to him personally, he might not even know what a sage is. You bastards, how dare you ignore me? The 3-tailed Isabu roared. As a dignified tailed beast, it has always been feared by people. When has it ever been ignored? Under the crazy surge of huge chakra, the 3-tailed Isabu suddenly opened his bloody mouth. Tailed beast pill. Endless chakra was madly infused, and an indescribable dangerous atmosphere spread. What nonsense, let's talk about it later, let's solve it for me first. Qin Yu said lightly. Gamabunta was about to say something, then snorted coldly and said, Ken, Guang, your actions are not slow, we will implement special tactics. Got it. Toad Ken and Toad Guang agreed in unison. Compared with Toad Bunta, they seemed more honest. Looking for death. The three-tailed beast roared repeatedly. As a tailed beast, it was a shame to be despised by three summoning beasts. The tailed beast jade accumulated in the mouth exploded. Puff! The huge water ball with a diameter of 7 or 8 meters instantly penetrated the air and shot towards the three big toads in a crushing posture. Do it! Gamabunta shouted coldly. The three big toads were originally known for their strong jumping ability. Under the huge explosion, the cliff, which was originally under great pressure, broke with this kick. At the same time as the three figures soared into the sky, after the three-tailed beast jade was shot out of its mouth, the huge body fell directly into the lake below. Boom! The tailed beast jade instantly fell into the air and hit the distant mountain. Endless water waves fell from the sky like a rainstorm. The wind and waves made Biwajizo and other mist ninjas unable to even stand. Some trees that only adults could hug could not withstand such an impact and were directly cut in half. The rain that rushed in front of them destroyed half of the mountain in an instant. This was a fight between gods, and they, the mortals, suffered. Not everyone could hide in Susanoo like Chinyu and not be affected at all. Go, Toad short knife back strike. Double blades. Toad flying fork cut. Three roars suddenly sounded, making the three-tailed beast that fell into the lake tense. However, in mid-air, its huge body could not move flexibly at all. In a flash, Toad Wenta kicked his feet on the cliff, and his huge body, like a cannonball, appeared in front of him first. The short knife in his hand suddenly flipped down and chopped it down on its chest. You Toad, you are looking for death. The three-tailed beast roared repeatedly. The two tails twitched like dragons, intending to swing towards Gamabunta. Unfortunately, as soon as it moved, the two huge swords in Gamagwang's hands chopped directly on its back, pressing down the two tails. At the same time, the huge fork in Gamajian's hand was thrown out suddenly. Before Sanwei could dodge in time, it hit his neck directly. Bang! The attack of the three big toads, the power burst out, was like thunder. Sanwei's huge body, like a sandbag, flew backwards directly to the shallow water by the lake. Accompanied by a shocking roar, the ground was directly smashed and cracked. The huge fork nailed it to the ground. Roar! Sanwei was dizzy, shaking his head hurriedly, and roaring angrily at the same time. However, as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the three big toads standing in three directions of it in a horn-like posture. With his hands flying quickly, he even formed a series of seals were cast. Huge chakras were mobilized frantically in their bodies. Joint ninjutsu, Toad Three Waters Kill. The last seal was accompanied by the sudden clasping of both hands. The rolling water waves around instantly turned into dragons, entwining the three-tailed beast frantically. The speed was so fast that it was dazzling, just a short breath. All the hands, feet of the three-tailed beast were directly entangled and tied up, including the mouth. At this moment, the three big toads cast a spell, making the surrounding lake water the best means for them to seal and suppress. Boy, we have suppressed the turtle according to your request. Whether you can collect it or kill it depends on you. Gamabunta shouted anxiously. The three big toads seemed to suppress the tailed beast easily, most of which were tricks. And the three-tailed beast directly counterattacked the Jinchuriki, otherwise if it could work together with the Jinchuriki, it could perform more powerful ninjutsu. Unfortunately, two hands cannot beat four punches. The tailed beasts are also afraid of being beaten up in groups. Facing the three big toads, the three-tailed beast can only stare with eyes wide open and whimper unwillingly. I'm coming. Chinyu's 9 Magadama Sharingan turned in vain, and the wings behind Susanoo shook violently, turning into streams of light and falling to the battlefield below. Biwajozo and a group of mist ninjas obviously forgot their current opposing positions and hurriedly approached the edge of the cliff, staring down with wide eyes. They were eager to see, facing such a ferocious tailed beast that even the third Mizu cage could not suppress successfully, what confidence did Chinyu have to recapture it? This idea also emerged in the minds of the three big toads, and Gamabunta looked at Qinfeng with a hint of playfulness. Chapter 75 Even the dignity of the tailed beasts is gone. Human, you can't suppress me for too long with just the three-headed toad. As long as I get away, I will definitely kill you. The three-tailed beast couldn't open his mouth, but he was obviously able to speak in other ways. The rolling voice echoed between heaven and earth, making people's eardrums hurt. Feeling that the toad Wenta was obviously working without effort, Chinyu reluctantly dispersed Susanoo and said, "Now I give you a chance, surrender obediently, otherwise I will take action. Give me a chance." A loud laugh came from the three-tailed beast's mouth, saying, "You can't even maintain your defense, and you still want to scare me." The three-tailed beast, was raised by scares. "Really?" Chinyu shook his head helplessly. "Since you don't drink the toast and drink the penalty wine, then I can only use violence." After the inexplicable words fell, Chinyu suddenly raised his head. The 9 Magadama Sharingan spun wildly, and when it touched the line of sight slightly, it felt that the whole world was spinning. "Don't look at his eyes." Gamabunta bit his tongue hurriedly. Last time, it was at the disadvantage of Chinyu's illusion, so it was able to react in time. Unfortunately, Gamaken and Gamahiro's experience was obviously insufficient, and they had no time to react. They lost consciousness directly and fell into the illusion space. This scene made Gamabunta's face change drastically, and the sealing technique was suppressed by the 3 big toads simultaneously. Now Gamahiro and Gamaken have lost consciousness, which means that the seal will be lifted. Once the furious-tailed beast escapes, it will be a fatal blow to them. However, as the seal was lifted, the 3-tailed beast that was originally running away, lay on the ground without any movement. A pair of eyes, even appeared the scarlet 9 Magadama Sharingan mark. The scene of the sudden rise shook Gamabunta's heart. Even the tailed beast was trapped in the illusion. "Bunta, what happened?" Gamaken and Gamahiro woke up from the illusion, with fear still on their faces. When they thought about it, if the tailed beast succeeded in the sneak attack due to their brief absence, they would definitely be doomed. "It's an illusion, don't look at that boy's eyes, otherwise you will be hit." Gamabunta reminded him urgently. Gamaken and Gamahiro's expressions suddenly changed, and they quickly suppressed their curiosity and missed Chinyu's sight. Seeing that the tailed beasts were trapped in the illusion and had not yet broken free, a chill came out from the soles of their feet. In the consciousness space, Chinyu saw the 3-tailed beast trapped here. To pull the 3-tailed beast into a deeper illusion, it is not difficult for Chinyu to perform the Tsukuyomi with his perfect Manjakaya Sharingan. Moreover, the 3-tailed beast does not have the help of Jinchuriki, and cannot use 2 different attributes of chakra to collide with each other to remove the illusion inside. It can be said that this is also one of the great weaknesses of the tailed beasts without Jinchuriki. Blood entangled in the space of consciousness, and illusory tailed beast bodies emerged quickly. The 3-tailed beast trapped in the middle, with 4 limbs and 3 tails, was nailed to the ground and was bitten madly. This kind of damage from the mental level is exactly the same as the real pain. Kakashi was hit by the Tsukuyomi that day, but it was only a short moment, but he felt that he was stabbed for 3 days and 3 nights. Afterwards, he lay in the ward for more than a week before he barely recovered. This is the Tsukuyomi performed by Uchiha Itachi when he was seriously ill and had the Manjakaya Sharingan, which was still defective and had not reached the eternal Manjakaya Sharingan. In the original work, Madara could control the 9-tailed with a glare, and even Uchiha Obito was no exception. This shows that the external strength of the 9-tailed beasts is reflected in the chakra. For the mental level, compared with the people of the Uchiha clan who have the Manjakaya Sharingan, it is not at all not good enough. Now Chinyu has upgraded his Manjakaya Sharingan to the extreme, reaching the level of 9 Magatama, through a one-click full-level system. There are also 3 big toads that suppressed the 3-tailed beast at the beginning. It is too easy for Chinyu to let the 3-tailed beast fall into the moon reading. "Boy, let me go quickly, and have a good fight with me if you dare." The 3-tailed beast roared hysterically. Although it knew that this was an illusion, facing the true reflection of the pain of the moon reading back to itself, the 3-tailed beast now directly felt like a fish on a chopping board, being bitten by people. Looking at the huge body, after being gnawed, it recovered again. In the case of a continuous dead cycle, the scalp was numb. "It seems that you still don't intend to surrender." Chinyu rested his head on his hands and turned away suddenly. "With my current pupil power, you should stay here for another 3 to 5 days. If someone outside rescues you, that's fine. Otherwise, just enjoy it slowly." Seeing Chinyu really walk away, and the tearing pain coming from all over his body, even the 3-tailed beast, which had survived for thousands of years, could not bear it. What do you want me to do?" The 3-tailed beast cried out in a hurry. It was the first time that it was so worried about a human disappearing in front of it. Chinyu couldn't help but stop his steps, and looked back at the three-tailed beast who was trying to endure the pain, trembling all over, and wanted to scream. Qin Yu laughed dryly and said, "It's nothing, actually. I am born with a lack of blue, and my moves are also big moves, so my chakra can't keep up. If you are willing to stay by my side. When my chakra is not enough, just squander it for me, that's all." The small voice echoed in this consciousness space. The three-tailed beast was stunned and said anxiously, "You went through so much trouble just for this. Don't you need to control me by force to go to the battlefield and participate in the war? You?" Qin Yu rolled his eyes and sneered, "Is it worth it? You are weaker than me. In my prime, 10 balls can deal with you. If it weren't for your chakra, I wouldn't bother to do it. Shame." The three-tailed beast was so angry that he trembled all over. The dignified tailed beast is a terrifying existence. He was actually pointed at and said to be a burden. This means that even the dignity of the tailed beast has been lost. If it were someone else, the three-tailed beast would definitely be angry with him. Unfortunately, the situation is strong now, and Qin Yu easily trapped him in the illusion space. This anger obviously has no way to explode. What's more, if it is really as simple as Qin Yu said, this deal is not unacceptable. Okay, I promise you, but you can't restrict my personal freedom, and you can't seal me at will. The three-tailed Isabu finally lost his temper. Feeling the stinging pain all over his body, it wanted to get Qin Yu's response immediately. "Don't worry." Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "But don't say anything against me, otherwise don't blame me for turning against you and roasting you." Chapter 76. In fact, the tailed beasts are quite cute when they were young. Roasted? The three-tailed beast's expression suddenly changed. These words sounded like a joke, but after experiencing Qin Yu's methods in person, it knew very well that the other party could definitely do it. This battle has been going on from the beginning to now. Except for the initial fight, the three toads were summoned in the middle. Although the three-tailed beast was suppressed by the seal and its strength was greatly weakened. But Qin Yu was able to pull it into the illusion space with just a glance. This is enough to prove how big the gap between the two sides is. Okay, let's go out now. The blood in Qin Yu's eyes rolled back like a tide. The phantoms in the three-tailed consciousness space collapsed between heaven and earth, and the next moment Qin Yu disappeared out of thin air. In the outside world, everything that happened in the consciousness space seemed very cumbersome and long. However, in the eyes of the three big toads, it was just a blink of an eye. Seeing the reflection of the 9 Magadama Sharingan in the pupil of the three-tailed pupil suddenly disappear, their nerves suddenly tensed up. That kid may have failed, let's quickly recast the sealing technique. Toad Wenta shouted in a hurry. It didn't want to obey Qin Yu's orders, but at this critical moment, it couldn't afford to think too much. If the three-tailed ran away successfully, they would not be able to bear it. "What are you so nervous about?" Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The hands of the three big toads who were just about to seal suddenly stopped, looking at Qin Yu's relaxed face. He couldn't hold back anymore and hurriedly looked at the three-tailed beast. When he saw the three-tailed beast regain consciousness, he called out Uchiha-sama in an unusually gentle manner. The three big toads were petrified on the spot. This is brainwashing. No. If it is the speed of brainwashing, it is too fast. Just a moment of staring, just thinking about it makes people feel a chill in the spine. Okay, it's so awkward to call Uchiha-sama. Qin Yu rolled his eyes. He didn't expect the three-tailed beast to be so shameless and change his words so quickly. "Call me Lord Qin from now on. Also, your body is a little too big. It should be as big as a rag doll," Qin Yu said while gesturing. The action seemed to be planning to carry the three-tailed beast with him. "Boy, I call you Uchiha-sama, which is already a great honor to you. You turned me into a rag doll. Where is the dignity of my tailed beast?" The chakra in the three-tailed beast soared into the sky. That feeling is that a warrior can be killed but not humiliated. The three big toads couldn't help but take a half step back. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "Do you plan to continue to be a chopping board fish meat to reflect, or be sealed in a urinal now, you choose?" Looking at Qin Yu with interest, looking up and down, the three-tailed beast couldn't help but shudder all over. He quickly put on a flattering face and said, "Sir Qin, I was just joking just now, don't take it seriously, in fact, our tailed beasts were very cute when they were young. You don't know, the raccoon cat and the fox, that look is really tut-tut-tut, and they always fight. At that time, I was the good guy to mediate, otherwise they would not grow up." looking at the three-tailed beast that was talking nonsense, no matter the three big toads, or Biwajozo and a group of mist ninjas who were watching the battle, they were completely petrified. The tailed beast's skillful flattery skills made them feel inferior. The next moment, looking at the extremely cute appearance of turning into a mascot, Biwajozo couldn't help but slap the mist ninja next to him. Tell me, you don't hurt now, this is a dream. The mist ninja next to him looked sad, covering his cheek and said, can I say it hurts? And why don't you hit yourself, but I am the one who gets hurt. Chinyu didn't take the shock of the crowd to heart. He motioned the three-tailed beast to fall on his shoulder, adjusted the size several times, and finally looked at the three big toads with satisfaction. Bunta, I have to thank you this time, otherwise I can't solve it. Gamabunta's cheeks were twitching. After seeing with his own eyes that Chinyu stroked the dignified tailed beast like a cat, he didn't believe Chinyu's nonsense. Boy, stop talking nonsense. With your strength, you are enough to deal with the three-tailed beast. Gamabunta exhaled a deep breath and said in a deep voice, this time, you plan to use the matter of the three-tailed beast to intimidate us. Since you know the existence of the two adults Fukasaku and Shima, are you planning to learn the immortal technique like Jiraiya? Looking at Gamabunta who can give full play to his imagination, Chinyu smiled warmly and said, you are half right. However, I must learn the immortal technique. I know that you will think that I have bad intentions, but this matter is not something you can decide. You go back and propose it to the two adults, maybe they will agree. Having said this, Chinyu paused and continued, also, tell them that the world is about to change. Gamabunta's face changed, and even the two big toads behind him were no exception. These words were said very vaguely, but they have lived for a long time, and of course they know what Chinyu meant by these words. After the three big toads looked at each other, Gamabunta snorted coldly and said, don't worry, I will pass on these things. Let's forget about this matter. Don't summon us randomly next time. After leaving these words, the three big toads directly lifted the summoning technique. These three stupid toads, I don't know what their expressions will be when they encounter other tailed beasts when they summon next time. The three tails said gloatingly. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, I'm hungry, go catch 2 fish for me. Let the tailed beasts catch fish? Biwajozo had just rushed over after seeing the battle was over. Seeing the three-tailed beast running to catch it, he almost stumbled and fell flat on his face. As one of the 7 ninja swordsmen in the Mist Village, he was also considered one of the top leaders. Of course, he knew that on weekdays, the tailed beast was worshipped like a god in the village. Now, the relationship and status are completely reversed in front of Chinyu. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. Sir, do you have any other instructions? Biwajozo came back to his senses. Even the dignified tailed beast was so humble, it didn't dare to act recklessly. Nothing for the time being. Chinyu waved his hand, sat down on the reef, and then raised his eyebrows and said, by the way, there seems to be a newcomer named Hoshigaki Kisame in your Mist Village. Find him for me. Or if you can bring it to me, that would be the best. If you can trademark tea, please contact me and I will go there in person. Kisame Hoshigaki? Jozo Biwa was startled and said, are you talking about Shark Face under the pufferfish demon? That guy is quite simple and is always fooled by the pufferfish demon. However, he is very strong and I heard that he is qualified to compete for the position of the 7 ninja swordsmen. Kisame Hoshigaki is one of the few Super S-level rebels in the Mist Village, whether in the original work or here. The appearance of a unique person and the outstanding strength are the truth that gold will still shine, which is absolutely correct. Ajuzo, you are wrong. Chinyu shook his head and said, he will be stronger than you. Isamion is coming, you should leave first. Chapter 77 This is fucking hell. He will be stronger than us? Biwajozang's face changed slightly. However, facing Chinyu's words, he did not dare to question them. He could only turn around and run away with a full heart of confusion. As for whether Biwajozang would betray or never come back, Chinyu did not care. If you are not afraid of death, you can give it a try. Chinyu, are you okay? Right. 3 figures rushed out of the woods, looking exhausted. On the way, since Minato Namikaze had never been near this place, he did not leave the Flying Thunder God technique seal, so he could only bite the bullet and hurry here. After nearly a day of crazy rushing, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito could not breathe. It can be said that they arrived at the battlefield, but they did not have the strength to fight. Don't worry, it's all solved, the people are over there. Chinyu glanced at Kakashi and the others, and jumped towards the collapsed cliff. Just now, when the three big toads and the three-tailed beast were fighting, Chinyu took the opportunity to use Susanoo to secretly hide Nohara-rin and set up a barrier. Now, considering the time, he is almost awake. Teacher Minato, wait for us. After taking a few quick breaths, Uchiha Obito took a weak step. Unfortunately, just like Kakashi, he fell to the ground after taking a few steps. He didn't even have the strength to move half a step. Hey, you stay here first, I'll go and take a look. Namikaze Minato sighed helplessly. Chinyu is 2 years older than Kakashi and Uchiha Obito, but the difference in strength is really incomparable. Chinyu, thank you for saving me. Namikaze Minato just stood firm and saw Nohara-rin running into Chinyu's arms. The two softballs made Chinyu stunned for a moment. It seems that this is the benefit of saving a beauty. Hehe, how long are you going to hold her? If those two guys see it, I'm worried that they can't bear it and die. Minato Namikaze coughed dryly. As a teacher, he could certainly see the love between the three students. If they knew that the woman who rushed thousands of miles to save threw herself into the arms of another man, that feeling would probably be more painful than death. Teacher Minato, what are you talking about? There is nothing between Chinyu and me. Nohara-rin said with a slightly red cheek. It's true that there is nothing. I just saved you twice, and I didn't give myself to you. Chinyu laughed dryly. Chinyu, you. Nohara-rin's cheeks became even redder, and she almost buried her head in the steamed buns. Minato Namikaze rolled his eyes helplessly and said, it seems that those two guys are not your opponents at all. Let's get back to the topic. What was the reason for the big explosion just now? On the way here, they saw the impact of the tailed beast ball from afar, which directly overturned the mountain. This large-scale attack method can be seen by anyone who is not blind. I just know that Chinyu just appeared, and I fainted for no reason. Nohara-rin said embarrassedly. However, this can't be blamed on her. She was held hostage all the way and was constantly subjected to illusions and hypnosis to prepare for becoming a Jinchuriki. For Nohara-rin, her mental power was completely overdrawn, and it was good enough to wake up for a short time. Here, I met the 7 ninja swordsmen, Kurishan Kushimaru, and the 3rd Mizukage. Chinyu did not hide it. He knew very well that the relationship between the 3 big toads and Jiraiya would definitely leak these things secretly. Rather than being exposed, it is better to take the initiative to explain. Chinyu also wanted to see how Konoha would treat him next. Are you talking about the most mysterious 3rd Mizukage in the Mist Village? Minato Namikaze's face changed drastically. In his eyes, a cage-level warrior would not appear on the battlefield casually. The first is to stabilize the rear and coordinate the entire battle situation. The second is to avoid being ambushed by other ninja villages, which would lead to unfavorable situations on the battlefield. Now, Chinyu told him that he not only encountered the 7 ninja swordsmen, but also the Mizukage of the Mist Village. Or the most mysterious 3rd Mizukage, who would believe it if he didn't hear it with his own ears. However, the next moment Minato Namikaze was stunned. If Nohara-rin was captured by the Mist Ninja headed by the 3rd Mizukage, then Chinyu's opponent would be the 3rd Mizukage. Now Chinyu is standing here unscathed, and there is probably only one result. Chinyu, you repelled the 3rd Mizukage? Minato Namikaze asked in shock. No. Chinyu shook his head and said, I accidentally killed him. The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole place like a hurricane. The first half of the speech made Minato Namikaze secretly relieved, but the second half simply crushed his heart. Nohara-rin stood beside him in a daze, unable to react. The 5 Kage, as the strongest in the 5 major ninja villages, each Kage-level strongman is extraordinary in strength. Once they appear on the battlefield, they can definitely change the situation. Now, Chinyu actually told them that he accidentally killed the 3rd Mizukage. This is too shocking. Chinyu, this joke is not funny. Minato Namikaze put on a stiff smile and said, why did the 3rd Mizukage retreat? Looking at Minato Namikaze who was unwilling to believe it, Chinyu rolled his eyes helplessly and said, do I look like I'm kidding you? The 3rd Mizukage is a Jinchuriki. I have stripped off the 3 tails, and you are still catching fish for me over there. Stunned. Both Nohara-rin and Minato Namikaze were stunned. Looking at Chinyu who was talking nonsense seriously, Minato Namikaze put on a smile and planned to pat Chinyu on the shoulder. The next moment, a roar came, and Minato Namikaze's face changed drastically. "Damn it, who told you to stare at me with such an idiotic look? I am your uncle Sanwei." Sanwei Isabu's roar was obviously out of control. Even the way he spoke was full of uncles and grandmas. Namikaze Minato hurriedly looked in the direction of the sound, and the tense voice almost broke. Seeing Kakashi and Uchiha Obito blocking the turtle with 3 tails and 2 fish in its mouth, his scalp went numb. As a high-ranking official of Konoha Ninja Village, he was the most likely to inherit the position of Hokage. Of course, he had seen the portraits of the big-tailed beasts. The scene in front of him was so fucking weird. Chapter 78. The 3-tailed beasts were so delicious. "Kakashi, Obito, shut up!" Namikaze Minato roared in a hurry. At the moment when the Flying Thunder God technique was performed, he appeared in front of Kakashi and Obito like a ghost. The sudden scene made the two of them startled. Unfortunately, they watched the transformation technique being lifted in an instant, and turned into a huge and ferocious turtle tens of meters long. The two of them were shaking in their calves. Damn it! They were actually teasing a tailed beast just now. This guy has lived too long and is tired of living. Boy, the dignity of the tailed beast must not be violated. Bear my endless anger. The 3-tailed beast roared to the sky. The deafening sound blew away the leaves around, making people feel their eardrums torn. Looking at the runaway tailed beast, Kakashi and Uchiha Obito were already exhausted and couldn't even stand steadily. The wind blew, and it became the straw that broke the camel's back, and they fell to the ground. Namikaze Minato held the Flying Thunder God Kunao and complained in his heart. He was best at the Flying Thunder God technique. Now he hasn't sealed the 9 tails yet, so he can't use the 9 tails mode at all. There is no time to learn the Sage mode, without a means of great destructive power. There is no way to deal with such a huge tailed beast. Xiao-san, stop scaring them. You can use fire escape, right? Make me a fire. I want to grill fish. Chinyu used the instant body technique and appeared at the feet of the 3-tailed beast. He raised his hand and patted it. The 3-tailed beast, which was originally fierce and murderous, was instantly scared. "Master Chin, wait a moment. I'm going to make a fire now." The 3-tailed beast instantly turned back to the size of a mascot. In the eyes of the petrified people, it jumped into the woods to pick up firewood. They were not wrong. This was the legendary fierce-tailed beast. This horse is living like a husky. Chinyu, can you tell me, is this your illusion? Namikaze Minato asked stiffly. Chinyu rolled his eyes and said, "If you want to try it, I can let Xiao-san give you a slap. You've been on the road all day, and you must be hungry. Today we'll eat special grilled fish." After saying this, Chinyu turned and went into the forest to look for ingredients. "Teacher Minato, did you bring pants? I think the saliva of the 3-tailed beast just now wet my pants." Uchiha Obito said tremblingly. He still looked terrified. Namikaze Minato came to his senses, barely calmed down the shock in his heart, rolled his eyes and said, "If the 3-tailed beast knows that you said its saliva smells like urine, you may not be able to fill its teeth. Go to the side and wash it well, don't embarrass yourself again." Kakashi also barely came to his senses and said, "Coward. Kakashi, what are you talking about? Just now, everyone fell down and their legs were shaking. Am I not a little worse than you and got my pants wet?" Taking the backpack thrown by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito glared and said, "If you have the guts, you will also find the head-tailed beast to cook like Chinyu, and I will call you dad." After leaving these words, Uchiha Obito rushed out happily. He felt that not only his pants were wet, but also some liquidy stuff stuck to his butt. Half an hour later, the fire was set up. 4 large fishes that were nearly half a meter long were cut and cleaned, and then grilled on the fire. There was also a large iron pot next to it, boiling an attractive soup. In it were wild mushrooms, wild vegetables, red peppers and other ingredients picked by Sanwei in the woods. Every time it rolled, it exuded a stimulating spicy smell. The 4 fat fishes had already been burned to a crispy and golden color. Accompanied by the secret medicinal herbs and spice powders that Chinyu brought out from Konoha village. What kind of grass fruit, star anise, etc., and sprinkled with sesame oil from time to time. The fragrance can be said to hit the taste buds directly. "Teacher Minato, Chinyu is not going to put the 4 fishes in the spicy soup, right? I'm afraid they will be inedible." Uchiha Obito saw this scene when he came back after washing. Superficial. Namikaze Minato rolled his eyes and said, if it weren't for the ninja training that delayed Chinyu, there would be no Ichiraku ramen in Konoha village now. Hand-to-hand combat is probably going to be unemployed and become an apprentice. Namikaze Minato had tasted Chinese food in the Northwest Pass. As for the lamb pods and handheld meat, the taste is still in his heart. Especially when he looked at the three-tailed beast who was drooling and his eyes were shining. Namikaze Minato knew that there would be a tough battle next. Teacher Minato, are you telling the truth? Nohara Lin couldn't hold back. They often patronized Ichiraku ramen, the most famous ramen in Konoha. Now Namikaze Minato gave such a high evaluation of the spicy soup in front of them, which made them a little difficult to accept. When they usually go on missions, they just kill a fish and roast it on the fire. Or just eat some dry food. There is no Chinyu who has the leisure time on the battlefield to make such a complicated ration. Alright. Chinyu looked at the 4 fishes and put them in the prepared soup base in full view of everyone. Then he turned up the heat a little, and as the spicy soup rolled down, he sprinkled a handful of herbs and a handful of plump chopped green onions. The various mixed ingredients, under the rolling spicy soup, exuded a perfect combination of flavors. Sanwei's figure obviously became like a 3 or 4-year-old child. The forked tail, holding the chopsticks, picked it up like lightning. A large piece of fish meat with crispy skin and tender inside was picked out directly in the soup. It was stained with chili soup, accompanied by some herbs and fat wild onions, and was directly sent into Sanwei's mouth. The moment it entered the mouth, the spicy taste mixed with the taste of many medicinal materials exploded on the taste buds, accompanied by the crispy skin and tender fish meat. Sanwei swallowed it instantly. Okay, is it delicious? Nohara Lin couldn't help asking. Looking at the majestic-tailed beasts, squatting beside them to eat, this kind of life experience is too shocking. When I return to the village, I can definitely brag about it for the rest of my life. Grandpa, I used to fight with the tailed beasts for a bowl of rice. It's not delicious, it's really not delicious. The 3-tailed beast was so spicy that tears came out. However, although he said so, the remaining 2 tails were obviously well trained and picked up 3 pairs of chopsticks. Directly opened it in 3 pairs. You bastard, you are not honest even when you are a tailed beast, I will not believe you. Namikaze Minato suddenly woke up. It's not delicious, and you opened it in 3 pairs, who would believe it? The moment he picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of fish meat into his mouth, Namikaze Minato finally understood. What is so delicious that even the tailed beasts opened it in 3 pairs? This is the delicacy of the world. Chapter 79. You missed one person. Crazy. Looking at the majestic tailed beasts and Namikaze Minato, who is known as the most likely to inherit the position of the 4th Hokage, completely disregarding his image and snatching food from the tailed beasts' mouths. Kakashi, Nohara Rin, and the other 2 finally lost their patience. When they took the first bite, they finally understood that the tailed beasts were not only vicious, but also treacherous. They also understood why Namikaze Minato said that Ichiraku ramen was nothing in front of Chinyu. Looking at the 4 people and 1 beast in front of them, their faces were sweating from the spiciness, while wiping their faces and stuffing their mouths desperately. That scene of completely disregarding their image. Chinyu finally understood what online dating with hot pot meant, and it was a failure as soon as he tried it. This wolfing down of food, coupled with that face full of sweat, the makeup technique, one of the 3 major evil arts in Southeast Asia, could not resist it at all. If they knew that this was just the tip of the iceberg of Chinese cuisine, I'm afraid they would have to pay Chinyu for food all their lives. After a hearty meal, the 3 tails and Uchiha Obito ran to get a bunch of river fish. They planned to cook it the same way, but unfortunately, after trying again and again, they only got the shape but not the soul of the grilled fish. In the end, they had to stare at Chinyu like a little complaining woman. 4 fish, 5 people, and a tailed beast. This is indeed not enough. Okay, it's almost time, we should set off. This is the border of the land of water. The killing of the 3rd Mizukage will soon be discovered by them. If we continue to stay here, we will only become targets of attack. Namikaze Minato patted the dust off his body and stood up. After resting for most of the night, they also recovered a lot of strength and chakra. Moreover, Namikaze Minato didn't want to expose the fact that Chinyu captured the 3 tails too early to the outside world. After all, the only person who could do this, besides Chinyu, was the 1st Hokage. However, the first Hokage suppressed the tailed beasts, but each one was unruly. However, Qin Feng in front of him scolded Sanwei like a fool. This is totally incomparable. Boss, give me something to eat. If you give me some grilled fish, I will chop 10 people for you, and every cut will draw blood. Sanwei Iso stroked his 3 tails, squatted on Qin Feng's shoulder and patted his chest. Qin Yu rolled his eyes and said, "You are so greedy. How can I feed you when you are so big? If you keep talking, you will eat raw fish in the future. Let's go now, save me some energy." Oh! Faced with this scolding, Sanwei instantly became timid. It is a tailed beast that lives on chakra and does not actually need to eat. However, after tasting the special grilled fish, it obviously has a desire for food. Looking at Sanwei lying on Qin Yu's shoulder, talking about the relationship, Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and grabbed his hair. He is too hard. Konoha village, inside the Hokage building. The originally dark office was lit up. A series of hurried footsteps rushed into the office. In addition to the third Hokage, there were Mito Kato and Enyuta Koharu, and even Shimura Danzo was not left behind. "Sarutobi, why did you urgently summon us in the middle of the night?" Shimura Danzo snorted in dissatisfaction, saying, "It's not that you failed to command the battlefield, resulting in some special situation. This will put your position as Hokage at risk." Looking at Danzo, who kept talking about the position of Hokage, the third Hokage rolled his eyes helplessly and said, "Something big did happen on the battlefield. However, it was not our Konoha village, but the third Mizukage of the Mist village who was killed." The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound at this moment, causing the expressions of the 3 consultants present to change drastically. A cage-level strongman represents the leader of a village and is also the greatest support and strength on the battlefield. However, now the third Hokage actually told them that the most mysterious third Mizukage was killed. This means that the war between the Land of Water and the Land of Fire will come to an end. "Sarutobi, your information is correct, right? Why didn't I find out?" Danzo asked anxiously. "Could this be a smoke bomb deliberately released by the Mist Village to trick you and defeat our Konoha battlefield in one fell swoop?" Mizudaman and Enyuta Koharu also nodded in agreement. "Sarutobi, Danzo is right. There is no basis for this kind of thing. If a misjudgment is made, it will be a fatal blow to our Konoha," Mizudaman said in a deep voice. "No, the third Mizukage of the Mist Village died at the hands of our Konoha people." The third Hokage's tone became solemn. The expressions of Mizudaman and the other 2 changed drastically in an instant. Danzo couldn't hold back his temper and said, "Sarutobi, do you know what you are talking about? According to my information, the third Mizukage is a Jinchuriki. The one who can kill him needs to be at least at the level of Kage. In Konoha, the only one who can do this is the former 3 ninjas, you and me, and Minato can't do it." Looking at Danzo's opening words, he ignored them directly. Midaman and Enyuta Koharu didn't care. After all, they are different from Danzo. The former constantly tried every means to enhance his own strength in order to become Hokage. They are just so-called consultants, which is obviously different. "Wrong, you underestimated someone." Jiraiya walked out. The person who killed the third Mizukage was Uchiha Kainu, and he also captured the 3 tails. The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole audience like a hurricane. The expressions of the 3 Danzo changed drastically. The moment before, Danzo was still boasting that to kill the third Mizukage, at least the third Hokage needed to be as powerful as him. Now Jiraiya came out to tell them that a kid who was only 14 or 15 years old had actually reached the level they had practiced hard for half a lifetime. This was too difficult for people to accept. "Jiraiya, is everything you said true?" Danzo lost his temper. In his eyes, Qin Yu was from the Uchiha clan. No. It should be said that anyone who threatened him to become Hokage was a stumbling block. "This is the information that Minato asked the toad to send back to me." Jiraiya took out 2 scrolls. One of them is from the 3 big toads of Miyaboku Mountain, when Qin Yu was fighting the 3rd generation of Mizukage. The 3rd generation of Mizukage was attacked by the tailed beast. After Qin Yu summoned the 3 big toads to suppress the 3 tails, he used the Mangekyo Sharingan to suppress it. Summoning 3 big toads at once? The people present were stunned. In their eyes, this was simply incredible. To summon the 3 summoning beasts at once, not only does it require a huge amount of chakra, but also a high level of comprehension of summoning. In Danzo's cognition, apart from the god of ninja, the first Hokage and Uchiha Madara, who had some possibility of doing it, they could not think of a third person. Now, Jiraiya actually told them that Chinyu actually did it. This was beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, you said that Uchiha Chinyu also successfully captured the tailed beast. Could he have mastered the powerful sealing technique? Danzo said anxiously. As the powerful tailed beast weapon of the ninja village, they certainly knew the difficulty of sealing the tailed beast. If it were not for someone with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, acting as a Jinchuriki, I am afraid that like other villages, it would cost the lives of many ninjas in the sealing class to do it. Now, Chinyu captured the tailed beast alone, which was amazing. No, the information sent back by Minato is very strange. It seems that the three-tailed beast was not sealed, and Chinyu succeeded in tempting it with delicious food. Jiraiya touched the back of his head and smiled bitterly. Chapter 80 It's not your era anymore. Successfully tempted by delicious food. The third Hokage and others were stunned. This was completely beyond their expectations. Jiraiya, are you kidding? Danzo said coldly, the tailed beasts are extremely vicious. Have you never seen the Nine Tails riot? To conquer the three tails with delicious food is simply a foolish dream. The slightly hysterical voice echoed in the office. Faced with this, the third Hokage and others nodded in unison. I don't want to believe it either. Look at this photo. Jiraiya took out a photo of a picnic with his backhand, which immediately attracted the attention of the third Hokage and others. However, when they saw the three tails, which had changed to the size of a husky, holding chopsticks with its tail and fighting with humans over food, their cheeks couldn't help but twitch. This is too much without the dignity of a tailed beast. You believe it, don't you? Jiraiya said with a wry smile, when I first received this information, I also suspected that Minato was joking. I was still thinking about whether to report it, but after Lord Fukasaku of Miyaboku Mountain contacted me, I decided to hold an emergency meeting. It is not something that ordinary people can do to tame the tailed beasts to this extent. After listening to this, both the third Hokage and the three advisors of Danzo fell into silence. This information in front of them is indeed far beyond their imagination. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, who would be willing to believe it? The dignified tailed beasts would be so convinced by the humans they have always hated. Jiraiya, you personally report this matter. Do you have any ideas? The third Hokage suddenly spoke. If we say that Chinyu was just a talented ninja among the Uchiha clan a moment ago, then, now he has killed the third Mizukage and captured the three tails. But it means that his strength has risen to the same level as them. This is a combat force that cannot be ignored. Teacher, you should know what I think. Jiraiya rarely looked solemn. How should we treat him in Konoha? Midamanen and Udaten Koharu's faces changed slightly. As consultants, they are not stupid, but they know how to weigh the pros and cons. The strength shown by Uchiha Chinyu now is enough to threaten the safety of a ninja village. If you want to deal with it, you need to make a decision immediately. Humph, he killed the third Mizukage and snatched the three tails privately. Once it is spread out, it will be a serious crime. Danzo snorted coldly. Don't forget that the Third Shinobi World War was caused by the disappearance of the third Kazekage, which led to the Sand Village going berserk and suspecting us. Now, the battlefield of the Sand Village has stabilized a little. If they know that Uchiha Chinyu killed the third Mizukage, the crime of the third Kazekage will be directly placed on us. At that time, the Mist Village and the Sand Village will fight to the death with our Konoha, and what awaits us will be a destruction. The slightly long voice echoed in the office, making everyone's expression more solemn. Danzo's words seemed a bit tearful, but it was a fact. Sarutobi, Danzo's words also make sense. Mito Kato-en spoke in agreement. Udaten Koharu on the side also nodded in agreement. This scene made Danzo's face more cold. As a hero, to lead something, the most basic thing is to control a situation. Now, he has obviously achieved it. The third Hokage's expression darkened, and he did not respond immediately. He said, Jiraiya, what do you think? This question instantly made Jiraiya the focus. Jiraiya, I advise you to consider the overall situation. Any words you say now will affect the fate of Konoha. As a Sunin, you need to know how to make choices. Danzo reminded coldly. However, anyone can hear the threat in the words. I think we should treat Uchiha Kainya well. He has a terrifying talent. Jiraiya ignored Danzo and said, if the first generation of Hokage let us establish Konoha, then Uchiha Kainu will play a key role in the rise of Konoha. The rise of Konoha? This time, even the third Hokage's face changed. As the current Hokage, he has never been praised like this. Especially the cynical Jiraiya, who rarely speaks such serious words. Now, it subverts their cognition. Asshole! Danzo shouted angrily. Jiraiya, do you know what you are saying? If it weren't for Uchiha Madara, would Lord Hashirama have died of illness? Now our Konoha has unified the 5 major ninja villages. You dare to compare the descendant of a Konoha sinner with Lord Hashirama now? This is a great sin. As soon as the words fell, Danzo took a step forward, and the whole person appeared in front of Jiraiya like a ghost. His right hand, like a poisonous snake, directly grabbed Jiraiya's shoulder. Bang! Surrounded by white mist, Jiraiya performed the substitute technique and disappeared out of thin air. What Danzo caught in his hand was obviously a dead tree. The attack missed, and Danzo's cheek was obviously unable to hold on. With a twitch, he turned around and looked behind him. Jiraiya, you slandered the reputation of Lord Hashirama. Don't you know it until now? Danzo said angrily. However, watching this scene, Jiraiya didn't take it to heart at all, and said, Danzo, you didn't even see through the substitute technique I performed, you are already old. In the future, it is the young generation that will support Konoha, not stubborn people like you. It is because of your thoughts that Konoha Ninja Village will continue to have internal disputes. At this point, a sound of breaking air came from behind Danzo. The substitute wood that he had caught, with a bang, turned into the second Jiraiya. With both hands suddenly forming seals, a head of silver hair, like a poisonous snake, quickly wrapped around Danzo's body. Danzo's expression suddenly changed. He had never expected that Jiraiya would use this method. In this situation of being caught off guard and at such a close distance, he could not resist at all. In an instant, he was tightly entangled by the needle Jizo. Danzo, you can't even beat me, so you have no right to challenge him. Jiraiya quickly released his ninjutsu and said coldly, this is not your time. The small voice echoed in the office, and even Midaman and Enudat and Koharu changed their faces. Chapter 81 The world is changing. The huge office fell into a dead silence. The third generation Hokage entangled his hands and remained silent. However, all this was simply a shame in Danzo's eyes. It was like a slap in the face. The moment before, he was still talking about dominating Chinyu's fate. But now Jiraiya easily counterattacked successfully. Most importantly, Jiraiya still said that Chinyu was better than him. He called him a product of the old times. For him, this was a huge shame. Good, very good, Jiraiya, you really have become arrogant. Danzo said twice. Don't forget, I am Konoha's advisor. You have nothing to lose. Yes. That kid is not either. At this point, Danzo crushed the cane in his hand and said sternly, everything I did was for the safety of Konoha. You should know very well that once the third Mizukage's affairs are leaked, what problems will arise. Now, your only choice is to follow my advice, otherwise you will encounter crazy backlash from the Mist Village and the Sand Village. The hysterical roar moved even the third Hokage. Danzo, are you crazy? You are not going to use this matter to blackmail us to make a decision. The third Hokage is very clear about Danzo's character. In order to achieve his goal, he would do anything, even he, the Hokage, dared to murder him, not to mention Chinyu. Humph! Danzo snorted coldly, and said with a ferocious face, I am thinking about Konoha. Now recall Chinyu and Namikaze Minato immediately. If he is unwilling, then he has the intention of defecting. Once we return to Konoha, we will imprison him and seal the three-tailed beast. We must not let the news of the third-generation Mizukage being killed leak out. When necessary, we must also get the method of sealing the tailed beast from Chinyu. Jiraiya's expression changed, and he was about to say something, but was stopped by the third-generation Hokage. That's enough, Danzo. The third-generation Hokage said coldly, have you forgotten who is the Hokage? Chinyu killed the third-generation Mizukage, which is beyond our control, but we must not imprison him or treat him differently, otherwise don't blame me for digging up the past. As soon as the voice fell, the momentum of the third-generation Hokage changed instantly. If the third-generation Hokage is usually a peaceful person with a kind face, then the current third-generation Hokage gives people a sense of decisive attack. This is the posture of a Hokage. You. Danzo's face was livid, and his cheeks twitched. However, facing the tough Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo was obviously discouraged. He had too many handles, and the third Hokage caught them. For example, when he went to the daimyo's mansion, he colluded with outsiders to assassinate the third Hokage but failed. Secretly used the people of the route to kill Konoha's competitors, etc. These were all his selfish actions. Danzo also suspected that the third Hokage might have even grasped the clues of his collusion with Orochimaru. In this situation, Danzo looked gloomy for a moment, and finally walked away with a big wave of his sleeves. I can agree with your approach, but I will send the surveillance personnel. Looking at Danzo who disappeared in the corridor in the blink of an eye, the third Hokage secretly breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Jiraiya. You were impulsive this time and offended Danzo, and he is very vindictive. Midamanen and Utane Kohara's cheeks twitched. In their eyes, it was normal for the two masters and apprentices to say bad things about others behind closed doors. Now, in front of them, they were dragged into the water. Thinking of the evaluation of Danzo by the third Hokage, the two of them coughed dryly, and Midamanen spoke. Since the matter has come to a conclusion, it is not good for us to stay any longer. Let's leave first. After leaving these words, Midamanen and Utane Kohara hurriedly walked away. For a while, only Jiraiya and the third Hokage were left in the huge office. Okay, they are all gone, I know you have something else to say. The third Hokage spoke again. Jiraiya pulled over a chair and sat down without any restraint. In addition to the information just now, Master Fukasaku also brought me a message. This ninja world is about to change. What? The face of the third Hokage changed drastically. The meaning of this sentence is too great. If it was said by an ordinary person, he would never take it seriously. However, the strength and enchanting talent shown by Uchiha Chinyu moved him. Now, given this intriguing speech, how can it not be taken seriously? Teacher, I guess Chinyu must know that the three big toads will tell me all this, so he said this. Jiraiya said solemnly. When I taught him the summoning technique, I was as superficial as Danzo, thinking that I could easily suppress him, a little kid, but unfortunately I was wrong. He learned the summoning technique in an instant, not only successfully summoned, but also summoned the three big toads at the same time, which is something that even I find difficult to do. As the spokesperson of Miyaboku Mountain, Jiraiya has certain privileges. For example, he can summon two great sages and perform combined magic. Enter Miyaboku Mountain at will, etc. However, all this is based on the premise that he has obtained the approval of the Great Toad Sage. However, now Chinyu has not even entered Miyaboku Mountain, but he can break the precedent and summon three great toads at the same time. This alone is enough to show Chinyu's uniqueness. You mean, even the two great sages of Miyaboku Mountain have noticed Chinyu? The third Hokage said in a deep voice. Jiraiya nodded and said, the great toad sage had predicted that the ninja world would be turbulent. I originally thought that this referred to the Third Ninja World War, but now I think that this matter may be related to Chinyu. Moreover, Master Fukasaku told me that the Great Toad Sage decided to let Chinyu enter Miyaboku Mountain to practice magic, hoping to find a breakthrough in Chinyu. Let him practice immortal arts? The third Hokage's expression changed. Jiraiya, are you saying that the immortal Master Fukasaku intends to use immortal arts training to test Chinyu's learning talent? The strength he has shown now has exceeded our cognition. If he can master even the immortal mode, then it might be a bit passive for us. 15 years of dormancy, suddenly he was shocked by the heaven. Manjakaya. Sharingan, powerful lightning escape, and demon-like learning talent. Now even the third Mizukage was killed, and the three tails was easily tamed. All this, even the third Hokage would find it difficult to do. If Chinyu could master the sage mode that Jiraiya had worked hard to learn, then the strength would probably surge to another terrifying level. Chapter 82 I just killed the third Mizukage. Looking at the third Hokage's frowning brows, Jiraiya sighed helplessly and said, I have thought about this question, but with the talent Chinyu has shown now, he can go to the Wetbone Forest and Ryokai Cave instead of learning the sage mode in Miyaboku Mountain. Don't forget how greedy that group of big snakes are. If Chinyu gives enough conditions, it is not difficult to get the opportunity to learn the sage mode. At this point, Jiraiya took out the token that Fukasaku gave him and said, what's more, the Great Toad Sage has lived for a long time. With him watching Chinyu, we should be able to get more information. The third Hokage was silent. He had no way to refute Jiraiya's words. As Jiraiya said, Everything Chinyu showed was beyond their control. Moreover, letting him leave for a while, practicing the sage mode, and testing the depth of his learning talent. Maybe it's not a bad thing. Well, since you already have an idea, I'll leave this matter to you. The third Hokage sighed and said, before you figure out Chinyu's position, you have to be careful of Danzo. Also, I hope you can find a way to improve Minato's strength, otherwise facing the rise of Chinyu, his chances of winning will become smaller. The third Hokage will pay great attention to Chinyu's stay or departure, as well as his stance. But when it comes to the choice of the next Hokage, the third Hokage still prefers Minato Namikaze, who knows him well. Looking at Jiraiya, who was rubbing his nose, the third Hokage said helplessly, if you are willing to inherit this position, I don't have to worry so much. The three ninjas in the past were so outstanding, and they were also my face. Now some of them are leaving, some are retiring, and even you are hiding. If you were here, our Konoha would not have fallen into this situation. Hearing this, Jiraiya's expression stagnated at first, and then he quickly recovered, rolled his eyes and said, you old man, don't play the emotional card here. Don't forget, I trained a Minato to replace me. But don't worry, when Master Fukasaku left, I asked Minato for an opportunity to learn the Sage Mode. As long as he learns the Sage Mode, his strength will definitely surpass my teacher. In the face of Chinyu's strong rise, Jiraiya said he was not worried, which was really a joke. Especially seeing his proud disciple being surpassed step by step. There is always a hurdle in his heart. So driven by selfishness, and with the help of his small relationship, Jiraiya was selfish. Hehe, you are still the same, like to play some tricks in private. The third generation of Hokage chuckled and said, I really hope that Minato can surpass Chinyu in the Sage Mode. Tisk, you old man, don't you believe in your own grandson? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said, don't forget, Minato is the golden flash of Konoha. His talent is the best among the many students I have taught. With him personally, I believe he will definitely surpass Uchiha Chinyu. You just wait for the news quietly. After saying this, Jiraiya turned around and disappeared in the office without looking back. Watching this figure leave, the third Hokage sighed, stood up and looked at the Konoha village outside the window. Has the ninja world really changed because of a boy? 3 days later, Chinyu and his party crossed the border of Konoha, and after avoiding many war zones, they finally saw the sealed gate of Konoha. During these days, Chinyu also learned from Minato Namikaze that after the Konokan bridge was blown up, the rock ninja lost its food supply. The vanguard was completely annihilated by Chinyu and Minato Namikaze, resulting in low morale. At the same time, the most important thing happened. In the Cloud Ninja village, the third Raikage personally led the troops to attack the tailed beast Jinchuriki of the Rock Ninja village in a roundabout way, and a larger scale battle broke out. Although, the final outcome is not yet known. However, the Cloud Ninja's approach gave the Konoha village a chance to breathe. The frontline war with the Rock Ninja village has all stopped. It can be said that in the face of the 4 major countries, the combat power and number of the Rock village are second only to Konoha, and at the same time, it is slightly stronger than the Cloud village. The Cloud village is obviously holding on to the fact that they suffered a loss at the hands of Chinyu. Seeing that the Rock village was also suffering a loss on the front line, in order to suppress the Rock village, the third Raikage took such a risk to attack the Rock village. However, when he learned that the target of the third Raikage's attack was the tailed beast, Chinyu knew that his purpose was obviously because Killer Bee knew how to perfectly match the tailed beast, and he planned to take advantage of this opportunity to hunt the tailed beast to enhance the strength of the Cloud village. Chinyu, you are finally back. Uchiha Fugaku's voice suddenly sounded. 3 figures appeared in front of the team like ghosts. Brother. Uchiha Itachi glanced at Chinyu, and his face was hesitant to speak. As for the boy standing beside Uchiha Itachi, who was slightly older by 4 or 5 years and carrying a dagger, Chinyu also recognized him instantly. Okay, if you have anything to say, leave it to your uncle. Chinyu rubbed Uchiha Itachi's head and said, Shisui, long time no see. In the memory of the last Uchiha Chinyu, there is also a memory of Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, Uchiha Shisui has a gentle personality. In the village, he is also very concerned about Chinyu, who is the last one. In that vague memory, Uchiha Shisui also taught him to learn the shuriken technique. Chinyu, long time no see, I didn't expect you to hide so deeply, last time I was thick-skinned to teach you the shuriken technique. Uchiha Shisui smiled bitterly. Looking at this scene, Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. I can't tell him that the last one was possessed by his genius. This beautiful misunderstanding can only let him continue. Okay, let's leave the old reunion for later. You three came here in person, what happened? Uchiha Chinyu said. As soon as these words fell, even Namikaze Minato's expression froze. He passed the information about Chinyu to Jiraiya. However, Jiraiya has been avoiding talking about what happened later in the decision. Now Uchiha Fugaku is waiting here in person, which is enough to show the seriousness of the situation. I worked hard to use Itaki and Shisui as an excuse to get rid of the surveillance of the spy and come out here to try my luck. I didn't expect to really meet you. Uchiha Fugaku opened the Sharingan, looked around, and said, recently, the family settlement has been monitored by many people from the Anbu, and there are more people from the Danzo route. This change makes me think of you first. I want to know what happened. Uchiha Fugaku didn't trademark T take Minato Namikaze trademark S presence seriously. It can be said that in Uchiha Fugaku trademark S heart, Minato Namikaze was the only Konoha high-level person he could confide in. He was also the only candidate he hoped to become Hokage. However, now that Chinyu was a variable, he couldn't trademark T hold his temper. Are they all taking action? This is quite efficient. Chinyu touched his nose and said, I trademark S not a big deal. I just killed the third Mizukage and then kidnapped the three tails. It seems that Danzo is old and can trademark T sit still for such a small matter. The small voice made Uchiha Fugaku and the other two look confused. The eyes looking at Chinyu became unreal. Killing the third Mizukage and kidnapping the three tails, is this still a small matter? Chapter 83 Sure enough, everything is true. Ekin you said you killed the third Mizukage, are you kidding? Uchiha Fugaku grabbed Chinyu's shoulder and asked anxiously. Brother Fugaku, it's true, we can also testify. Namikaze Minato smiled bitterly and looked at Chinyu's open backpack. Three-tailed is still resting in the backpack. Uchiha Fugaku and the other two were anxious when they heard this, and they quickly surrounded him. Who disturbed me to rest? Three-tailed stretched and popped out of the backpack. Is it a tailed beast? Uchiha Itachi was obviously startled, subconsciously took a half step back, and almost fell to the ground. Fortunately, Chinyu was quick and grabbed his shoulder. It's really the three-tailed Isabu. Uchiha Fugaku, as the head of the clan, has also seen the portrait of the tailed beast. For this scene, it still seems unreal. Hey, kid over there, I heard that you have Ichiraku ramen in Konoha, how about taking me to try it, I won't treat you badly. Sanwei suddenly said. Uchiha Itachi pointed at himself, and said, is this really no problem? Rest assured, as long as you can eat, I won't run away, otherwise, but you have to beat you. The spoon throwing the tail beast directly. Right. Itachi Uchiha said after hesitating for a moment. However, just as these words fell, four figures flashed out from the dark and surrounded Chinyu and his party. Uchiha Chinyu, the third Hokage, I hope you can go to the Hokage's residence. The leading Anbu said coldly. However, they obviously knew the purpose of this mission, and the moment they saw the three-tailed beast, their pupils suddenly shrank. Chinyu. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. He was quickly stopped by Minato Namikaze, who shook his head and said, don't worry, with Jiraiya teacher here, it's no big deal. Chinyu, don't worry about it. Don't worry, if I want to leave, they can't stop me. Chinyu said with a smile. However, as soon as this joke was said, the nerves of the four Anbu present suddenly tensed up. When they came out, they were given many instructions by the three consultants. After the four looked at each other, they found that Chinyu in front of them had disappeared out of thin air. Be alert! The leading Anbu shouted urgently. The four Anbu ninjas immediately took up their positions. I'm here, don't be slow, I won't care if you delay. The voice floated in front of the sealed gate. The people present, except for Minato Namikaze who had already gotten used to it, the faces of the three Uchiha Fugaku and the four Anbu also changed drastically. This instant body technique is too fast. Uchiha Shisui's expression changed slightly. He is famous in the ninja world for his instant body technique. The speed that Chinyu burst out just now is not inferior to him. You go, this is my kunao, notify me if there is anything. Namikaze Minato handed the Flying Thunder God kunao to the leading Anbu ninja. Go, as long as you don't provoke him, he won't mess around. During this period of time, after getting along, Namikaze Minato also understood Chinyu's character. Approachable, but decisive in killing. There are principles for being a human being, but also untouchable reverse scales. Yet, the leading Anbu ninja nodded gratefully and quickly caught up with Chinyu. Watching the four people leave, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't hold back his temper. Minato, didn't you promise to help me watch Chinyu? How come he killed the third Mizukage and brought back the Three Tails Isabu? I'm afraid Danzo will not let this go. Namikaze Minato smiled helplessly. Chinyu's methods are more than I thought. However, if we really get to the bottom of it, the third Mizukage was killed by the backlash of the tailed beast. Chinyu just suppressed the three tails. The responsibility is not on him. But, I'm worried that Danzo doesn't think so. If this matter is not handled well, it may make things more complicated. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. Now their Uchiha clan's position in the Konoha ninja village is already very embarrassing. If something happens again, it will be worse for their Uchiha clan. Uncle, I'll go and take a look. Uchiha Shisui's expression sank, his figure flashed, and he performed the instant body technique and disappeared on the spot. In front of the Hokage's mansion. It seems very quiet here, but the surroundings are already full of secret sentries. There are so many of them, there are hundreds of them. Jiraiya was leaning against the door, staring and waiting for Chinyu to arrive. Lecherous immortal, didn't you go to the bathhouse to peek today? Chinyu smiled and greeted. The cheeks of the Anbu present twitched. Jiraiya came back to his senses, and his eyes were twitching. If it were an ordinary person, he would have punched him on the head for exposing his past like this. You kid, you are really restless. Jiraiya suppressed his helplessness and said, let's go, they are all waiting for you. Don't worry, I will help you with this matter. Also, Master Fukasaku has agreed to give you the opportunity to learn immortal arts. After this matter is over, you can go to Myaboka Mountain. Jiraiya has repeatedly confirmed Chinyu's personality characteristics with Minato Namikaze. Therefore, when they met at the beginning, Jiraiya threw out the sweet cake, hoping to make the next things go more smoothly. Okay, we'll talk about the benefits later. Let's deal with the business first. Chinyu smiled and patted Jiraiya's shoulder. Otherwise, if the business is messed up, it won't be of much use to throw out this sweet cake. Looking at Chinyu who was walking towards the Hokage building first. Jiraiya couldn't see through Chinyu more and more. He didn't know why he was so confident in the face of Konoha's high-level officials and hundreds of Anbu around him under such strict guard. Teacher, we're here. Jiraiya knocked on the door, and after getting a response, he pushed it open. Everyone's eyes fell on Chinyu at once. No. It should be said that more of them were on the three-tailed Isabu. They were eager to verify the authenticity of the information. Sure enough, everything is true. The third-generation Hokage spoke with a serious face. Chapter 84 Danzo's Thoughts. The huge office fell into a dead silence. After seeing the three-tailed beast shrink countless times and sleep on Chinyu's backpack like a rag doll, the pupils of the three advisors, including Danzo, suddenly shrank. It can be said that the scene in front of them was too shocking. In their eyes, the tailed beasts should be sealed in vessels or in the human body. Being able to move like this and behave so harmlessly is completely beyond their cognition. If you don't see it with your own eyes, who would be willing to believe it? Chinyu, welcome back. The third-generation Hokage spoke first. I have learned about your activeness on the front line from Minato Namikaze's report. I also heard that the Water Country kidnapped Nohara-rin and planned to replace the third-generation Mizukage and become the three-tailed Jinchuriki. However, the person who died this time is the third-generation Mizukage, which has been implicated in the highest level of politics, so for you and Konoha, we will discuss and make a few decisions. The third-generation Hokage went straight to the point as soon as he opened his mouth, staring at Chinyu at the same time, trying to find a change in his expression from his face. The third Hokage is really straightforward. I like this way of doing things. Tell me what you have decided. If it is reasonable, I won't mind. Chinyu smiled warmly. Boy, you are so presumptuous. Danzo shouted coldly. This nonchalant demeanor made their faces change slightly. On weekdays, those juniors would be full of awe when they saw them alone. Not to mention that Chinyu is now facing the three top leaders of Konoha and the Hokage at the same time, and he can still be so calm. This inevitably makes people wonder what trump card he has. How am I presumptuous? Chinyu smiled playfully, is it because I let you do whatever you want, that I am not presumptuous? Don't forget, I came back with merit, and I should be rewarded according to my merits, not to be punished. No, the loud voice made Denzo's expression stagnate. However, before he could speak this time, the third Hokage reached out and stopped him. Okay, Chinyu is right. The third Hokage's eyes flickered, and he said, this time, Chinyu is only indirectly related to the death of the third Mizukage. He also made a lot of contributions on the battlefield, but this time the matter is too related, so I hope you can stay in Konoha village in the next period of time and wait for the end of the war. During this period of time, I will arrange for the Anbu to protect you. After the slightly long voice fell, everyone's eyes fell on Chinyu, and even Jiraiya became nervous. He was entrusted by Minato Namikaze to solve this matter perfectly. If something goes wrong, it's his fault. Is that all you ask? Chinyu said calmly, as long as they don't interfere with my eating, drinking, playing and picking up girls, it's not a big problem. I'm happy to be free, and it's also a face for you. Hearing these slightly teasing words, Jiraiya secretly breathed a sigh of relief. As long as Chinyu is willing to agree to this condition, the next thing will be easy to solve. He can also explain to Minato Namikaze. Okay, since Chinyu agreed to this request, then the next thing will be left to Minato. A smile appeared on the face of the third-generation Hokage. Chinyu, if you don't have anything else to do, then you can withdraw first. During this period of time, he also thought hard about many candidates to monitor Chinyu. However, after some calculations, he decided to use Minato Namikaze. Whether in terms of friendship or strength. Minato Namikaze also has the Flying Thunder God technique, has good mobility, and can be more competent for this task. Then I'll go first. Chinyu glanced at Danzo, who was gloomy, smiled warmly, and turned away. Jiraiya smiled bitterly helplessly. Facing Danzo, he was nervous and worried that something unexpected would happen. Now Chinyu was still provoking him in public, which was simply a bold move. Teacher, I'll go first too. Jiraiya also hurriedly followed. However, as soon as he turned around, his face changed drastically. Secret technique, heart turn technique. 5 figures appeared in all directions in an instant, and at the same time, they performed the secret techniques of the Yamanaka clan. At the same time, 5 root ninjas also rushed out one after another, and all they performed were sealing techniques. 5 elements great binding technique. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Even the third Hokage and Jiraiya were shocked. Danzo pursed his lips slightly, revealing a playful smile, and the moment he also burst out. In an instant, Danzo appeared behind Chinyu, and his left hand spread out many curse seals, and slapped them directly on the body of the three-tailed beast. Sealing technique, self-effect curse seal technique. As soon as they made a move, the 5 members of the Yamanaka clan, led by Yamanaka Feng, performed the heart turn technique. Then let a bear may take Jin launch the sealing technique to restrict Chinyu's actions. Finally, Danzo attacked the three-tailed beast. This plan was extremely perfect in the eyes of the third Hokage and others. However, the person they faced this time was unfathomable, Chinyu, who was praised for lurking for 15 years before making a splash. This method may not be enough at the moment. Danzo, your method is really disappointing. Chinyu smiled warmly. In the moment of turning around, he had already activated the 9 Megatama Sharingan. If we really want to say who has stronger mental power, the 5 people of Yamanaka Feng combined may not be as good as 1/10 of Chinyu who has Tsukuyomi. At the moment when the secret technique was performed, the 5 people rushed into Chinyu's consciousness space first, and the first thing they saw was the huge Sharingan floating in the consciousness space. The seals in his hands stopped instantly, and his expression fell into a sluggish state. Looking at the oncoming Abermaitajan and others, Chinyu's 9 Magatama Sharingan turned in vain, and Susanoo quickly condensed. The huge body and the burst of air directly blew away the approaching Danzo and Abermaitajan and others. The originally narrow Hokage office was also directly broken through. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Looking at the huge body about 10 meters high in front of him, even Danzo was moved. He had also seen this kind of monster once on Uchihamadara. It was also because of this battle that the first-generation Hokage was seriously injured and died. It can be said that the Susanoo in front of him can be completely praised as the incarnation of disaster. The scarlet appearance exudes a fierce aura. Chapter 85. I also like to practice with more people. As soon as the huge Susanoo appeared, the Hokage's mansion was instantly broken. Under the strong wind and waves, the rolled-up building debris scattered around like a storm. Is this the legendary Mangekyo Sharingan, the most powerful eye technique owned by Uchiha Madara? The third-generation Hokage rushed out of the ruins, looking at the huge body. A trace of anger flashed across his face. Denzo, are you crazy? Why don't you follow the decision we discussed? The hysterical roar made Jiraiya and Midamanen change their expressions. It was the first time they saw the third-generation Hokage, who belonged to the conservative faction, so furious. However, before they could react, Susanoo's right hand suddenly stretched out, and with a lightning-fast gesture, it directly caught the flying oil female root. The sudden scene shook everyone's nerves. Denzo rushed out of the ruins and fell to the side. His face turned pale and he shouted in a hurry, "Chinyu, let him go quickly. You dare to destroy the Hokage's mansion. If you kill your companions in the village, you will be sentenced to treason." "Denzo, you are crazy." The third-generation Hokage's face changed drastically, and he shouted in a hurry, "You are not qualified to decide this matter, shut up. Chinyu, don't be impulsive, let me handle this matter." The hurried words echoed between heaven and earth. Jiraiya and Midamanen, who were present, and even a group of Anbu ninjas, had never seen the third-generation Hokage so angry. Unfortunately, some things cannot be solved by a few words. At least, in Chinyu's eyes, it is not possible. A warm smile appeared on Chinyu's face. The 9 Magatama Sharingan turned in vain, and Susanoo's right hand suddenly clenched. "No!" Abaramatajan screamed in pain. His most powerful skill was the parasite technique, which had an all-pervading attack method. However, facing the Susanoo, which had absolute defense and no holes, it was obviously useless. Facing Chinyu's smile, which was like the death urging, the next moment, the whole body was tingling, and the mind was madly attacked. Puff! A sound like a watermelon breaking suddenly came out. Everyone's pupils suddenly shrank. Especially those Anbu ninjas, they asked themselves that there was still a big gap between them and Abaramatajan. In terms of means, they were even more incomparable. However, this kind of existence that could be called an elite ninja could not withstand the clenching of 5 fingers, and was crushed directly like a watermelon. Now, they were only a little glad that they did not act rashly just now. "Chinyu, you are looking for death!" Denzo roared. Abaramatajan was his confidant who he had cultivated with great efforts, and was the backbone of the root. Despite his warning, Chinyu crushed him to death in public, which was the biggest provocation to him. "Haha, I was still very inexperienced in controlling this Susanoo, and I accidentally crushed him to death. This was an accident. I believe Denzo, you will understand." Chinyu smiled playfully. However, this smile, at this moment, undoubtedly became a naked provocation. "Come on, kill him for me." Denzo's expression was ferocious. As a senior advisor of Konoha and the leader of the root, it was the first time that he was despised by others. However, as soon as the voice fell, 2 figures, like ghosts, surrounded Denzo one after another. "That's enough, Denzo." Jiraiya pressed Denzo's left shoulder. As for his right shoulder, it was caught by Minato Namikaze. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who followed closely behind him, looked at the illusory figure standing in the ruins in front of them, and their faces turned pale. The thing they were most worried about still happened. "Minato, Jiraiya, Chinyu is wantonly killing his companions in the village, this is treason." Denzo shouted sternly, "Don't stop me, I will let this junior know that Konoha Ninja Village is not a place where he can run wild." "Denzo, that's enough, Minato and I are not stopping you." Jiraiya looked at Chinyu who was in Susanoo, and said solemnly, "We are worried that you will be killed." The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole scene like a hurricane. The dignified leader of the root and the 3 high-level officials of Konoha. The strength possessed by Denzo can definitely be called the level of Kage. It is precisely because he has this strength that Denzo will want to become Hokage again and again. However, Jiraiya, who is now a Sunin, gave this evaluation. Regardless of whether it was true or not, it was undoubtedly a slap in the face when it fell into the ears of others. "Asshole, Jiraiya, what nonsense are you talking about? If you have the guts, get out of the way. I will let you know why I can become the leader of the root." Denzo shouted angrily. However, the person who appeared in front of Danzo first this time was the third Hokage. Danzo, it's really enough. You go back now. Without my order, you can't take a step out of the mansion, otherwise don't blame me for not remembering the old friendship. The third Hokage said coldly. In the past, you would weigh the pros and cons and know what fear is, but now you are blinded by interests and you still haven't seen it until now. That kid, making such a fuss in the village, facing so many people, he can still show a relaxed face, which proves that he is not afraid at all and has enough confidence to escape. If you still act rashly, I'm afraid you will die like a bear Meitajan. Danzo's expression froze, and the moment he met Chinyu's eyes, he had no way to refute. It was the first time that he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen, the old rival who was in control of the situation, speak without confidence. What's more, this is Konohagakure, their base camp. Under such favorable conditions, the third Hokage still gave such an evaluation. For Danzo, it was beyond his expectations. Chinyu, you have killed people, and your anger should have subsided. Why not just stop here? Uchiha Fugaku was the first to lose his temper. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, if he does not break the deadlock now, the situation may worsen. Moreover, he also has the responsibility to set an example in this situation. Looking at Uchiha Chinyu with a smile on his face, Uchiha Fugaku's nerves were tense to the extreme. He had always heard about Chinyu's strength from hearsay. But after seeing it with his own eyes, Uchiha Fugaku realized that Chinyu's strength was far beyond his imagination. As if Chinyu insists on his own way and wants to fight, his trump card will be exposed. Once this time comes, the situation for the Uchiha clan will be even more severe. Fugaku is right, this is the end of Chinyu's matter, and we will give you an explanation next. The third generation Hokage also spoke up. This time, Danzo was too reckless. Seeing that even the third generation Hokage started to persuade, the faces of the people present changed. There was also a hint of urgency in the eyes looking at Chinyu. The high evaluation of Jiraiya and others just now made them know clearly that if the boy in front of them said no, what awaited them would be a fierce battle. Hehe, since uncle, and the third generation Hokage asked, I don't give this face, it seems that I have really become a sinner. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, but I like it too, Danzo, send me more people to practice. Chapter 86 This joke is not funny. Damn kid. Danzo roared with a ferocious look. As a high-ranking member of Konoha and the leader of the root, when has he ever been looked down upon so much? Moreover, Chinyu's strength was indeed beyond his control, but he still had a trump card. Danzo, shut up. The third Hokage shouted coldly, Mito, you sent Danzo back to me. He cannot leave the root without my order. Sarutobi you. Danzo was furious. However, facing the unquestionable gaze of the third Hokage, the words on his lips were swallowed back into his stomach in an instant. He suddenly flicked his sleeves, turned around and said coldly, Humph, I will go back by myself, but I will not give up this matter easily, even if you have anyone to support you. After leaving these harsh words, Danzo did not stay any longer. Watching him leave, Uchiha Fugaku's mood not only did not ease up, but became even heavier. This grudge has been made. Teacher. Jiraiya couldn't help but look over. The third Hokage sighed heavily and said, Minato, you send Chinyu back first. I will take care of the rest. Namikaze Minato did not refuse. From the beginning, he felt uneasy. Unfortunately, he did not expect that things would become so chaotic and completely out of his control. If he had expected it, he would never let Chinyu go to the Hokage's residence alone. The only thing he could do now was to repair the gap between the two sides. Chaotic thoughts flashed through his mind. Namikaze Minato's figure swayed and landed beside Chinyu. Uchiha Fugaku was obviously worried and followed him quickly. Chinyu, let's go. Namikaze Minato spoke first. Well, I'm sorry to trouble you. Chinyu laughed dryly. Namikaze Minato said bitterly, fortunately, you know how to hold back and only killed one. Otherwise, I couldn't handle this. I don't know what to say, are you showing mercy or giving me face? Next, don't forget to give me a good meal. And me, I didn't make trouble just now. The three-tailed Isabu also crawled out of Chinyu's backpack. Seeing that one man and one beast had not forgotten to eat at this critical moment, Uchiha Fugaku felt even more depressed. With the departure of Chinyu and the other two, only Jiraiya and the third Hokage were left in the huge ruins. The other members of the envy were obviously going to evacuate the other villagers and ninjas who were alarmed. Jiraiya, if you use your trump card, are you sure you can defeat Jin Yu? The third Hokage suddenly spoke. As a teacher, he knew Jiraiya's ability very well. If it is said that among the three ninjas, Orochimaru's efforts were all poured into the development of forbidden techniques. Tsunade focuses on medical ninjutsu. Then Jiraiya is the one who is best at fighting. It can be said that among the three ninjas, Jiraiya is the strongest in terms of combat power. 50% chance of winning, this is the conclusion that Jin Yu has no hidden cards. Jiraiya said solemnly. If he still has any trump cards, then I am not very sure. If there are other people in the field, they will definitely take a breath when they hear Jiraiya give such an evaluation. The three ninjas are comparable to the shadow level. If the sage mode is used, it is not difficult to reach the super shadow level. However, now facing a junior, it is hard to believe that such a high price is given. The third generation Hokage was silent. After 7 or 8 seconds, he said, in your eyes, the most terrifying thing about him is probably not what he is now. Yes, his terrifying learning talent, right? Yes. Jiraiya nodded solemnly. So, I agreed to let Master Fukasaku learn the sage mode and make a final assessment of his harmfulness. After Jiraiya returned from studying the sage arts, the third Hokage was also boasted by him. So, it is very clear how difficult it is to learn the sage mode. In each era, among hundreds or thousands of trialists, only one can achieve it. Or, not even one can achieve it. Moreover, once the practice fails, it will turn into a frog, or be directly turned into a frog stone statue. It can be said that practicing the sage mode is a double-edged sword. After witnessing Jin Yu's horror with his own eyes, an absurd thought flashed through the mind of the third Hokage. If Jin Yu failed, would it be better for the whole thing? However, as soon as this thought came out, it was suppressed by the so-called justice of the third Hokage. Then, when do you plan to send him there? The third Hokage sighed and said, this time, Danzo broke the original agreement and fought with Jin Yu. This hatred has been formed. Although he did not kill the third Mizukage, he is indirectly related to him, so I hope you can deal with this matter as soon as possible. Jiraiya nodded and said, don't worry, I will arrange for him and Minato to go there tomorrow. It will take at least several months to practice the sage mode. During this period of time, the Third Ninja World War will probably be over. On the other hand, Jin Yu returned to the Uchiha clan's residence under the escort of Uchiha Fugaku and Namikaze Minato. Because the previous Uchiha Jin Yu lost both his parents when he was young, his residence was arranged next to Uchiha Fugaku's house. Following closely behind them were Uchiha Shisui and Uchiha Itachi. You are finally back. Uchiha Mikoto heard the footsteps and opened the door first. When she saw Jin Yu, a gentle smile appeared on her face. Jin Yu, welcome home safely. And, you are still the same, sweet-mouthed. I don't have any gifts, so why don't I give you this thing? Jin Yu took out the three-tailed beast with his backhand. The sudden move made everyone look confused, even Uchiha Mikoto was no exception. Boss, you are immoral. You just accepted me as a younger brother, and now you give me away. If you spread it out, other tailed beasts will not be so easy to fool. The three-tailed beast was anxious in an instant. Who can talk about this thing? Uchiha Mikoto was stunned and said, what is it? Three-tailed Isabu, like the nine-tailed beast, is a tailed beast weapon. Uchiha Fugaku spoke first. Jin Yu, this joke is not funny. Besides, are you planning to get your hands on other tailed beast weapons? Chapter 87 The Forbidden Land of the Uchiha Clan. Fugaku, don't be so serious. What if you scare the child? Uchiha Mikoto glared and said, Jin Yu, Auntie has prepared a delicious meal for you. I have another important thing to announce. Important thing? Uchiha Fugaku and others were stunned. Jin Yu was no exception, but soon looked at Uchiha Mikoto's slightly bulging belly. Auntie, are you pregnant? The sudden words made Uchiha Fugaku's expression stagnate, and he said anxiously, Mikoto, is what Jin Yu said true? Uchiha Mikoto was stunned and said, Jin Yu, I just went to see the doctor and came back to know, how did you see it? At this moment, even Uchiha Fugaku and others noticed that something was wrong. Could it be the power of the Mangekyo? Uchiha Fugaku frowned and said, Misaki, be careful in the next period of time. Itachi, Shisui, go and help serve the meal. Minato, you should also stay for a meal, you haven't had a drink with me for more than a year. Haha, Fugaku, you are really polite, I haven't tasted my sister-in-law's cooking for a long time. Namikaze Minato is not a fool. He instantly saw that Uchiha Fugaku was going to discuss with Chinyu alone. If it was someone else, Namikaze Minato would never let Chinyu out of his sight. But as a good brother, Namikaze Minato knew very well that Uchiha Fugaku would not gamble with the fate of the family casually. Otherwise, he would not change the fate of the family and put pressure on him. Thank you, Minato. Uchiha Fugaku showed gratitude on his face, looked at Chinyu, and said, Chinyu, come with me, I want to talk to you alone. Yes. Chinyu did not refuse. At least under the kindness of the past, he still respected the elders of Uchiha Fugaku's family. He casually threw the three-tailed beast to the stunned Uchiha Itachi. Just let it be a meal, I won't mess it up. Yes, the boss is right, just let me eat half full. For Chinyu's disrespect, the three-tailed beast Isabu didn't take it to heart at all. Looking at the dignified tailed beast, it fell to a meal and was satisfied. This huge gap made Namikaze Minato feel helpless. But more, he was shocked by Chinyu's methods. If he really met other tailed beasts, would they be tamed like the three-tailed beast? Once it comes to this time, the whole ninja world will probably tremble. Chinyu followed Uchiha Fugaku and walked all the way to the basement. Seeing that the mysterious sealing techniques along the way were lifted one by Uchiha Fugaku, Chinyu knew that the purpose of this trip was probably the forbidden area of the Uchiha clan. When passing through the last corridor, the two finally arrived in front of the sealed door. This door was made of special chakra iron and has the ability to absorb chakra. It can be immune to a certain degree of attack. With some sealing techniques, even the lower S-level ninjutsu can break it. Chinyu, you should have guessed that this is the forbidden area of our Uchiha clan. In addition to the clan leader of each generation, there are also people who can open the Mangekyou Sharingan. Uchiha Fugaku said in a deep voice. This time, it's up to you to open it. Chinyu did not refuse, and took a half step forward. The 9 Magadama Sharingan turned in vain, and the mysterious sealing technique on the door was spinning rapidly. The next moment, it turned into a blood-red eye. A huge amount of mental power rushed into Chinyu's mind. Humph, Uchiha Madara, get out of here. Chinyu snorted coldly, and a huge amount of mental power surged like a raging tide. Out. This is the sealing technique left by Uchiha Madara. When activated by the Mangekyou Sharingan, it will trigger the illusion shock he left behind to test the strength of the successor. Looking at Chinyu, who woke up instantly, Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed. On that day, he entered for the first time. Although he also opened the Mangekyou Sharingan, he had no way to achieve the level of Chinyu. At that time, he spent a minute to wake up, and was praised as a genius by the previous clan leader, his father. Now Chinyu only took a short breath of time. This huge gap shocked Uchiha Fugaku, who had been mentally prepared. If he is a genius, then Chinyu in front of him is a naked monster. Let's go. Chinyu took the lead in entering this secret room. There are many scrolls inside, and a rough stone tablet with a Mangekyou Sharingan engraved on it. Uchiha Fugaku came back to his senses and quickly followed. This is where our Uchiha clan keeps ninjutsu scrolls and family traditions, but when Madara left, many of them were taken away, leaving only a few ninjutsu. You can look through them. Uchiha Fugaku looked around and said, as for that stone tablet, you can use the Mangekyou to open it, and perhaps you will get some special inheritance. But before that, I want to know what you think. Are you planning to follow Uchiha Madara's path again? At this point, Uchiha Fugaku's eyes became a little more sharp, and he wanted to see a change in his expression on Chinyu's face. If I say that I met Uchiha Madara on the battlefield, would you believe it? Chinyu smiled and met his gaze. The voice was not loud, but it fell into Uchiha Fugaku's ears, like thunder, shaking his nerves. You really did meet him, did he instruct you to do what you did? Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. From the change in his expression, Chinyu was more certain that Uchiha Madara had never given up on winning over Uchiha Fugaku, who had opened the Mangekyou Sharingan from the beginning. After all, this was a ready-made combat force. Moreover, as long as he could bewitch the contemporary head of the Uchiha clan, it would not be difficult to make a comeback again. Uncle, you underestimate me too much. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, saying, "He did want me to inherit his will, but if I tell you that he was killed by me, do you believe it?" "He was killed by you." Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed drastically. In their eyes, Uchiha Madara was a godlike existence. After opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Fugaku had also come into contact with him, and of course he knew how terrifying he was. "Yes, he is dead, and there is no need for me to lie to you," Chinyu said lightly. Uchiha Fugaku fell silent after hearing this. After a long while, he said, "I met him 10 years ago. Although he was also old at that time, he was still stronger than me. For the continuation of the Uchiha clan, I fought with him, but unfortunately I didn't reach your level. Over the years, you should have seen the decline of the Uchiha clan. In fact, if he hadn't taken away all the clan's forbidden techniques and ninjutsu and other resources, our Uchiha clan would not have declined." Chapter 88 The Inheritance of Uchiha Madara. Speaking of this, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but pause and said, "I thought that the Uchiha clan would continue to decline, but I didn't expect that there would be geniuses like you and Shisui. However, I don't want you to follow the path of Uchiha Madara. Even he couldn't escape the result of destruction. I don't want to let the family go to extinction again." Chinyu did not refute this. If Uchiha Madara had not hidden his weakness when he left that day, and left behind the method of opening the Mangekyo Sharingan, as well as the scrolls for practicing ninjutsu and forbidden techniques, I am afraid that the Uchiha clan would not have only a few high-level combat forces. Just imagine, a family with 7 or 8 Mangekyo Sharingans at the same time. Looking at the entire ninja world, who can compare with them? Chinyu, I hope you can give me an answer." Uchiha Fugaku continued to repeat. "Uncle, don't worry, my dream is to be a salted fish. As long as they don't go too far, I will still be law-abiding," Chinyu said with a faint smile. As the voice faded, the scene suddenly fell into silence. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes flickered, and he finally sighed and said, "Since you said so, I won't ask any more questions. You have opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, so take a look at the stone tablet to see if there is any inheritance suitable for you. It's also good to have more self-protection power. I'll go back first to see Mikoto and the children. I'm old too. I'm afraid I'll have to give you the position of clan leader in the future." After saying this, Uchiha Fugaku turned around and left. Chinyu rolled his eyes and was helpless in an instant. After laying so much groundwork, it turned out that everything was just to be a hands-off boss. However, what he is most interested in now is the inheritance of the Uchiha clan. After flipping through the scrolls placed around, Chinyu finally understood why Uchiha Fugaku hated Uchiha Madara so much. In addition to some records of how brilliant Uchiha Madara's achievements were in the Warring States period and how to praise his strength, there are only 3 things related to ninjutsu: Fire Escape, Flame Song Technique; Fire Style, Dragon Fire Technique; Fire Style, Great Fire Extinguishment. In addition to the last Great Fire Extinguishment, as long as the chakra is sufficient, it can explode except for the power of S level. The rest are all scum. At this moment, Chinyu finally understood what selfishness from the great god is. However, this cannot be blamed entirely on Uchiha Madara. As a great existence praised by the family, if he is surpassed by future generations, it would be fine if he died. If he was still alive, he would know that the title of the first person of Uchiha was taken away. This feeling may be suffocating. However, the smallest mosquito leg is also meat. For other people, it takes time to practice, but for Chinyu, there is no threshold for any ninjutsu. Ding dang, congratulations to the host Fire Style Flame Song Jutsu. Ding dang, congratulations to the host Fire Style Dragon Fire Jutsu. Ding dang, congratulations to the host Fire Style Great Fire Extinguishment. Hearing the 3 system prompts, Chinyu put the scroll back in the distance and looked at the rough stone tablet. Facing the blurred Sharingan on the stone tablet, his Mangekyo Sharingan was touched. The next moment, without any sign, it spun rapidly. Buzz! Chinyu's mind flashed with a roar, and his consciousness quickly entered the illusion space of the stone tablet. A huge blood-red Sharingan was extremely dazzling in the dark environment. My descendant, this is a memory of the Mangekyo Sharingan pupil technique that I left on the stone tablet. If you can get it, you may try it. This invincible technique. Uchiha Madara's voice suddenly sounded, and the feeling seemed very ethereal, giving people a sense of high-end taste. After these words were dispersed, Chinyu's 9 Magatama Sharingan suddenly stopped rotating. After exiting the consciousness space, there was a more awkward pupil technique driving method in his mind. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the Mangekyo amplification I. Is it a one-click full level? The voice of the system suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his eyebrows and looked very surprised. He just guessed what this so-called invincible technique was, and the system brought him a surprise. In the original work, Uchiha Madara's Mangekyo Sharingan, in addition to the wheel-grave technique, also has another unknown I technique. However, according to Chinyu's speculation, this unknown I technique is actually an amplification. A powerful auxiliary means that can amplify all attacks such as ninjutsu and I techniques. For example, the Great Fireball, the Sky-blocking Shock Star, and the Three-headed Susanoo. All of these are probably used in the eyes of amplification to become the power of forbidden techniques. Otherwise, in the original work, Uchiha Sasuke had already reached the same level as Uchiha Madara, why the ninjutsu he performed was not as awesome as his. It seems that Uchiha Madara left the Uchiha clan and took away most of the ninjutsu scrolls. But he left behind one of the strongest I techniques. However, this is not incomprehensible. Uchiha Madara has always been in the mentality of a strong man, and he doesn't care about the weak at all, even his clan members are no exception. Instead of leaving some ninjutsu and forbidden scrolls, he cultivated a group of mediocre people. It is better to leave the strongest I technique to the strongest clan member, so that a stronger chess piece can be cultivated. However, if Uchiha Madara knew that the strongest I technique he left behind through his deliberate layout was actually taken away by the person who killed him, I am afraid I don't trademark T know what he would feel. E-system, immediately reach the maximum level with one click. Chinyu retracted his thoughts and ordered. A host, please wait. Congratulations to the host, the Mangekyo amplification I has successfully reached the maximum level with one click. The voice of the system echoed in his mind. Chinyu smiled playfully and had an urge to try it out. The next moment, the stone tablet in front of him clicked, revealing a crack that ran across the entire Sharingan carving. It seems that Uchiha Madara only prepared this strongest I technique for one person. Just as his domineering thinking, one chess piece is enough. Retracting his thoughts, Chinyu did not stay any longer. The strongest thing was also obtained. Chinyu was not in the mood to study and praise other iron news, one was killed by himself. After Chinyu left, the sealed door opened and closed automatically. In the living room, Uchiha Fugaku hurried back. Looking at the people who had been waiting for dinner, the seriousness on his face was replaced by a smile. Let's eat first, Chinyu will need some time to come back. Uchiha Fugaku said with a smile, Misaki, you have worked hard this time. When the child is born in the future, Itaki, you will love him so much. Dad, don't worry, I will take good care of my younger brother and sister. Uchiha Itaki agreed without hesitation. But the next moment, looking at the corridor, the pupils suddenly shrank. Brother, you are back so soon? Dad also said that you need time. Uchiha Fugaku was stunned, and hurriedly looked back and said, you also have no gains. As the patriarch, Uchiha Fugaku was verbally passed on the secret of the stone tablet. Unfortunately, although he opened the Mangekyo Sharingan, but compared with Qin Feng, who has a system and a strong mental power in 2 lives, he is obviously inferior. I've gained a little bit, and my strength has skyrocketed again. Chinyu smiled playfully, looking at Minato Namikaze and said, how about we spar and practice our skills? Chapter 89. Are you guys trying to tickle me? You've gained a little bit. Uchiha Fugaku's expression changed slightly. Even Minato Namikaze and others beside him were no exception. The strength Chinyu possessed now was far beyond their cognition. If, now there is another gain, does that mean that the strength has increased again? I've gained a little bit, and I'm not afraid of it. Okay. Chinyu said with a smile. Okay, eat first if you have anything to say. If you delay any longer, the food will get cold. Uchiha Mikoto persuaded. Namikaze, Minato and others were eager, but they suppressed their anxiety and ate with confusion. The time for a meal passed in the blink of an eye. Uchiha Mikoto had just put away the dishes and chopsticks. In the dining room, except for Chinyu, everyone else stood up. Chinyu, I want to compete with you. The 3 said in unison. Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Shisui, and Namikaze Minato all looked at each other. Facing Chinyu's unknown gains, they obviously held a trace of urgency in their hearts. Dad, my brother has gained something, but in such a short time, he should not have mastered it. Aren't you too hasty? Itaki Uchiha suddenly spoke. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui were stunned for a moment, obviously agreeing with Uchiha Itaki's words. In their eyes, whether it is a ninjutsu or a pupil technique, it takes at least a process to learn and integrate it. No, Chinyu, I believe you have learned it. Namikaze Minato said firmly, your Uchiha clan is famous for pupil techniques. I think if your gains are pupil techniques, the learning speed will be faster, right? Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's expressions stagnated, and when they saw Chinyu smiling and nodding, their expressions suddenly changed. It can be said that the time between Uchiha Fugaku and Chinyu returning to the living room was only a short 1 or 2 minutes apart. In such a short time, I am afraid that even the pupil technique cannot be adapted. You have been in contact with Chinyu for too short a time, and his learning ability can be called a demon. Minato Namikaze said it lightly, but his face was a little more serious, and he said, then, are we going to have a fight next? Inside the village. Chinyu smiled playfully and said, there are at least 30 or 40 people on guard outside. If something is accidentally broken, I'm afraid Danzo will hold them accountable. Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui also froze. Not long ago, Chinyu destroyed the Hokage building and killed a bear-mate Tone. Although the main responsibility lies with Danzo, Chinyu is now under surveillance. If he makes any more trouble, Danzo will indeed target him. Don't worry, we'll leave the clones here and practice outside the village. Minato Namikaze smiled playfully. He took out the Flying Thunder God Kunao with his backhand. The next moment, Chinyu and others, with the help of Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God technique, disappeared in the mansion. Only one clone remained to hide from the public. Bang! 30 kilometers away from Konoha Ninja Village, in a huge basin. 5 figures descended on the earth like ghosts. Minato, your Flying Thunder God technique has become more and more proficient. Uchiha Fugaku glanced around and said, in the future, if you really want to escape, I'm afraid no one can catch you. Listening to these words, not knowing whether it was a compliment or a derogatory statement, Minato Namikaze touched his nose helplessly and said, okay, let's make a quick decision. The 3 of us all want to fight Chinyu, who will make the first move. Just now in the hall, the 3 people's actions at the same time exposed their thoughts. After all, the strength shown by Chinyu has already made them feel daunted. If they gain anything now, it will be a nightmare for them. Come on, all 3 of you. Chinyu said with a smile. The small voice, at this moment, swept the whole place like a hurricane. Namikaze Minato's expression changed, and he said, Chinyu, are you kidding? Kidding. Chinyu smiled and shook his head, saying, I'm always serious. Remind you, wake up and be alert, my attack power is explosive. Looking at the confident Chinyu, Namikaze Minato sank, looked at each other, and instantly reached a consensus. Do it! Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently. With a flick of his hands, dozens of shurikens flew out instantly, and attacked Chinyu at a reverse angle. At the same time, with his hands flying quickly, a series of seals were formed, and the hot chakra accumulated under his mouth and was swallowed out instantly. Fire style, Great Fireball Technique. A 7 or 8 meter long fireball condensed instantly and rolled towards Chinyu. At the same time, 2 figures appeared behind Chinyu. Raise Nan. Flowing Water Blade. The powerful chakra fluctuations were pushed to the extreme. One performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and the other performed the powerful Instant Body technique. It can be said that as the golden flash of Konoha and the name of Instant Body Shisui that resounded throughout the ninja world, he simply took the speed to the extreme. However, Chinyu had already been mentally prepared. The moment his eyes turned bloody, the 9 Megatama Sharingan turned in vain. The powerful pupil power exploded instantly like a raging tide. The scarlet color seemed to turn into a raging tide, and turned into a tens of meters long Susanoo. The moment the 3 attacks fell on Susanoo, it was like attacking an invisible wall. The fireball technique was instantly detonated. The Raise Nan and the flowing water blade were directly annihilated. However, what made their pupils shrink the most was the Susanoo that Chinyu displayed, which showed the Shura form with 3 heads and 6 arms. Furious eyes, compassionate smile, solemn and majestic. This can be said to be a shock to the mind. His pupil technique has changed, and the aura he exudes is several times stronger. Uchiha Fugaku's face changed drastically. Namikaze Minato and Shisui also hurriedly withdrew and retreated. Looking at the huge figure like a small mountain, a trace of solemnity appeared on his face. Are you guys tickling me? Chinyu smiled warmly. If we can't even break the defense, then this battle doesn't seem to need to continue. The small voice made the three people of Namikaze Minato stagnate. Looking at the entire ninja world, the three of them are also outstanding. When have they ever been despised like this? Looking at each other, a trace of determination flashed in their pupils. Chapter 90 The difficulty of super defense against wild beasts. Use all your strength, don't hide your weakness. Uchiha Fugaku shouted coldly. His eyes turned in vain, and the three-pointed star kaleidoscope instantly unfolded. A purple pupil power penetrated the body and turned into a Susanoo that was more than 10 meters high. Uchiha Shisui also moved, his eyes were bloodshot, turning into sickle-like eyes, and the green pupil power surged out like a mad tide, turning into a Susanoo that was not inferior to Uchiha Fugaku. Watching the three of them working together, they were all killer moves. Although Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui could not perform Susanoo better than Chinyu. But compared to them, Namikaze Minato seemed a little shabby. In desperation, he bit his finger, and the moment the blood flowed out, he directly scratched his palm. Spirit summoning technique. Bang! Smoke rose into the sky, and a body as big as a hill appeared in it. Minato, you kid, it's rare for you to summon me out. But it's better than that bastard Sharingan kid. Every time you ask me to come out, it's a thankless task. Next time I meet him, I will definitely teach him a lesson. As soon as Gamabunta appeared, the gun barrel holding a pipe in his mouth suddenly froze in mid-air. Looking at the huge monster in front of him, and Chinyu who was standing in it with a warm smile on his face, his heart seemed to be tightened by an invisible big hand. Bunta, it seems that this is a good opportunity for you to teach me a lesson. The voice mixed with a playful smile made Gamabunta's nerves tense up. Looking at the bitter smile on Namikaze Minato who fell on his head, he had the impulse to do it for the first time. Minato, what are you doing? Why did you fight with him? You didn't notify me in advance so that I could prepare. Gamabunta couldn't help but say. Namikaze Minato patted Gamabunta's head helplessly and said, Boss, we are here to spar, but I remind you, don't look at Chinyu with the eyes you had 5 days ago, otherwise you will suffer. Just sparring. Gamabunta secretly breathed a sigh of relief. However, looking at the blood-red Susanoo that exuded the smell of disaster, his expression became more solemn. Did this kid hide his shortcomings 5 days ago, or has he become stronger now? The aura he exudes has skyrocketed several times. I don't know, maybe he is hiding his shortcomings, but he has also become stronger. Minato glanced at Chinyu and said, but I can be sure of one thing. If you don't take it seriously, you may die. As soon as these words fell, even Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui's expressions froze. Do it. The three of them reached a consensus in an instant. Explosive Flame Spear. Uchiha Fugaku's Susanoo made a move, and his 5 fingers grabbed the air, and the flames wrapped around it, instantly turning into a spear. Without any fancy moves, he stabbed Chinyu in the air. When the shot was fired, the air along the way was instantly torn apart like cloth. The flames rolled back, and it turned into a fire dragon of hundreds of meters, whistling away with a powerful posture. Uncle, I'll help you. Uchiha Shisui shouted coldly. His Susanoo 99, with the hurricane wrapped around his right hand, instantly turned into a spiral spike. With the sharp tearing sound of the hurricane, the dark green hurricane, like a raging tide, instantly rushed into Uchiha Fugaku's 1000-meter fire dragon. Fire rides on the wind, and the wind helps the fire grow. The moment the two merged, the fire dragon instantly soared to 1000 meters, and under the storm rolled back, there was even a dragon roar rising into the sky. Minato, you use fire style, I'll use toad oil, break Chinyu's defense in one fell swoop, let that kid see how serious we are. Gamabunta shouted anxiously. Okay. Namikaze Minato quickly agreed, his hands quickly flipped, and Gamabunta's abdomen suddenly swelled. The next moment, the two attacks were fired out simultaneously. Fire-style toad oil refining bullet. As the three people attacked, the flames shot up into the sky, and the whole sky was illuminated. Chinyu, who was standing in the attack, smiled even more. The moment the 9 Megatama Sharingan turned wildly, the pupil power was drawn like a tidal wave. Boom! The blazing flames instantly submerged Qin Yu in a raging manner. The backflowing sea of fire and air waves made the surrounding rock basins burn and sizzle instantly. The three of them succeeded in their attack and quickly distanced themselves from each other. At the same time, they stared at the battlefield with a look of urgency on their faces. Don't be too nervous. If you are hit by such a powerful fire escape, even if you have Susanoo, it will be melted. Gamabunta said anxiously. However, the hand holding the pipe suddenly clenched. Looking at the ferocious figure in the firelight, his face changed drastically. It is the beast difficulty recorded in the family's iron news. Uchiha Fugaku exclaimed. Looking at the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo in the firelight, covered with a layer of ferocious armor like a samurai, his eyes almost popped out. Fugaku, what is this? The power of Susanoo performed by Qin Yu seems to have increased again. Namikaze Minato asked anxiously. Even Uchiha Shisui, who was standing by, couldn't hold back. He was originally best at pupil skills, and the previous attack could be said to be almost his trump card. Combined with Uchiha Fugaku's fire escape attack, the power should have increased several times. However, facing Qin Yu's defense, it seemed pale and powerless. It's the amplification eye. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly, I also saw it in Uchiha Madara's notes. After he opened the Mangekyou Sharingan, one of the pupil skills he possessed was the amplification eye that could greatly enhance the power of ninjutsu, pupil skills, etc. Now Qin Yu's beast difficulty is to use the amplification eye to enhance the defense of Susanoo and turn it into armor. Now Qin Yu's defense has increased by at least 3 to 5 times. What? Minato Namikaze's face suddenly changed. The defense just now had left them helpless. Now it has been increased to 3 to 5 times, which can definitely be called absolute defense. A sense of powerlessness quickly emerged in Minato Namikaze's heart. The next moment, an absurd idea flashed through his mind. Fugaku, what will happen if the amplification eye is used in the attack? Minato Namikaze spoke hurriedly. At the same time, a roar sounded in Qin Yu's mind. Under the rapid operation of the amplification eye, the inheritance from Uchiha Madara in his mind emerged again. The use of a ninjutsu quickly filled Qin Yu's mind like a tide. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the Tianai Zhenxing. Do you want to immediately reach the maximum level with one click? Chapter 91 This is just an appetizer. The ethereal voice of the system echoed in Qin Yu's mind, making his expression stagnate. It can be said that in the original work, what shocked Qin Yu the most was not when Uchiha Madara used the Six Paths mode or the Wheel of Graves. Instead, it was when he faced the Ninja Coalition in the 5 Cage and used the Heavenly Shock Star. Like a meteorite falling from the sky, with a diameter of 10,000 meters, the doomsday-like attack made people feel inexplicably suffocated. Originally, Qin Yu was very satisfied with obtaining ninjutsu such as the Amplification Eye and the Great Fire Extinguishing in the Forbidden Area of the Uchiha clan. But compared with the Heavenly Shock Star, there is still a small lump in his heart. Now the sudden inheritance undoubtedly makes Qin Yu happy. System, max level immediately. Ding dang, host, please wait. Congratulations to the host, the Heavenly Shock Star has been successfully maxed out with one click. The system's voice gradually faded in his mind, and Qin Yu withdrew from the consciousness space. The moment the blood moon-like 9 Magatama Sharingan turned wildly, the three-headed and six-armed Susanoo moved with both hands. You mean the amplification eye is used for attack? Uchiha Fugaku was stunned. The notes about Uchiha Madara's deeds that he had seen in the past flashed through his mind, and the next moment his expression suddenly changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Qin Yu in the sea of fire, and when he saw the six-armed Susanoo flying rapidly, his pupils contracted and he roared urgently. Hurry up, according to the notes, if the amplification eye is used for attack, it can instantly destroy a ninja village. The hysterical roar echoed between heaven and earth. However, before they could react, a huge black shadow fell from the sky. An inexplicable force of oppression arose from the heart. Everyone's nerves suddenly tensed up, and they hurriedly looked up at the sky. The moment they saw it, they were stunned. It was like being struck by lightning, and they were stunned. The huge meteorite had a diameter of 5,000 meters. The crushing posture that fell from the sky instantly tore the air and clouds along the way. Accompanied by a piercing roar, the huge meteorite fell from the sky. Run, run quickly! Uchiha Fugaku roared in a hurry. Facing this kind of attack, he didn't think about fighting at all in his mind. The only thought was to run away. Madman, this is simply a madman. Gamabunta's voice was also hoarse, and a trace of fear flashed in the depths of his pupils, and he said, Minato, you said you will die if you don't take it seriously. I'm so dang suspicious. If I take it seriously now, I'll die. In this situation, I'm useless now. I'll go back first. After saying this, Gamabunta disappeared out of thin air. Minato Namikaze fell directly to the ground, looking at Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui who were fleeing. A trace of determination flashed in his pupils. With a flicker of his body, he disappeared out of thin air. Shisui, Fugaku, you guys give me chakra. This time we've played too big and played too hard. If this meteorite falls, it will affect people within a few kilometers, so I have to move it away. Minato Namikaze appeared in front of the two of them first. Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui, who were originally frightened, froze for a moment and looked at each other. Minato, are you sure? Fugaku couldn't hold back any longer. Although he felt powerless, as Minato Namikaze said, this was the consequence of playing with fire. If they just walked away, the consequences would be disastrous. 30% sure, this is the first time I've transferred something like this. Minato Namikaze's lips were dry, and he said, but with your chakra support, I might be able to be 50% sure. We don't have much time, let's start now. Looking at the sky approaching quickly, in the pupils a huge meteorite that was rapidly enlarged. Minato Namikaze threw the three flying thunder god kunao in his hand without any hesitation. At the same time, Uchiha Fugaku and Uchiha Shisui put their hands directly on Minato Namikaze's shoulders. The chakra dormant in the body, like a raging tide, poured into Minato Namikaze's body without any reservation. With a roar, the three flying thunder god kunao collided with the meteorite in an instant. Bang! With sparks flying, the flying thunder god kunao instantly nailed into the meteorite in a Chinese-shaped pattern. The next moment, under the impact of the powerful air wave, Minato Namikaze's hands flew up. A series of seals were formed, and at the moment when cold sweat oozed from his forehead, a trace of determination flashed in the depths of his eyes. Flying thunder god barrier. Buzz. The vibration of the air suddenly sounded, and Uchiha Fugaku and Shisui felt that the chakra in their bodies was pulled away by a big hand in an instant. This place, Namikaze Minato obviously often appears here, and the flying thunder god seal has been laid within a radius of dozens of miles. When the last seal was formed, a flying thunder god barrier covering 10,000 meters of the sky was instantly condensed. The black crack, as black as ink, directly collided with the meteorite falling from the sky. The huge air wave impact and the huge impact force made this crack seem to be overwhelmed, and the space emitted a crisp cracking sound. The spider web-like cracks spread rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye. Minato, will it be impossible to transfer? Fugaku couldn't hold his breath and asked anxiously. This meteorite falling from the sky was hundreds of meters above their heads. Just looking up, there was an inexplicable breath of death, which came towards them. If Namikaze Minato really failed, then they might be waiting for a dead end. Don't worry, it's possible. The veins on Minato Namikaze's neck were prominent, and he suddenly clasped his hands together. The little chakra left in his body was instantly drained. The flying thunder god space barrier, which had reached its limit, was slightly expanded in an instant. The next moment, the situation that was quickly stuck in a stalemate began to loosen. The meteorite that fell from the sky was instantly swallowed by the dark space crack. After just 10 seconds, the meteorite with a diameter of 5,000 meters was completely moved away. Looking at the clear sky and the gradually disappearing space crack, Minato Namikaze panted and lay on the ground. The sweat on his forehead and the rapidly consumed physical strength made it impossible for him to stand up for a while. The tendons and veins all over his body, under the crazy refining of chakra, sent out a tearing pain. However, before they could be happy, the words that fell in their ears the next moment were like the straw that broke the camel's back. Very good performance, but this is just an appetizer, the main course is still to come, but can you take the second one, which is bigger? Chinyu smiled warmly. At this moment, it feels like a demon. Minato Namikaze and others didn't have time to think about it, and hurriedly looked up at the sky. A little black shadow was rapidly enlarged, and the speed was so fast that the posture of the meteorite falling from the sky reappeared in front of them again. Crazy. No. It should be said that they felt that they were simply crazy. The moment before, they spent all their efforts and chakra to barely transfer a Tianai Zhenxing star. Now Qin Yu told them that this was just an appetizer. There is a bigger one behind, if they didn't see it with their own eyes. I'm afraid no one would believe it. Damn it, are we playing with fire and playing ourselves to death? Minato Namikaze couldn't help but smile bitterly. Now he couldn't even move a finger, and the chakra in his body was exhausted, and he couldn't use the Flying Thunder God technique to escape. The only thing he could do now was to wait for death. Chapter 92 He killed Uchiha Madara. A huge meteorite fell from the sky with a mighty force. Their pupils quickly expanded, as if an invisible hand tightly grasped their hearts. That bastard boy, there is no way to remove this ninjutsu, right? Uchiha Fugaku smiled bitterly. Did he just use up his chakra like us? If you don't come quickly, we'll be waiting to die. Hearing this, Namikaze Minato, who was lying on the ground and panting rapidly, couldn't help but look up at the sky. The moment he saw it, the huge meteorite that fell from the sky twisted rapidly like ripples on the lake. The next moment, it collapsed in the sky. No. It should be said that in their eyes, the whole sky was like the movement of the stars. When everything calmed down, there was no huge rock in the sky. Only the traces of destruction from the first wave of attacks remained. Don't look at it, the second meteorite is just an illusion, I don't want to be shortchanged like you. Qin Yu's voice suddenly sounded. The three of them suddenly woke up and looked at Qin Yu who appeared behind them. They smiled bitterly in an instant, knowing that this battle could be said to have decided the outcome. You kid, I was almost scared to death by you. Uchiha Fugaku patted Qin Yu's shoulder helplessly. But we also lost convincingly. Just that move just now, you can't really use the second meteorite, so you deliberately hide your weakness here. For this question, Namikaze Minato and Uchiha Shisui couldn't help but look at Qin Yu, with a hint of urgency on their faces. Looking at the whole in the ninja world, they are considered strong men standing at the top. However, facing Qin Yu's attack, they walked through the gates of hell, which cast a shadow on them. No. Qin Yu said with a smile. However, this statement is not false. With Qin Yu's current chakra, it would be difficult for him to use the first Tianjia Zhenxing without the support of the three-tailed beast. Not to mention the second one. Then I'll trust you for now. Uchiha Fugaku rolled his eyes and said, it's getting late. Let's go back quickly. If we get caught, we will be criticized. On the other hand, Konoha Ninja Village, inside the root. Danzo's face was extremely gloomy, and his hand holding the cane was also bulging with blue veins. Haha, Danzo, I didn't expect you to find me so anxiously. Orochimaru's voice suddenly came out. Soon, a ninja in Anbyo clothing was seen walking in from the gate. After taking off the painted mask, a pale face was revealed. It's not easy to meet you this time. There are many more Anbyo along the way. You won't be kicked out by my teacher, right? Orochimaru stuck out his scarlet tongue and said playfully. In Orochimaru's eyes, only the third-generation Hokage is qualified to fight against an old fox like Danzo. It's Uchiha Qin Yu. Danzo turned his head and said gloomily, I have prepared 10 elites in the Hokage's mansion. Even if I take action myself, I can't subdue him. He also killed my Abermaitagen with his Susanoo. The small voice, at this moment, seemed to be infused with magic sound. Danzo, are you telling the truth? Orochimaru's expression couldn't help but stagnate, and said, if what you said is true, I suspect that the war in Kyuzagakure village is related to Qin Yu. Is it that kid who destroyed Kyuzagakure village? Danzo's expression also changed. As the leader of the root, his intelligence network is still very large. On the second day after the destruction of Kyuzagakure village, he had received the report, and he was still guessing who was responsible. Yes, you should be very curious about who will fight him in that battle. A trace of solemnity appeared on Orochimaru's face. If I guessed correctly, I'm afraid he killed Uchiha Madara. Bang! The cane in Danzo's hand was crushed again. Looking at Orochimaru's eyes, he was full of shock and said, Orochimaru, do you know what you are talking about? Then Uchiha Madara, who can only be defeated by the god of ninja world, did not die, but was killed by that kid. Are you kidding me? As we all know, in the Battle of the Valley of the End that day, the first-generation Hokage, Senju Hashirama, killed Uchiha Madara with a slight advantage. It was because of this battle that Senju Hashirama completely established the title of the strongest in the ninja world. Now Orochimaru told him that Uchiha Madara not only did not die, but was killed by Chinyu. This huge gap made it difficult for him to accept. Haha, from the beginning, I was just as unwilling to believe as you, so I wasted time investigating. Orochimaru laughed dryly, with a hint of fanaticism on his face. However, Uchiha Chinyu is still too naive. He didn't even kill all the people in the Kusagakure village to silence them, so I can find clues from it. He killed the elderly Uchiha Madara. I was far away from the battle that day, but their battle traces were clearly presented in front of me. It is worthy of the blood limit that I value. Danzo's expression was extremely gloomy. Danzo would not doubt Orochimaru. They are dark people with similar tastes. Moreover, after seeing Chinyu's strength, Danzo believed that it was not impossible for Chinyu to win against the elderly Uchiha Madara. Orochimaru, I want to know if you have any way to deal with that kid. Danzo spoke again. The smile on Orochimaru's face faded, and he said, "Are you worried that he is endangering your position? Of course I will not let go of this rare pair of eyes. Besides, I have successfully improved that trick recently, but I hope you can take me to the Senju family's base. I want to get something." Danzo's expression suddenly changed, and he said in a deep voice, "I didn't expect that you could really succeed in doing something that even the second-generation Hokage couldn't do." If Sarutobi knew, I don't know what his expression would be. Hehe, in fact, I also heard a lot of thanks to Mr. Sarutobi. If he hadn't cruelly expelled me from Konoha village, I wouldn't have easily torn off the mask and conducted research unscrupulously. As long as I get that thing, I believe it will be easy to wipe out Uchiha Chinyu. Chapter 93 Special Welcome Ceremony. That's great. Danzo's face flashed a trace of ferocity, and he said, "Sarutobi, that old fool, knew that Uchiha Chinyu was a mad dog that could not be tamed, but he asked Jiraiya to send that kid to Myaboka Mountain to learn the Sage Mode. His current strength is unfathomable, so I will take you to the Senju clan's residence now, and kill him before he learns the Sage Mode." Sage Mode. Orochimaru's expression sank, thinking of the battle with Jiraiya that day, and said sternly, "Don't worry, Sage Mode is not that easy to learn. Jiraiya spent 3 months that day, but I couldn't even find the door to the Ryokai cave. No matter how powerful his talent is, it will take at least a process. Death is very close to him. Closer." After the voice fell, Danzo glanced at Orochimaru, who was full of confidence, and a playful smile appeared at the corner of his lips, and said, "Then let's set off quickly, it depends on you next. I want that kid, I know that not everyone can mess with him." At Uchiha Fugaku's house, Qin Feng and his 4 companions rushed back to the hall. However, the scene they saw made Namikaze Minato and others smile bitterly. Bang! Jiraiya raised his hand and smashed it directly on the head of the future 4th generation Hokage. "Damn kid, if I hadn't come to see it myself and found that these were shadow clones, I'm afraid I wouldn't know you're running away now." Jiraiya scolded. "You have to remember that as a guardian, the only thing you have to do is to never let Danzo find an excuse to attack Chinyu. Now you are so good, you ran away with him instead." Looking at Jiraiya, who rarely went to peek into the bathroom, Chinyu smiled and sat down and said, "Master Jiraiya, don't worry, Danzo must be eager for my death. However, he must choose to act secretly. If I am not mistaken, he may have conspired with someone to take my head. And you came here this time, I am afraid you found some clues and planned to send us to Myaboka Mountain in advance." The slightly long voice suddenly changed the atmosphere in the field. Jiraiya's expression froze, and he rolled his eyes and said, "Sure enough, there is no way to hide it from you. I do have something important to deal with, so I plan to send you and Minato to Myaboka Mountain to learn the Sage Mode in advance, and I also brought the scroll." As he spoke, Jiraiya untied the scroll around his waist and spread it out. The fastest way to enter Myaboka Mountain is to perform the reverse summoning technique in Myaboka Mountain. But with the seal scroll of the Toad clan, Jiraiya also has certain powers to perform directional summoning and transfer Chinyu and Minato Namikaze to Myaboka Mountain. "Teacher, do I want it too?" Minato Namikaze's expression stagnated and said, "The situation of Konoha is not clear now. Can I move the time back? Now the Rock Village is at war with the Cloud Ninja. The 3rd generation Mizukage of the Land of Water was indirectly killed by Chinyu, and the Sand Village was at a disadvantage in the Battle of Kikyo Mountain. However, the situation on the battlefield changes rapidly. If something goes wrong, Minato Namikaze can still rely on the Flying Thunder God technique to quickly support. From the looks of you, you should not have been abused just now, right? Jiraiya rolled his eyes and said, you are not strong enough. Are you unable to do it? This opportunity is rare. The battlefield is changing rapidly, but only by improving one's own strength can one respond to more emergencies. The Namikaze Minato's expression froze, and after looking at Chinyu and remembering the scene of being abused just now, he nodded with a wry smile. Well, in order to avoid being abused next time, my strength does need to be improved. Haha, this is more like my student, but I hope you don't get hurt. Jiraiya patted Namikaze Minato on the shoulder and said, goodbye. Reverse summoning technique. The inexplicable words made Namikaze Minato startled, but unfortunately before he could react, Jiraiya had already performed the summoning technique and teleported them away directly. Inside Myaboku Mountain, on the huge square. In addition to Fukasaku and Shima, in addition to Gamabunta, Gamaken and Gamahiro, together with a group of small toads, were also there. Okay, I didn't expect that Bunta would be suddenly summoned away by Namikaze Minato, but do you agree with the plan it proposed? Fukasaku asked, holding his cane. Since the boss proposed it, I agree. Gamaken nodded in agreement. Gamagwang, who was standing by, was no exception and said, last time, he summoned us to deal with the three-tailed Isabu, showing his contempt for the three of us brothers. It really needs a proper show of strength. Yes, we agree too. Since that kid is going to practice here for a while, of course he should be honest and dutiful. The scene suddenly became lively. For this group of toads who like to join in the fun. If even the three major toads agree to it, then it will be a good show. This kind of excitement is a waste not to join in. Dad, is this really good? That kid seems to be very strong, and the great immortal asked us to entertain him well. Now that Bunta is not here, this matter may be a bit inappropriate. Shijian couldn't help but say. Fukasaku smiled and shook his head, saying, this is Myaboku Mountain, but it's our territory. No matter how wild that kid is, are we afraid that we can't suppress him? Besides, if the child suffers, it would be embarrassing for the father not to take action. Looking at the stubborn Fukasaku, Shijian shook his head helplessly, and the next moment his nerves suddenly tensed up. They are coming. Fukasaku and a group of toads heard the words, and excitement immediately appeared on their faces. Get ready, use the water bomb cannon together, don't worry that the kid will die, we will do our best. Fukasaku shouted loudly. Bang! In the huge open space of the square, the mysterious seal appeared, and two figures immediately emerged in the white mist. Faced with this long-distance space crossing, even though Minato Namikaze was well prepared, he also felt dizzy for a short time. When he came to his senses and wanted to see the situation of Myaboku Mountain clearly, the sound of breaking air from all directions made his pupils shrink suddenly. Water bomb cannon. One after another, water bombs swept out across the sky like cannonballs, and there were hundreds of them. However, what Minato Namikaze could not accept the most was that the water bomb cannon would grow larger as the toad's body shape changed. Especially Gamaken and Gamahiro, the diameter of the water bomb cannon was at least 10 meters. Tons of water, if it hits a person, will definitely be crushed to pieces. This welcome ceremony was too unexpected. Haha, I found that I like this kind of welcome ceremony. Chinyu suddenly laughed. It immediately made Minato Namikaze's spine cold, and his heart suddenly tightened when he recalled a scene that happened not long ago. Chapter 94. Even lying down was shot. Susanoo. The blood in Chinyu's eyes suddenly swept open like a tide, and the 9 megatomas spun wildly, and the powerful pupil power quickly surged out. The huge Susanoo quickly supported itself with a 3-headed and 6-armed posture, directly comparable to the height of Toad and others. Boom! Hundreds of water bombs fell on Chinyu. The huge impact force caused Susanoo to shake a little. The amount of water that splashed out was like a torrential rain, spreading across the whole world. This is the Susanoo of the Uchiha clan. His form is different from what you described. Fukasaku's expression changed slightly. However, this was only their first wave of attack. They had already expected the appearance of Susanoo. Gamahiro and Gamaken moved instantly, stomping down on the ground, like a mountain, approaching Susanoo across the sky. The double swords and long forks in their hands chopped down directly, and bursts of sonic booms were heard in the air along the way. Looking at this sudden scene, the eyes of the toads present brightened, and there was a hint of urgency in their pupils. Don't! Two shouts suddenly sounded. In addition to the mouth of Minato Namikaze, there was also the mouth of Gamabunta, who hurried back. The sudden scene caused the two big toads' attacks to pause for a moment, and even Fukasaku, who was watching the battle, was stunned. After all, this welcome ceremony was proposed by Gamabunta, mainly to dampen Chinyu's arrogance. However, now Gamabunta said no. The gap is a bit too big. Bunta, what's going on? Shijian Senin was the first to lose his temper. It was the first time she saw her fearless beloved son showing such a panic expression. Unfortunately, before Gamabunta could answer, Chinyu's voice drifted away with a smile. Okay, the return gift for you has arrived, please come out to receive it. Chinyu was inside Susanoo. The three-headed, six-armed Susanoo moved, and instantly formed a series of seals. When his hands suddenly clasped together, Gamabunta was stunned and roared hysterically, "Run, run away from this place quickly." The sudden scene shook everyone's mind, and they looked up at the sky following Gamabunta's gaze. The scene in front of them stunned even the two big toads who had made the move. This is too much. The 5-kilometer diameter meteorite fell from the sky, and the shocking feeling is completely beyond the reach of ordinary people. If there is really a sentence to describe it, that's a natural disaster. Madman, you big madman, we are just joking, you don't have to use a big move at the first move. Shenron Fukasaku was completely impatient. It has immortal arts, but facing this Tianjia Zhenxing, it is obviously powerless. Facing such a large-scale attack, unless you have large-scale defense means like Gaara in the original work. Perhaps, there is an attack stronger than Tianjia Zhenxing, otherwise, what awaits them is a test of death. Chinyu, can this attack be withdrawn? Toad Wentai couldn't hold his breath. Just now, it escaped from the battlefield, but due to the time difference and space jump, he ran back home without specific spell coordinates. Thinking of the ridiculous welcome ceremony just proposed, and the doomsday-like attack methods encountered after being summoned by Minato Namikaze to participate in the battle, Toad Wentai didn't have time to think too much, and rushed back here desperately. Unfortunately, everything was too late. Sorry, I can only perform this attack, but I can't resist it. Chinyu said with a smile. However, you can ask Minato to use the Flying Thunder God Barrier, which should be able to transfer again. Me again? Minato Namikaze was stunned, feeling the urgent eyes from all around, and walked out with a bitter smile. Why, I was the one who got hurt in the end after what you did. Okay, don't complain too much. I played the role of the bad guy and gave you the role of the good guy. It's worth fighting for the sage mode. Chinyu patted Minato Namikaze's shoulder. Looking at the meteorite falling from the sky, the two sages couldn't hold their temper and rushed over. You kid, I'll settle accounts with you later. Sage Fukasaku said angrily. However, as soon as these harsh words came out, Sage Shima directly slapped him on the back of his head and said, if you hadn't indulged these children, this situation wouldn't have happened. I'll punish you in bed tonight. Minato, I'm sorry to bother you this time. With our Sage Chakra injected into your Flying Thunder God technique, we should be able to move this meteorite. As one of Jiraiya's teachers, the two sages certainly knew what ninjutsu Minato Namikaze could do. And many of them, the toads, had heard of the reputation of Konoha's Golden Flash. Then you guys start first. I'll go take a break. My chakra is a bit overdrawn. Chinyu yawned. However, his energetic look made the toad gnash its teeth. Unfortunately, here at this critical moment, no one dared to be dissatisfied with Chinyu. A meteorite from outer space has already made them ready for battle. If there is another one, it will be a dead end. Do it! Minato Namikaze shouted anxiously, looking at the rapidly approaching rock in the sky, and threw out 3 Flying Thunder God Kunao in the same way. At the same time, the Flying Thunder God Kunao held by the 3 big toads rushed to 3 opposite directions quickly. After all, Minato Namikaze was only coming to Miyaboka Mountain for the first time, and he did not set up the Flying Thunder God technique here, so he could not cast the Flying Thunder God barrier at the beginning. 5,000 meters. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters. All right. The 3 big toads finally rushed out 5,000 meters with their powerful jumping power. At the moment when the roar came out, Minato Namikaze's hands flew up quickly. Flying Thunder God Barrier Technique. The 3 Flying Thunder God Kunao instantly collided with the meteorite. The transfer ritual barrier immediately tore open quickly with the three big toads as the center, like a black and bloody mouth. Feeling the chakra that had just recovered in his body, and not quickly withdrawing it, Minato Namikaze's face turned pale instantly. Use our fairy chakra! The two great immortals, Fukasaku and Shima, shouted in unison. A warm current was poured into Minato Namikaze's body as the toad's claws pressed on his back. The space barrier that was slowly torn apart suddenly seemed to have eaten a catalyst, and it turned into 6 or 7 kilometers in an instant, like a black galaxy, and swallowed the meteorite that fell from the sky directly. Such a shocking scene lasted for more than half a minute. When everyone reacted, the meteorite with a diameter of 5 kilometers completely disappeared in the sky. The black and ink-like crack also healed quickly. Huff! Minato Namikaze panted rapidly and fell directly to the ground. Although he had the power of two great immortals, the consumption of physical strength and the exhaustion of his own chakra were also a great burden for him now. However, the words that fell into his ears the next moment almost broke the nerves of Minato Namikaze, who had just breathed a sigh of relief. It's bad, that lunatic has disappeared. Gamabunta said anxiously. As soon as these words fell, a chill rushed straight to the foreheads of the toads in the field and Minato Namikaze, who was lying and shot. Will there be any more trouble? Chapter 95. He said he had learned it. Are you Uchiha Chinyu? Sure enough, there is no shortage of people. Looking at the ninja world, I am afraid that few people can reach you with such a powerful ninjutsu. On the top of Miyaboku Mountain, Chinyu just reached the top and saw a huge pavilion built here, as an immortal who has survived in Miyaboku Mountain for thousands of years. The big toad immortal lives in this place. Looking at the body in front of him, it has obviously become dozens of times larger than the feather clothing era. Qin Feng smiled and said, Big Toad Immortal is bothering you. Haha, young man, you are really interesting. The Big Toad Immortal laughed kindly. You are very special, and I can't see any future in you. There are only two explanations for this situation. One is that you are dying, and the other is that your strength exceeds me, so I can't see through you. In my eyes, you are the second one. In response to this statement, Chinyu smiled casually and said, Big Toad Immortal, you are too serious, you should know why I came here. I know, you are for our Miyaboku Mountain Toad Immortal art. The Big Toad Immortal did not continue to pester him, still maintaining a lazy look. However, after the commotion just now, it may be difficult for you to let Fukasaku and Shijian teach you the immortal arts in person. I hope you can understand. The Big Toad Immortal remembered the Tianai Zhen scene that just appeared. He didn't care. But if one or two more appeared, it might be too much for people to bear. Don't worry, Big Toad Immortal, I will leave after I learn the immortal mode. Chinyu responded with a smile. Besides, I dare not trouble the two immortals, Fukasaku and Shijian, it is enough for me to learn by myself. Self-study. The Big Toad Immortal frowned, looked at Chinyu with a warm smile on his face, and sighed, this Toad Immortal art, the practice process is very complicated. Once the practice fails, it will become a petrified statue. Moreover, if you cannot adapt to controlling the fairy chakra, you will also partially turn into a toad. Once you lose control, you will turn from a human into a toad. Are you still determined to practice by yourself? At this point, the Great Toad Immortal looked at Chinyu, and his wrinkled cheeks like tree bark flashed a trace of urgency. In his eyes, he has clearly described the pros and cons of practicing the Toad Fairy art. If you are not a fool, you will definitely find a stepping stone when you first come into contact with this mysterious fairy art. Thank you for the reminder from the Great Toad Immortal. I still have some confidence in my talent. If there is a scroll, it will be enough for me to study by myself. Chinyu said with a smile. The Great Toad Immortal was stunned and confirmed again and again, are you really going to study by yourself? If something unexpected happens, I, the old man, will not care. The Great Toad Immortal was obviously a little angry when his kind reminder was ignored. However, Chinyu still smiled and nodded, saying, Thank you, Great Toad Immortal. The Great Toad Immortal was silent for a moment, and soon waved his right index finger lightly. The scroll on the top of the chair back seemed to be pulled by an invisible force and went straight to Chinyu. Fly away. Bang! Chinyu reached out to catch it, and the huge force shook his body. Looking at the Big Toad Immortal who still kept his eyes closed, he had no intention of speaking at all. It seems that this old toad also has a temper. However, Chinyu did not take it to heart. He couldn't just shout to others that I am a god with a system. I can make any ninjutsu and taijutsu reach the maximum level with one click. I am afraid that if I say half of this, others will think I am an idiot. Qin Yu didn't care and turned over the scroll in his hand. In addition to depicting a toad sitting cross-legged, there are also descriptions of how to operate the immortal mode and how to absorb natural forces for your own use. It can be said that at first glance, the content is very rough. Ding dang, it is detected that the host has learned the immortal mode. Do you want to reach the maximum level immediately with one click? The crisp system sound echoed in his mind. Qin Yu raised his eyebrows, smiled, and gave an order. The immortal toad, who had been silent, was stunned by the smile on Qin Yu's face. It can be said that from the beginning, it intended to let Qin Yu see the mystery in the scroll, and then ask for advice again when he was confused. However, now it was beyond its expectations again. Are you laughing foolishly? The immortal toad lost his temper and stopped talking. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Qin Yu put away the scroll. Ding dang, congratulations to the host for successfully reaching the maximum level of the immortal mode with one click. The ethereal voice of the system sounded again. Qin Yu smiled and handed the scroll back to the immortal toad. Thank you for your help, immortal toad. I have learned the immortal art, so I won't stay here any longer. You have learned it. The immortal toad took the scroll and was stunned. In his memory, even the most talented Yi spent 7 days to learn the sage mode. Now Qin Yu just took a look and told him that he had learned the sage mode. This was too much. Grandpa, are you okay? Didn't that kid do anything disrespectful to you? Shenron Fukasaku jumped down. Following him were Shijian and Namikaze Minato, as well as a group of toads. After Namikaze Minato moved the meteorite, he found that Qin Yu had disappeared. Fukasaku and Shijian teamed up to activate the sage perception, quickly looking for Qin Yu's whereabouts, and finally caught up with this place. Qin Yu, are you okay? I heard that this is the forbidden area of their Mayaboku mountain. If you break in casually, they might trip you up when you are learning the sage mode. Namikaze Minato landed beside Qin Yu and persuaded him in a low voice. Humph, Minato, you are a sensible kid. Fukasaku sage snorted coldly and said, Boy, I can let go of what happened just now, but you have now broken into the forbidden area of our Mayaboku mountain. If you don't apologize, even if we promised little Jiraiya to teach you the sage mode, we will not guide you well. In fact, this time, Fukasaku sage decided to guide Qin Yu to the sage mode, which was the result of the prediction of the Great Toad Sage. However, as the Great Toad Sage said, this kind of predictive ability is very vague when placed on Qin Yu. Qin Yu almost frightened him to death with the Tianai Zhenxing he used just now. Now Fukasaku sage distorted the facts in order to get back his face, and it is obvious that he intends to suppress Qin Yu's arrogance. However, the voice that came the next moment stunned everyone present. He said, he has learned it. Chapter 96 The Stunned Great Toad Immortal. The old voice swept the whole place like a hurricane at this moment. All the toad's nerves were tense at once. These words were not said by Qin Yu, but by the Great Toad Immortal. Grandpa, you said he has learned it. The immortal Fukasaku lost his temper. It has lived for more than 800 years, but it has witnessed many successes and failures. Some of them are extremely talented, and some are dull, but to say that they have learned the sage mode in an instant, isn't this just a fool's dream? Boy, are you kidding? How difficult is it to learn the sage mode? There are only 2 or 3 people in Mayaboku Mountain who can learn it. Now you say you have learned it. Are you belittling us? The immortal Fukasaku lost his temper. It can be said that Mayaboku Mountain, Wetbone Forest and Dragon Cave can be called the 3 holy places because the sage mode cannot be copied, and each has its own characteristics. Qin Yu, are you serious? Namikaze Minato was stunned for a moment and was the first to lose his temper. Unlike others, Namikaze Minato knew clearly that Qin Yu had a perverted learning talent. I thought that he would only show this advantage over ordinary ninjutsu. If it is said that now even the sage mode can be easily learned. This is too shocking. Don't you believe it? Qin Yu rolled his eyes. Then I will show you first, and let you give up. As the voice fell, all the toads, including Namikaze Minato, suddenly tensed up. While staring at Qin Yu, a trace of urgency flashed in the depths of their pupils. Even the big toad sage was no exception. Hey! Qin Yu took a deep breath. After the system reached the maximum level with one key, he had more ways to use the sage mode in his mind. At the moment when the body was completely relaxed, I felt the natural chakra flowing slowly around me. The air that was originally flowing slowly stagnated at this moment. This is impossible, the great toad sage lost his temper first. The next moment, he could not help but suddenly open his eyes. The scene he saw moved even the great toad sage. All the toads present, including Minato Namikaze, had their eyes wide open. Sage mode. Chinyu suddenly opened his eyes, and the natural forces floating around him seemed to be pulled away by an invisible hand. At this moment, Chinyu turned into a giant black hole, swallowing up the natural forces within a radius of 10,000 meters. The mysterious patterns spread rapidly in his eyes, forming the posture of the toad sage mode. The breath exuded was even more ethereal. If it were not visible to the naked eye, Chinyu trademark's existence would not be detected by chakra perception alone. It can be said that Chinyu now seems to have merged with the world. Trademark's really the sage mode. Fukasaku sage's eyes were about to pop out, as if he had seen a ghost, and he rubbed his eyes 7 or 8 times. Looking at the boy in front of him, it became a little unreal. A moment ago, he was still full of self-confidence that he was talented enough to learn the sage mode. He even boasted in public. However, now his face was slapped too quickly and too hard. There was a slapping sound, and there was no questioning. By the way, Minato, I forgot to tell you a practice method. Chinyu suddenly said. When practicing the sage mode, you can use the experience overlap of the shadow clones to increase the practice speed. Of course, this also depends on the individual. However, with your qualifications, you should be able to learn it in about 10 days. Moreover, after the sage mode disappears, you can also use the clones to recover in time. Chinyu said, while looking at these confused toads, and sighed helplessly. I will personally demonstrate it to you once as a thank you for learning the sage mode this time. Chinyu's hands flew, and he instantly cast a shadow clone. This was the clone technique that Minato Namikaze taught him that day. It was a high-quality clone technique separated from the forbidden technique of the second Hokage, the multiple shadow clone, which could perfectly inherit the strength of the main body, but the amount of chakra was also reduced. Bang! 2 clones instantly appeared beside Chinyu, and without any instructions, they instantly entered the sage mode state. Seeing that 3 Chinyus could enter the sage mode at the same time, the toads present took a breath of cold air. Even the big toad sage became unable to sit still. The next moment, seeing that Chinyu's main body released the sage mode, the clones beside him were also released instantly. The sage mode then appeared on Chinyu again. The sudden scene was like a straw that broke the camel's back. Even the big toad sage was surprised. You are indeed a demon. Not only did you learn the sage mode in an instant, but you also figured out this method in such a short time. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. The great toad sage said excitedly. Looking at the old great toad, his old flesh was shaking with excitement. Chinyu was really worried that it might be stimulated to have a heart attack, which would be a big deal. Ahem, great toad sage, you are too kind. My business on this road is over. Next, I will leave Minato to you. Goodbye. Chinyu smiled and waved his hand, lifted the reverse summoning technique, and returned to the ninja world. By the way, I forgot to ask you how long it took you back then. The inexplicable words made the great toad sage fall directly to the ground. The sudden scene made all the toads look drastically, and they hurried forward to help him up. They didn't know the name Yi. But, for the great toad sage, it was a dusty memory. Now, after thousands of years, this name was mentioned again. This is simply shocking. Grandpa, what happened? Who is Yi? Fukasaku couldn't hold back and asked anxiously. The surrounding toads, even Namikaze Minato, showed curiosity. No, this is not something you can know. The great toad sage sat back in the chair and said, you just need to know that you must not turn against him unless it is absolutely necessary. Remember, he is probably not a monster that exists in this time and space. No wonder I can't see his future clearly. The hurried voice echoed throughout the summit of Mt. Maya. Boku. The toads and Minato Namikaze looked at each other in bewilderment. It was too shocking for the great toad sage to give such an evaluation. Moreover, this made them even more curious about Chinyu's identity, and even Minato Namikaze had this thought. However, for Minato Namikaze, the most important thing to solve now is how to learn the sage mode in a short period of time. Otherwise, if he still can't do it after 10 days, it will be a slap in the face. Chapter 97 Coming to the Door. Bang! Uchiha Fugaku's family. A low explosion sounded, which seemed a bit sudden under the dead silence of the night sky. The figure of Chinyu appeared in the white mist. Looking at the still quiet courtyard, Chinyu couldn't help but frown. Ding ding ding! The sound of metal collision suddenly sounded. Chinyu raised his eyebrows, and his figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. Itaki, be careful, there are 5 people in the dark. Uchiha Fugaku shouted urgently. Just now when he shot the shuriken in the dark, he thought of using Susanoo. Unfortunately, the entire Uchiha clan is now, because of Chinyu's matter, he was closely watched. If at this juncture, Uchiha Fugaku still exposed his trump card, that would probably push the Uchiha clan to the top of the storm. Moreover, under such surveillance, he was able to launch a sneak attack so smoothly. Is there any connection between them? I'm afraid it's worth pondering. Water style, water dragon bullet. 5 tearing sounds were heard, and 5 water dragons broke through the air and attacked from all directions at different angles. Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly changed. Facing this attack, he was able to escape unscathed. However, Uchiha Itaka can be called a genius in Konoha. However, that is also among the younger generation. According to Uchiha Fugaku's speculation, Uchiha Itaka's current strength is comparable to that of a Chunin, which is already very good. It's too difficult to escape unscathed from these 5 water dragon bullets. Susanoo. A familiar voice suddenly sounded, which made Uchiha Fugaku startled at first, and soon he saw a familiar figure appearing in front of Uchiha Itaki. Susanoo, which was as red as blood and full of the smell of disaster, exuded a terrifying breath. He took a step ahead and blocked in front of Uchiha Itaki. Boom! 5 water dragon bullets instantly hit Susanoo. Under the huge impact, Susanoo, like an iron tower, did not move at all. Water droplets flew all over the sky, falling like a torrential rain. Brother! Chinyu, why are you back? Uchiha Itaki and Uchiha Fugaku were surprised. They had never expected that at this critical moment, Chinyu would come to their rescue. However, before they could react, Chinyu's body was covered with lightning, and the whole person disappeared out of thin air. This speed is too fast, even the Sharingan can't catch it. Is it the lightning body technique? Uchiha Itaki was surprised. However, compared with him, Uchiha Fugaku directly used the Mangekyou Sharingan at the moment Chinyu disappeared. With this superb pupil power, Chinyu could be vaguely seen, as if he turned into a lightning and plunged into the darkness. That kid is back. According to the original plan, we should retreat quickly. A masked ninja said coldly. After leaving these words, he turned around and left without any hesitation. This time, they sneaked into Konoha in order to lure Chinyu to appear and then secretly take him out of the village. However, as soon as he turned around, the figure that caught his eye first made his pupils shrink suddenly. You, how did you appear here? It turns out that the rumor is true. The ninja's expression changed drastically, and while screaming, he took out a kunai with his backhand and stabbed it directly into Chinyu's chest. At such a close distance, the only thing he could do was to use this desperate move to force the boy in front of him to retreat. Only in this way could he save a glimmer of life. Puff! The hot blood was tense and bright like fireworks. The masked ninja who attacked was stunned. Facing his desperate attack, the boy in front of him had no intention of dodging at all. Not to mention raising his hand to block. In the eyes of the masked ninja, this was a crazy way of killing 1,000 enemies and injuring 800 of himself. However, as soon as this thought emerged in his mind, the last huge shock in his hand made him stunned. Dang! A crisp metal collision sound came out, and the kunai in his hand, at the moment it approached Chinyu's body, the flowing arc directly broke the kunai. The huge power made him feel the pain from his wrist clearly when he was dying. Looking at the flying world, accompanied by the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, the masked ninja saw Chinyu disappearing from the spot in the last moment. At this moment, he finally understood that the young man who had recently risen in the ninja world was not a rumor. Dad, where did my brother go? Did you see it clearly? Uchiha Itaka couldn't hold his temper. All along, the person he respected the most could be said to be Uchiha Shisui. Moreover, when he was a child, Uchiha Itaka took Uchiha Shisui as his growth goal. However, after witnessing Chinyu's strength and the rapid rise of playing pigs and eating tigers, Uchiha Ataka's young mind was instantly conquered by Chinyu. It's over. Uchiha Fugaku said solemnly. Soon, Chinyu flashed out from the dark and landed in front of them. It's over. Uchiha Ataka's expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, the time before and after was only a short 5 or 6 seconds. In such a short time, Chinyu killed all 5 sneak-attacking ninjas. This speed is too shocking. In Uchiha Ataka's eyes, if he took action, he would probably not escape this fate. Killed. Chinyu patted Uchiha Ataka's head and said, "You go back and rest first, and leave the next thing to me." Looking at Chinyu with a calm face, Uchiha Fugaku's face suddenly changed, and said, "You didn't deliberately let one go, and plan to chase after it to see who shot it. Chinyu, don't forget that the Uchiha clan is now at the peak of the storm. This time they can sneak attack so smoothly, I'm afraid there must be other people behind them. I hope you can think carefully and don't mess around and put the Uchiha clan in danger." Facing other people, Uchiha Fugaku might have already stopped them. But after seeing Chinyu's powerful strength with his own eyes, Uchiha Fugaku dared not humiliate himself. "Uncle, you don't worry, others have come to our door. If we hide, they will only get worse. You can't let your aunt and the baby in your belly be implicated. Leave these things to me. I am not someone that anyone can deal with." Chinyu laughed dryly. The lightning arc on his body crackled, and the whole person disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Looking at Chinyu who had completely disappeared, Uchiha Ataka couldn't help but say, "Dad, do I need to notify Shisui?" Although, after Chinyu and Minato Namikaze went to Miyaboka Mountain, Uchiha Fugaku told Uchiha Ataki about the battle. Even the hidden strength of Uchiha Shisui was exposed. However, if it was before, Uchiha Ataki would definitely respect Shisui to the point of prostrating himself. But after hearing with his own ears that Chinyu defeated the 3 of them together, he still respected Shisui, but he was no longer as odd as before. No need, if he insists on taking action, I think there are only a few people in the ninja world who can stop him. But didn't trademark T Chinyu go to Miyaboka Mountain to learn fairy arts? Why did he come back suddenly? Uchiha Fugaku raised his eyebrows and showed a confused expression. Chapter 98 Mitarashi Red Bean. Konoha Village, outside the sealed gate. The night was dark, like black ink, lingering. A petite figure flashed out of the dark without any warning. The sealed gate is in front. As long as I leave here, I can see that guy. A mess of thoughts flashed through my mind, and the scenes of the farewell that day quickly passed through my mind. Stay for a while, who are you? A cold shout suddenly sounded. Soon, a figure flashed out of the dark and blocked the sealed gate. Is it you, little girl? Sarutobi Seiko raised his eyebrows and said in a deep voice, Red Bean, this has been 10 times, and every time you insisted on breaking in, saying that Orochimaru is back. Now, you broke out of the confinement room again. If you do this, it will give me a headache again. Looking at the stubborn little girl in front of him, Sarutobi Seiko felt helpless. Since Orochimaru defected, Mitarashi Anko would attack the sealed gate every once in a while. She claimed to have found the trace of Orochimaru. However, Mitarashi Anko has just been promoted to Chunin and is only 13 or 14 years old. No one will care about this. The first attack might be regarded as nonsense. However, it continued for a long time, and things became distorted. Every time Orochimaru came back secretly, Mitarashi Anko would make a fuss. The final result was that they would be imprisoned in the reflection room. At the same time, people gradually suspected that she could not bear Orochimaru's defection and had a disordered mind. Yes, Orochimaru is back. This time he stayed for a long time. I just felt his breath and left the village. Hongdu said in a hurry. It has to be said that in the world of Naruto, due to the war, the younger generation grew up quickly. In this situation of forcing the growth of seedlings, Hongdu's figure has now reached 1.6 meters. Wearing a mesh top, she also exudes a girlish flavor under that small size. Hongdu, don't make trouble, otherwise don't blame me for sending you to the reflection room again. Sarutobi Seiko said unhappily, counting the last time you attacked the sealed gate, this time you will be detained for 30 days. For this kind of thing that is considered unreasonable, anyone who encounters it too much will become bad-tempered. If you don't believe it, then I'm offended. This time I must ask Orochimaru clearly. Mitarashi Hongdu shouted in a hurry. Shadow Snake Hand. A white snake suddenly emerged from the ground, and it was so fast that it quickly wrapped around Sarutobi Seiko's right foot at lightning speed. The sudden scene made Sarutobi Seiko's face change. In the previous attacks, Mitarashi Anko was just a simple collision, and she did not use ninjutsu. After all, there is a rule in Konoha that once a ninjutsu attack is performed on a ninja guarding the sealed gate, it will be regarded as a traitor. So, from the beginning, Sarutobi Seiko did not take Mitarashi Anko to heart at all. He would not think that a little girl would betray the village. However, this action at the moment was beyond his cognition. When he reacted, the white snake had already opened its mouth and bit down on his neck. The feeling of dizziness hit his mind, facing this kind of neurotoxicity specially made by Orochimaru. Sarutobi Seiko only held on for 2 or 3 seconds, and then he fainted. Finally done, this time I must find him to ask clearly. A trace of resentment flashed across Yudarashi Anko's pretty face, and she walked towards the gate. However, as soon as she took a step, a shining person instantly appeared in front of her neck. You seem to have forgotten that the sealed gate is not guarded by one person. A cold voice came out, and the one who made the move was obviously a ninja wearing an Anbu mask. As he said, for the safety of Konoha Ninja Village. The sealed gate is usually guarded by 2 ninjas, one bright and one dark. Looking at the sudden attack, Yudarashi Anko's face turned pale. However, at such a close distance, she had nowhere to hide. Is it going to fail again this time? A sense of unwillingness quickly emerged in Yudarashi Anko's heart. However, a voice that was unexpectedly sounded suddenly. I'm sorry, she is not alone either. A figure wrapped in lightning flashes, and instantly appeared in front of Mitarashi Anko. The sudden scene made the face of the Anbu ninja who made the move change drastically. It's you. Facing a person like Chinyu who dared to make a scene in the Hokage building, the Anbu ninja certainly knew. Seeing Chinyu suddenly make a move, the Anbu ninja was shocked and hit hard on the back of the neck. Bang! The sound of a heavy object falling to the ground echoed. Looking at the Anbu ninja who was solved in an instant, Mitarashi Anko couldn't help but be stunned. He hurriedly looked at the back figure blocking in front of him, and his expression suddenly changed. This is the family emblem of the Uchiha clan. Are you from the Uchiha clan? Mitarashi Anko couldn't help asking. You should leave quickly. Attacking the guardian ninja who sealed the gate is equivalent to treason. Since Orochimaru defected, Mitarashi Anko has been locked in the reflection room and rarely left. The recent Ninja World War is also known very little. Therefore, facing the recent strong rise of Chinyu, he had no idea at all. Hehe, I didn't want to meddle in other people's business. I could sneak out of the village, but I just heard you say that you could find the whereabouts of Orochimaru, so I would care about such troublesome things. I hope you didn't disappoint me. Chinyu laughed dryly and reached out to rub the head of Mitarashi Anko. Mitarashi Anko was stunned and quickly broke free from Chinyu's hand. Her cheeks turned cold and she stepped back quickly and said, How can you rub someone else's head casually? And you said you could sneak out of the village silently, which is simply a big joke. In addition to the sealed gate, the entire Konoha village is always sealed by the perception ninja with a barrier, and even a small insect can be easily discovered. What's more, why do you want to find Orochimaru? Are you going to be his lackey? A series of questions echoed between heaven and earth, and Chinyu touched his nose helplessly. It seems that you, a stupid girl, haven't heard of my bad reputation. Chinyu pulled back his hand and said, Let's go. They will wake up soon. If you still want to catch up with Orochimaru, you have to talk to me nicely, otherwise you will be spanked. Chapter 99 Enhanced Version of the Seal of Evil. You bastard, dare to tease me with words. Yudarashi Anko has always been a thorny person. However, looking at Chinyu's playful smile, she finally lost her temper. After seeing the figure wrapped in lightning just now, she knew clearly that the boy in front of her was not simple. At least a little bit stronger than her. Yes. Only a little bit. Yudarashi Anko clenched her fists and comforted herself, if we leave now, we will become rebels. Do you really not regret it? What do you regret? Chinyu grabbed Yudarashi Anko's slender hand, turned around and left quickly. Hurry up, I am from the Uchiha clan, and I am best at hypnosis. They will wake up soon and forget what happened just now, so you should finish your work as soon as possible. When you come back, you will still be a ninja of Konoha. Mitarashi Anko was originally planning to break free from Chinyu's hand, but after hearing these words, she couldn't help but be stunned. This time she was going to chase Orochimaru's footsteps. However, it doesn't mean that she will leave with Orochimaru. Just now, she was just doing things with an obsession. Now she calmed down and couldn't bear the consequences of forcing in. As the two left, 7 or 8 seconds later, the unconscious Sarutobi Seiku and the Anbu ninja moved involuntarily. This is a high-level hypnosis that can carry out subconscious activities similar to sleepwalking. Chinyu had arrived before Mitarashi Anko appeared. Originally, he planned to use hypnosis to make the two guards unconscious, but he didn't expect Mitarashi Anko to run into him at this critical moment. If she hadn't threatened to track down Orochimaru, Chinyu wouldn't have gotten involved in such troublesome matters. Even if she was a well-developed little girl, it was no exception. Okay, your curse seal should be able to let you sense the existence of Orochimaru, and now it's time for you to use it. Chinyu suddenly said. Mitarashi Anko's expression suddenly changed, and even her steps couldn't help but stop. She looked at Chinyu with disbelief. It can be said that in Mitarashi Anko's eyes, the moment she became Orochimaru's apprentice, she became an experimental subject. When Orochimaru escaped, Mitarashi Anko once stopped Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the final result was that she was given an immature curse seal. I know a lot of things, but I'm not good at explaining. Chinyu said with a smile. You. Mitarashi Anko was furious, but before she could make trouble, the tingling pain on her neck made her face pale instantly, and she subconsciously raised her hand to cover the curse seal. Did you sense the presence of Orochimaru? Chinyu raised his eyebrows. Take your hands away. I know a little sealing technique that can temporarily help you suppress the pain. You can suppress Orochimaru's curse seal. Are you kidding? Mitarashi Anko gritted her teeth and said. Chinyu rolled his eyes. Believe it or not, this is your problem. You don't want to be in so much pain that you can't even talk when you see Orochimaru. This incomplete curse seal was planted on Mitarashi Anko by Orochimaru on purpose. After all, as a disciple of Orochimaru, she has been to many places with Orochimaru as a cover to cover up her ears and eyes. Although her memory was sealed by Orochimaru in the end, this curse seal was also planted with a perceptual seal that cannot be approached. The closer she gets to Orochimaru, the more she will be affected. The greater the pain, the more she will suffer. With Mitarashi Anko's current strength, she may not be able to bear this pain and faint instantly when she sees Orochimaru. Looking at Chinyu with a smile on her face, Mitarashi Anko felt the sting on her neck. She knew that what he said was not wrong. However, she did not trust Chinyu's ability to suppress Orochimaru's curse seal. This is her respected teacher and one of the legendary 3 ninjas. However, just as this thought came up, Chinyu moved. The 2 fingers of his right hand were wrapped in black flames, and before Mitarashi Anko could react, they were directly tapped on her neck. Strengthen Evil Seal. In the original work, Kakashi needed the assistance of the formation to cast the evil seal and temporarily seal the curse seal on Sasuke. But for Chinyu, with Uchiha Madara's amplification eye, everything was just a piece of cake. Facing the sudden rise of Chinyu, Mitarashi Anko's expression suddenly changed. However, just as she was about to move, she felt the tingling pain on her neck quickly subsided. Success? Mitarashi Anko was stunned. She had never thought that the boy in front of her could easily perform the sealing technique and seal Orochimaru's curse. Okay, now that the pain is gone, it should be more convenient to sense Orochimaru's whereabouts. Chinyu reached out and rubbed Mitarashi Anko's head again. This time, believe me, I didn't lie to you, I am a very powerful ninja. Humph. Mitarashi Anko came back to her senses and snorted coldly, but this time she accepted Chinyu's gentleness. After a pause of 1 or 2 seconds, she turned her head and looked at the forest basin not far away. Orochimaru is over there, this feeling is very strong, and the distance is not far. After leaving these words, Mitarashi Anko rushed out first. Seeing this scene, Chinyu was helpless instantly. He suddenly remembered that the character of Mitarashi Red Bean was not much different from Uzumaki Naruto in the original work. In the basin 2 or 3 miles away, 5 figures stood quietly here. Lord Orochimaru, are you sure that if you do this, that hateful boy will appear here? Shan Zongfeng's face was extremely gloomy. When he thought of his partner who had always been with him through life and death, a bear-made Tsune was easily crushed into a meat paste in public. This vivid scene made him want to eat Chinyu alive. Don't worry, with the boy's means, I believe he will definitely arrive, but have you done what I asked you to do? Orochimaru smiled softly, and the scarlet tongue swept across his dry lips. Lord Orochimaru, don't worry, I have already got that thing when you went to the Senju clan's residence. A trace of confusion flashed across Shan Zongfeng's face, and he took out a wooden box and handed it over. Can we really defeat Uchiha Chinyu with these things? According to Master Denzo, that boy's strength has probably reached the level of Kage now. If the combined attack that failed in the Hokage's residence had not occurred, Shan Zhongfeng had imagined that he could defeat Chinyu by other means. In other words, it could be done with the help of numbers. If one person is not enough, then prepare 10 people. If 10 people are not enough, then prepare 20 people. It was precisely because of this reason that the subsequent failure led to the killing of Abermaitajan by Chinyu in public. Chapter 100. Do you really think I'm a fool? Haha, Shan Zhongfeng, you're still the same. Orochimaru smiled softly. If you don't believe me, you have to believe Denzo. Since he has entrusted this matter to me, it proves that my strength is not comparable to his. What's more, don't forget that the move was developed by the second generation of Hokage. After being improved by me, the power is not something that a mere Uchiha Chinyu can resist. At this point, Orochimaru's face flashed a trace of ferocity, his right hand grabbed his cheek, and the corner of his eyes was enlarged 7 or 8 times. He said softly, his Mangekyo Sharingan is destined to belong to me. The ferocious voice echoed in the forest. A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded, which made Shan Zongfeng's nerves tense. Don't worry, it seems that the death of Abermaitajan is a big blow to you, and you even overlooked the most important perception area. The Snake King smiled grimly and said, this is my man. It seems that the prey has taken the bait. As I guessed, he deliberately let the person go back. Lord Orochimaru, all our people are dead. A ninja with blood on his body and wearing an Anbu mask rushed out of the woods in a hurry. However, as soon as he appeared in front of Orochimaru, the scene he saw made his pupils shrink suddenly. A scarlet tongue, like a venomous snake waiting for an opportunity to attack, pierced his throat directly without any fancy. Puff! The blood was tense, and the Anbu ninja fell to the ground in shock. Hehe, since your mission has been completed, there is no use value at all. Orochimaru smiled softly, looked at the dense forest not far away, and said, boy, since you are here, how long do you plan to hide? The small voice echoed between heaven and earth, and everyone's nerves were tense at once. Shan Zhongfeng quickly formed seals with both hands and released the field of perception. Whoosh! A sound of breaking through the air suddenly sounded. A petite figure rushed out from the forest on the left. Looking at the incoming figure, Shan Zhongfeng couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. Too fast. This Ishi's only thought was completely different from the Chinyu he had met. Hiding Shadow Snake Hand. As soon as Mitarashi Anko appeared 7 or 8 meters away from Orochimaru, dozens or even hundreds of poisonous snakes burst out from his right hand, rushing towards Orochimaru with a fishy wind. The sudden attack made Orochimaru's expression suddenly change, and he snorted coldly, saying, Anko, I didn't expect you to chase me here. It seems that the teacher still underestimated you. The last time we met was when the teacher left. You refused to go with me. I said I would definitely kill you when we met. This time, there is no master-disciple relationship to remember. Orochimaru, who was surrounded by poisonous snakes, disappeared out of thin air. When he appeared again, he had come behind Mitarashi Anko. His body turned into a poisonous snake, quickly coiled up, opened his bloody mouth, and bit Mitarashi Anko's neck directly. Too fast. The only thought flashed through Mitarashi Anko's mind. Originally, she had thought that she would use a sneak attack and multiple snake hands to subdue Orochimaru. Unfortunately, she was too impulsive and completely forgot the gap between the two sides. Looking at the fishy wind blowing towards her, Mitarashi Anko now had only one thought in her mind. How long have you not brushed your teeth? Anko, go to hell! Orochimaru laughed grimly. However, as soon as the words came out, a figure with lightning wrapped around his body rushed out directly from the ground. This is such a cruel teacher. This is the first time I have seen such a cruel teacher. Chinyu smiled jokingly. However, I am better at sneak attacks than her. Raise Nan. Chinyu's right hand chakra flowed wildly, and then without any fancy, he smashed directly into Orochimaru's chest. Boom! The crazy compressed chakra was directly detonated like a volcano at this moment. The huge impact force, like a tidal wave, vented out and turned into a torrent, directly overturning Orochimaru. In full view of the crowd, it smashed like a sandbag onto a tree dozens of meters away. Bang! The tree that only an adult could hug was broken. Lord Orochimaru! Shan Zongfeng's face suddenly changed. However, he didn't have time to think about it and quickly withdrew. Although he wanted to avenge the Aberame, he saw that Uchiha Chinyu had escaped his perception field and was able to launch such a fatal attack on Orochimaru. The little bit of fighting spirit that had sprouted was instantly gone. Haha, don't make a fuss, he can't die yet. Chinyu laughed dryly and said, snakes can shed their skin. I have been waiting for you to join forces with Danzo and take the initiative to deliver it to me. Now it seems that you finally lost your patience. I'm afraid you spent a lot of effort to deal with me. Let me guess, did you succeed in improving the impure world reincarnation? The small voice seemed to be infused with magic sound in this piece of heaven and earth. Orochimaru, who was lying in the ruins, had a sunken chest that began to move horribly. A moment later, he, who was already doomed to die, stood up again, revealing a hideous face under the human skin mask on his face. Good boy, I thought Danzo had overestimated you, but it turns out I still underestimated you. Orochimaru said with a scarlet tongue, since you know that I have obtained the forbidden technique of impure world reincarnation developed by the second generation Hokage, why do you dare to chase me? What is it that gives you this courage? What? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, if it is this pair of fists, would you laugh at it? Looking at Chinyu and Orochimaru who were talking to each other, Mitarashi Anko suddenly found that she had lost her sense of existence. Thinking of the conversation in front of the city gate, Mitarashi Anko became impatient. You, who are you? Orochimaru was startled when he heard this, and then he smiled grimly and said, Red Bean, you don't even know his identity, and you dare to mix with him. It really makes me feel that you are still as stupid and naive as when I left. Uchiha Chinyu, the most outstanding and evil genius boy of the Uchiha clan who has been lurking for 15 years. You have the title of Blood Ashura that shocked the ninja world, and you dare to fight in the Hokage's mansion and kill your colleagues. I think you will soon fall into a traitor and become the same as me. At this point, Orochimaru smiled grimly and stretched out his hand and said, in fact, we are all in the same way. Why don't you join hands with me, with the impure world reincarnation technique and your powerful pupil technique, the entire Konoha ninja village will fall into our hands. The slightly long voice made Mitarashi Red Bean confused. She never thought that the boy of the same age who had always been despised by her had such an identity. What's wrong? Chinyu smiled playfully and said, I've already said that I'm notorious. But I won't be like you and believe what a fool says. Orochimaru, if you want this pair of eyes, then use your fists to do the talking. You can't be as sneaky as me. Orochimaru's expression suddenly changed. Did you find out? Yes, of course I found out. There was such a big commotion under my feet, and those 3 black-robed men who were like sculptures didn't move even when you were knocked away. Do you really think I'm a fool?